Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Third down and goal. Ball's at the 3-yard line. Purdy in the shotgun takes the snap, wants to throw. Throws out to the near pylon. Up high! And it's snagged by Jennings with his fingertips. Juwan Jennings with the touchdown for the 49ers.
That is the way we open up the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. Thanks for being with us, even if you don't have to be, with those holiday vacays already kicking in. We got the entire morning squad with you. Barely. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And apparently Peyton Russell is hanging on for dear life. Did it finally get you?
Dude, jeez. And you know what? I got to blame Mackenzie. Got to blame her. She got sick Saturday night. She wasn't feeling well. Then Sunday morning she was feeling bad, and I was like, I'm going to catch it. I never catch what she has, and now last night I woke up from my nap, or yesterday afternoon, and it was bad. I took Mucinex, zinc, all the drugs I could take, ibuprofen, Advil, and just, oh, man, I can feel it in my chest, my throat. It's bad. Yeah.
Is that COVID?
How does illness usually spread through your house? We've got a very clear pattern in ours. Laura or I get it first, then we give it to the other, and then it spreads to everyone else from there.
You guys are patient zero.
It's just Laura is always so, still even. She's just very affectionate and always wants to be close. So when she's got a bug, or if I've got one, we're passing it to each other immediately, and then it goes to the rest of the house.
Yeah, you didn't get it, I guess, from us because you got the wall of separation.
I get the protector, yeah.
Yeah. The beautiful wall.
Unless the producer, someone had it, Alec, maybe. He seems like he gets
given the
sick.
soundproofing of this thing, we might have been able to pass.
Yeah, these
stuff
walls don't protect sound, so virus getting through is a high probability.
They keep that studio at probably the perfect temperature for these viruses to grow.
Jacob Ray does.
Is it hot?
It's a balmy 96 in there, basically, most days.
It's like a perfect temperature to fester.
5 touchdowns for Brock Purdy. McCaffrey has 117 on the ground. Kittle has 115 through the air. And the San Francisco 49ers, a quiet 11-4, beat Phillip Rivers and the Colts 48-27.
Oh, yeah, you didn't even mention 277 there for Rivers, did you?
Oh, I'm going to.
That's boy, he dinked and dunked his way to some run and catch. But San Francisco, I still watch them this year, and I still don't. Like that was good last night, fine, but the Colts have been struggling. I don't watch them and think, oh, that's the San Francisco from years past. I still don't have the same level of concern with them.
And they are not and have not had Ayuk, and they have not really had Pearsall, who completely screwed me on my fantasy team. So no Ayuk, no Pearsall. They lost Debo.
Kittle's always banged up.
They lost Warner. They don't have Fred.
Purdy was out a good chunk of the season.
Purdy was good. I mean, that's why Kyle Shanahan is up there in Coach of the Year runnings, even though he smiles even less than Jalen Hurts.
Oh, there's no smile.
Man, he's
one of the most miserable individuals you've ever seen. Like the dude who's never seen.
Is he Bill level?
Don't know. Have to ask Jane. But he seems very unhappy all the time. Yeah. So
is that Bill level miserable?
They're tight.
It's similar. He is, because it's not just that. Bill would just grumble at you. Kyle Shanahan talks to you like you're stupid most of the time.
Yeah.
He just wants you to know how dumb he thinks you are.
Last night was in the running for fastest money I've ever lost through Underdog because of Phillip Rivers.
Yeah. 158 to the under?
Yeah. Yeah, I took the under.
Yeah, he got that by halftime.
He dinked and dunked in the first game. And then last night, old man, my age, so I can say it, decides to go out there and throw for 121 yards in the first quarter. 7 of his 9 completions went for 10 yards or more. He had more yards in the first quarter last night, and it wasn't all just dink and dunks at all. No. He had more yards last night in the first quarter than all of his week 1 start for him. He was... I could feel Aikman just sitting back and taking in. It's like the maestro on Seinfeld with his line calls and his audibles and his coordinating. 0 pass rush for San Francisco. He had a 3rd and goal touchdown from the 16-yard line. Phillip Rivers was magnificent. Still not enough because Indianapolis had no chance of stopping him.
He is a dying breed.
Literally
a dying breed.
He is younger than you, by the way. I do want to point out, by about 2 weeks.
Okay, cool.
So just want to point that out.
But, to have
pass touchdowns on the first 2 drives for him for the first time since 2012. I was cooked midway through the second quarter. Yeah.
I didn't see that stat. On the first 2 drives,
Yeah.
he had half of his prime left after 2012. Holy cow.
May not be a Hall of Famer.
Well, maybe not. But this is like, he is the last of or one of the last of a dying breed that is just so they don't use their legs, so they have to use their mind, and that is to me where the quarterback position is played at its highest level when it's used via the mind and not the feet. I love it. I also hate it because it's an indictment on where the position is. But the Colts have just completely gone in the tank, obviously, from where they were. And we had this. This is an overreactions or not question. December 2nd, the Colts have won their last game of the year. Will finish 3rd in the South. Like that, and the schedule shook up that way. I mean, they played the Jaguars. They played the Texans. They played, obviously, San Francisco in this stretch. I mean, Seattle. They had a brutal stretch of games, and obviously
Jacksonville and Houston left.
And they still have Jacksonville and Houston left. And those 2 teams are among the hottest in the league.
They last won a football game during the Cowboys bye week. That's how long ago it's been for the Colts. And that was a team that looked like early on, they weren't just winning, they were beating teams down. They were winning by like 40 every week.
Well, I brought up, did Shane Steichen get a little bit of a break with Daniel Jones getting hurt? Because your lasting impression on Daniel Jones is good.
It's very good,
like,
yeah.
I could argue back, even though I wouldn't do it strongly, this fall-off happening because they lost their quarterback. He had an MVP first half of the season.
No doubt he had an MVP first half of the season.
Look how Shane Steichen's getting Rivers to play. So,
yeah.
I mean, this is a definite pause. Last night was an amazing night for Phillip Rivers.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't BS.
Play him next year.
Did you see Wolchuk's tweet last night?
No, did you tweet it first?
No, I did not. I wouldn't have tweeted this. He said something to the effect of like, "Man, this is a nice story, but you should just bench Phillip Rivers next week." It's like, no, let him play this out. This is fun right now. The Colts aren't going anywhere.
Why would you bench him?
He just says you need to go ahead and just like turn over a new leaf because it's clear he's just too old. All right, it was good. He was out there, but it's time to move on.
Well, that's stupid.
You're not playing for a pick at that point. You're going to be picking in the late teens.
They're 8-7.
Yeah. You still have a chance to make the postseason. I mean, I guess you don't.
If you watched Phillip Rivers last night, and I'm not saying this is Wolchuk's opinion, and I watched it closer than anyone because I had money riding on it, and I was jabbed with a needle with every big completion, and there were a lot of them. If you watch Phillip Rivers last night and you're like, they can't win with him or he doesn't give them a chance, you're a moron.
He was just concerned. He didn't want him getting broken. He's like, this poor old man, he's going to get hurt.
I mean, he needed an entire suite for his family.
Did you see
They said every time they went back to the suite, there were more kids in it.
Yeah. They had to fill food up like 3 times.
The opening production shot is hilarious of him walking in with like his hands in his pockets, looking like he's about to go like hunting or something. And then when they showed him looking at the play card, he's like looking at it and then he like pulls it back like he's trying to get his eyes to focus. It's just like,
could you imagine he was tip of the nose?
I know. I wanted them to like cut to him just like pulling out his readers that he had on like a chain around his neck.
Indianapolis is the 8th seed.
Okay, so they're their first team out, right?
You have Denver, New England, Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, the Chargers, Buffalo, the Armpit, and then 2 games back of the Armpit are the Colts, 1 game up on the Ravens.
Yeah, so they would need to, because they already lost to Houston, they would need to win out, Houston lose out, and then they would have to have some kind of tiebreaker.
So now would not be the time to take Phillip Rivers off the field after the way he
and even if you wanted to, and you were like, all right, look, let's just gonna whatever. We have a rookie, which you don't. We have somebody else we want to play with.
Richardson.
Yeah, they
Riley Leonard.
They also don't own their draft pick.
Riley Leonard.
The Jets do. They traded it for Sauce. So there's no benefit. The benefit to you moving and tanking right now is, instead of getting the 18th pick in the draft, you would get, since you know you're first, you're looking at what, the 50th?
Mm-hmm.
Between 50th and 55th? That's not, there's no difference there.
Get that off the screen. I don't even want to see Zach's face after that take. Love the stars stuck on one of these televisions. Get it off the screen. Where's our
get Zach off, Marjorie.
Where's our radio clock? 877-881-10.
Some choppy did.
877-881-10. We need to do a DNA test. We have the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line up for DFW Sports Station, leading you into the holiday as quickly as possible. 2 games for George Pickens with the NFL handing out the punishment.
George Pickens, he got in trouble again. No, they did end up giving 2 games to DK Metcalf for the slap, punch, something. Now, did you see the alternate angle?
Which one?
The in the crowd.
Yes.
Boy, that doesn't look like he got called anything.
No.
They're claiming now, DK Metcalf and the Steelers are claiming, well, he was called a racial slur, and that's when he went over and had confronted him. And there's a good, 20 seconds of video leading up to him getting hit, and you don't hear any of that.
Ocho Cinco on the Nightcap pod told the world, supposedly, what Pickens was called.
Yeah, I'm just, I got word.
DK.
Obviously, I'm not condoning, putting your hands on the fan or punching the fan, but he did call him a racial slur. He called him the N-word, and he did call his mama. And I think with those words being exchanged and the fans saying that, I think that's where the action, occurred, where he threw. I think he threw a punch. I'm not sure if he connected or whatever, but he did call him the N-word, and he called his mama. I guess
C word. Just say the C word, Ocho.
Oh, my bad. That's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. It's terrible.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, okay, but yeah. He did that. So he called him the N word and the C word. That's a bad combination.
You know what I'm saying? If I'm Ocho, Shannon, we want to start talking about bad words we shouldn't be saying. I've heard some recorded clips of you talking to your girlfriends that don't sound so nice.
So two games for DK, and there's 3 different shots. There's the original shot from CBS. Then there's the side view where we see the grab before the contact to the fans head. And then that third shot from behind that Bobby is talking about, you would think in that shot that you would hear the fan scream. The fan was 3 or 4 rows back, then stood up with his Metcalf jersey, walked to row 1, and Ocho had brought it up. He's like, we got to have mics everywhere. Colts fans don't want to be painted like this. Lions fans, whoever's in the crowd, they're going to out this guy. Mm-hmm. Someone is going to echo and repeat what he actually said. You didn't hear it in that audio that Bobby's discussed. Here's the only thing I can think. There's now a report that DK had an interaction with this fan previously.
Yeah.
So did the fan call him those things the first time, and then Metcalf saw him, went over, and then dealt with him? That's the only thing I can think of, because it does not sound like or appear in that clip, and we've got no other fan accounts around that area that Metcalf was called those things. So the only thing I can think of is it happened the first time, and DK went and dealt with it.
Well, and it's reported that this is not his first interaction, in a game with him, so that he had played in Seattle, and when he had played for the Seahawks, that he had been there, been harassed by the same fan, and asked the Lions to throw him out. And so that apparently this is goes back to previous years where he's been familiar with the guy. So yeah, maybe he knows he called him that last year or something, and then now sees him again, and so he goes up. I don't know if that's what his claim is, but either way, I'm surprised it was I'm surprised it was the same punishment for Denzel Perryman hitting Ryan Flanoy late, even if Denzel Perryman was a repeat offender.
Yeah, Bobby thought that DK was gone for the rest of the year, including the postseason, and you thought it would be longer than 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 is... Now, if it was 4 games left, would it still be 2? Or would it just be the rest of the regular season as well? I don't know. Maybe they just said, all right, this is the end point. We're not going to go into next year. It just seems low. To me, when you have... I mean, they gave double the suspension for weed.
I thought it would carry over to next year's regular season, maybe. I did not think they would suspend him for the postseason. And for the fan, what do you do if it ends up that Metcalf is right? Well, then he'll be banned.
He'll be banned. I mean, he'll be... they'll have facial recognition, and they'll never go to a game again.
Explain the Perryman thing.
So Denzel Perryman, who had it was a cheap shot, had a late hit on Ryan Flanoy. He is apparently a Azeez Al-Shaair repeat offender, and the league has gotten tired of the late hits with him and the different issues. So that late hit that Perryman had on Ryan Flanoy yesterday also resulted in him getting a 2-game suspension. So he'll be out for the final 2 games for the Chargers, and that's just what I think is is nuts. So they're saying that a repeat offender just like falling on somebody late, which is a cheap shot, shouldn't be done, is equal to confrontations with fans in the stand, and something that could, in theory, get you sued. Like DK Metcalf could get sued over this for whatever interaction he just had up there. Denzel Perryman's not getting sued for like falling on Ryan Flournoy, no matter how cheap it is. But the Chargers are going to be without Perriman for 2 games, and I get it's the repeat offender status, but it just seems odd that they came down equal on both of them.
Stephen Jones is already addressing Cowboy offseason moves. That's how sad the state of affairs is for us still talking about the end of this regular season. And the former NFL coach who says that Matt Eberflus may be coming back. Inside the Star with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Just getting started with the 6 a.m. club. Glad you're waking up with us right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to under.
Frankel. First 214 or 817-323-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. They take on the Commanders Thursday on Netflix. So one of the things we did not mention yesterday during our extensive Jerry Jones discussion in the Expressway was Jerry's sprinkling of optimism for next year. And I had to chuckle out loud when I read it. This is after the Charger game in the Post, telling reporters, I look forward next year to getting back in that championship game and maybe beyond. And then I'll be right at the top of the list of how long it's been since you've been to one. And that's how you do it, right at the top. And this will all go away. Were you there for that, Bobby?
You there?
Yeah, he was like smiling. He was like, he's saying it like he's like, boy, next year when he's doing like that thing.
Okay.
It was said in like it was at the very end, right before he wished everybody Merry Christmas too. So it was just him kind of being lighthearted.
It was more joking than selling.
Yeah, like he wasn't literally saying like we're going to be there next. I think he does think they're in a good position. I think he genuinely is ready to spend money. I think he thinks that they're going to use those 2 first-round draft picks, and I think he thinks they very well could be back competing next year. But yeah, he was saying that particular part with kind of like doing that little wink he'll do while he's smiling.
Peyton just played the drop. Stephen Jones famously this offseason getting made fun of and criticized for the quote-unquote drought, if that's what you guys want to call it. Well, yesterday, KNC with the replay brought to you by Window Nation asked Stephen about the D word.
I think everybody gets, plays the role in the results. And whether that's ownership, whether that's management, everybody has a hand in it. And we certainly take responsibility as much as we would, coaching or players or anybody. And, we feel at the end of the day, it starts at the top, and that's Jerry and myself, and we take that responsibility.
They have no cloak, nothing to hide behind with Dak's health.
Yeah.
Intact throughout the entire year.
Right, like they can say, it's our responsibility and we got to take ownership, but like, what's going to be done differently?
Right.
Like that's the question.
Change a defensive coordinator.
Sure.
I mean, if they spend in free agency, that'll be different. Like, I mean, he's talking like he's going to.
Yeah.
But they have so much that they got to obviously before they can do that, they have to decide on Pickens, right, and Dak. And what they're going to do to restructure him.
Dak is they can juggle that financially. That's not like an immediate concern, like the financial question. That's one that they'll be able to kind of work around. Pickens, they got to figure out.
And they're slow. They're slow to do this.
I don't know. This could be a topic probably a little bit later on. But I mean, I also think I wonder. We're going to ask Jerry about Guyton at 8:30. I wonder how much Guyton or Tyler Smith going to left tackle is just more about. Hey, let's see if Tyler can play left tackle so we can move Guyton to right tackle next year because we're letting Terrence Steele go this offseason.
Rex Ryan always has some thoughts on the Cowboys defensive coordinator.
Doomsday defense.
He gave his perspective on Matt Eberflus going upstairs.
I think if he wants to get a better view of the game, buy a ticket. Because I can't stand those guys that go upstairs. Here's what it tells me. He wants to get out of the heat. There's heat right there from the fan base that are calling for his head and the players and all those type of things, man. The thing is, the D coordinator needs to be on the field. Why? Because I got to see you eye to eye. I got to sit back and say, Moss, how do you feel about covering this dude man to man?
Okay.
I got to make adjustments. Who the hell's going to do it? We got to sit back. All right, get in here. By the way, here's what I'm thinking. Next third down, we got him set up for this, this, and this. Where's the communication?
Yeah. Right.
All right? There is none. So for him going upstairs, there's one reason, right? One reason only.
What is it, Rick?
You want to get out of the heat.
It is kind of coincidental that it happens the very week after the first time people saw Brian Schottenheimer kind of snap on the sideline. It's funny timing like that. But also, I would say it's not like they've had great communication when he's been down on the field. So if communication's what you're missing, maybe you do take him out and it gets better. I don't know.
There's a little bit of a worry that, facing these scrubs at the end of the season could make Eberflus look better and then give Jerry any type of incentive to keep him around for next year. Rex Ryan thinks that's exactly what may happen, even though he's already 0 for 1 with his prediction.
Here's the crazy thing. I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to say Matt Eberflus will be the defensive coordinator next year for the Dallas Cowboys. Why? Have you seen the remaining schedule? Jerry wants us to look at these three. Throw the rest of the season out. Let's look at these 3 games. The Chargers right now cannot protect the quarterback, right? We know it.
Yeah,
so this could be one of those, hey, we only gave up 250 yards. We lost, but we only gave up 250. Then I'm going to handpick 2 teams. I want 2 teams that are punting on the season. All right, the New York Giants and the Washington Commanders. He's going to give up. This is amazing. We've only given up 225 yards the last three games of the season. But give them a damn extension. If they don't, then oh my gosh, you should be fired because anybody can play. Anybody can play against these 3 teams.
I don't know. I got to look and see to the extent, but I'm pretty sure if you were to go back through Eberflus's defense in the last at least couple months, I think has allowed more in their game against a team than that team scored the week before or the week after.
In terms of yards or points or both?
Points.
Yeah.
Like they're scoring. Like the Lions, for instance, put up 24 and 34, but they put up 44 against Dallas. Or against the Chiefs. The Chiefs were like 10 points less on both sides. This is what they do. Like Jerry said, people have their best games of the season against them. So I don't think there's a big concern about them shutting down scrubs because they haven't shut down scrubs all year.
Rex tremendously undervaluing the Cowboys pass rush because he's like, the Chargers can't protect anyone. Well, the Cowboys did not get home one time. Not once. Against all their backups, 3rd most offensive line combos in the league with all the shuffling that Harbaugh has had to do. And KNC asked Stephen Jones, are you in a position to add a pass rusher in the offseason?
Sure. I think, obviously that's something we'll look at. We'll look at the whole thing there in terms of, how we're going about getting pressure. There's lots of ways to get pressure. Look around the league and there, some people do it with, like the team we played the week before, Minnesota. Flores goes about it in a different way. We'll certainly see what complements our defense and the players we have and the players we think we might could add to make us better going forward. We'll take a long, hard look at that.
Is that going to be Stevens out for you can scheme pressure? Flores does it. We just didn't blitz enough. Like, where are the Cowboys in blitz rate amongst other teams?
One of the lower in the league. Now, but see, that was the thing. Like,
that'll be his out.
Zimmer could scheme up pressure, and he didn't rush more than 4 a lot of times. Because he would do sim pressures and he'd do creepers. And so, like, he would do like Flores. He'll show like 7 at the line of scrimmage, and then just 4 of them are coming. But it's difficult to identify, all right, who's actually blitzing, who's dropping, who's doing what. So you don't even have to blitz in order to, quote unquote, blitz and, like, make things difficult. Eberflus it's interesting because what they do with the Chargers is kind of similar. And the Chargers have a really good defense because they have players that can execute it and do it at a high level. But the Chargers kind of just show you what they're doing. They send 4, they play a lot of zone, and they just go, okay, all right, it's right here in front of us, and they do it effectively.
I need to go through this. I was sent an article by our guy Dave Bartu. I don't know, Bobby, you may know who that is. He's like a former player, college player, does a lot of analytic stuff. And he said that, like, if you go back through history, Eberflus's system doesn't generate pressure. It's always been the run defense is not his big issue. It's his pass defense. That's always been.
One time in his career when he's been the defensive coordinator has he had a double-digit sack guy in 20 years. It was Justin Houston with the Colts.
And the smoking gun between
and that
this
goes back
year,
to college too. College defenses that he ran never had a double-digit sack guy.
And the smoking gun between so last year their pass EPA was 16th. And now this year it's 30th. Okay? So it's 14 spots below, and you got rid of his best pass rusher. The run defense.
He had a hand in that too.
What's that?
He had a hand in that too.
Saying we can get by.
Getting rid of Mike. Yeah. Well, his rush EPA was 31st last year. It's 31st this year. So no change. So you get Kenny Clark, doesn't improve your run defense. The main difference is last year, your interception rate was 10th. This year it's 30th. And so you're not getting extra possessions. And the defense wasn't great last year. It did get better as time went on.
Yeah.
So like you've got
Zimmer adjusted to who he had.
Your sack rate went from number 2 to number 20, and your overall rank stayed 30th. Like he didn't. I don't know if they didn't vet it, if they didn't go down these numbers that if you strength of schedule adjust his defense, it's always been bad.
They had him before, mom and pop.
They had him before.
We know him. We're familiar. Schottenheimer says the plan for Thursday is not changing. We are playing to win. Stephen Jones confirming with KNC, yes, Dak Prescott is going to play. Ryan Flanoy, we talked about him in the opening segment. He was very happy yesterday because he thought it could be a significant knee injury, but he got good news. It was only a sprain. So he said, I've been happy all day for real. And then Nick Harris pointing out, for the game against the Commanders, they will wear a first-time uniform combination, Arctic white helmets with the navy jersey and white pants.
Speaking of the Commanders, I sat here and looked it up while we were sitting here. That's the only time this year that the Cowboys have held their opponent to less points than they scored on either side of them. And even still, it was just the week before. They still ended up scoring more points, or they scored more points the week before. They didn't do it the week after. So just one time out of all these opportunities, like Dallas basically is just, they are the slump buster. That's what they do for offenses.
Have you told your child there is no Christmas if you lose this game? It's happening in the sports world. PP in the Morning is next on a Tolo Tuesday with Jerry live at 8:30 right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number 2.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. It is Tuesday at 6:40. Time for a little PP in the morning. Every single Tuesday at this time. And guys, it's almost Christmas time.
Almost.
Have we finished Christmas shopping? And I'm looking at Bobby Belt.
Haven't started.
Ooh. 48 hours, Bobby. 48 hours.
This is why I end up just throwing a lot of money at things at Christmas, because I just let at the last second go like, all right, I got to really go over the top to justify why isn't it here yet. And so then I end up having to be like, well, it's coming and it's really good. So that makes up for it.
So you're going to go to a store then?
I'll go to a store, but a lot of times I can't find the stuff I want, so then I end up ordering something, and then it's not going to be here. So instead, I got to go way over the top and be like, it's something really great because it's not even here on Christmas yet, and so I end up costing myself more money.
I got to get something for my mom. I know what she wants, it's just not going to be here. I tried to order like 2 weeks ago, and it wasn't going to be here in time. And then I got to go to Hollister. Apparently, Hollister's back in style.
Really?
For the kids. They want a gift card.
We go to Abercrombie next?
I guess. And then my older one gets his license next week, so he needs a gas card. So I guess you have gas gift cards. I don't know.
What do you mean? Like at Hollister?
No. I got to go to a gas station to get him a gift card.
You didn't know that was a thing?
I knew they had credit cards.
Yeah.
I knew they had credit cards. I didn't know they had like gift cards or whatever.
Yeah. My lovely wife has handled everything for me, including the parents, the in-laws, the aunts, all of that stuff. I probably have to get her like one or two maybe gift cards that I need to print out. So hopefully the printer is working around here.
Oh, the printable ones.
Whatever, just proof. Something to open.
Yeah.
Something to open. My biggest stress, of course, is always wrapping. And
I can't do it. I still haven't wrapped all my
tried
gifts.
to do.
Is there a wrapping service here that they were offering in the building?
I'll do it.
Oh.
I tried to do, because I do it the way they do it at Macy's.
Okay. I thought you were going to say Japan.
I was trying to learn that.
You saw that? What was
I was trying to do the Japanese wrapping style, which is where you're going crisscross, you're just folding the package over, and I just can't get it. I've tried for hours.
One piece of tape?
I tried for hours.
They're so damn efficient.
Yes.
so efficient.
But I've been doing like the Macy's style one. You get your double-sided tape, you wrap it. I'm a bow guy.
I'm a big bag guy with the...
Well, that's the lazy thing to do.
I know, exactly. That's why I do it.
So why didn't your wife just get all the shopping done for the kids?
She has. But then I go in there and I look at what she's gotten and I'm like, this is sad. Santa better come through in a big way because you are not.
Don't they have a list?
Yeah. And she'll get stuff, but she clearly, like, for instance...
She is so cheap, man. You think Sarah's frugal? Amanda will come back and tell me the stories with Kristen. It's hilarious.
She's
like, I like that shirt. Let's get it, and then I'll take it the first half of the year, and you were at the second half. Let's share the shirts.
She has a visceral reaction to spending money. Like, she hates... So, she grew up, like, broke. So, it's ingrained in her, like, do not spend money... Cut quarters wherever you can. Yeah. And so, I mean, she will get like physically ill at like normal amounts of money being spent. Last night, she was like, did you know that at the Sam's Club up here, you can buy gift cards, but like a $50 gift card? And this is fine. This is cool. I didn't know they did this. But she's like, a $50 gift card, for instance, to Chuck E. Cheese up there is $45. And she's like, I can buy these gift cards and they're actually $5 to $10 cheaper than the actual amount of money you get. So it's like I'm saving money at the same time.
It's like when Roy would get his food from one drive-thru and then the drink at the place next door to go to that drive-thru.
Yes, I never understood that.
I've done that with breakfast before. I'll go get breakfast burritos at like Sonic or something, and I'll go Starbucks for the coffee because I like the Starbucks coffee better than Sonic.
Different.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, he's doing it strictly for it. That Coca-Cola here will be...
The water's the same.
10 cents cheaper.
Right, the water's the same.
So, guys, imagine getting Christmas stolen from you and your family because your dad or husband can't win a freaking game. That's what Notre Dame men's basketball head coach Micah Shrewsbury said the other day when he shared his thoughts on his team losing to Purdue Fort Wayne.
What it did is ruin my Christmas. I'm going to watch this film, and there ain't no Christmas in my house. There might be for everybody else in the family. But I have a huge chip on my shoulder. We got to get this back. So starting tomorrow, I'm going to watch this game. I'm going to figure out how we're better, and then start watching Stanford, and we got to go win 2 games, man.
So Notre Dame, man, they're opting out of bowl games and opting out of Christmas.
Boy, it's big Fran Brown energy there.
Yep.
I can't. When we lose, I can't take a shower. I can't wash myself. Winners get washed.
Winners
I can't
get
get
washed.
What a tool. And, yeah, they canceled Notre Dame USC.
Yeah, they got rid of the Notre Dame USC. Now, this is apparently a big... Everybody's blaming USC for this. And then they're blaming Lincoln Riley specifically. But, like, I'm trying to say... somebody yesterday, one of the big USC alum, like, trashed Riley over this. But, yeah, it's done. USC
OJ?
Notre Dame. It's on hold for at least 2 years because they've entered instead to an agreement with BYU. So, no more Notre Dame. They went from the Catholics to the Mormons for their game.
That sucks. It's a great game. It's now it's not a rivalry on the level of Ohio State, Michigan, or Oklahoma, Texas, or A&M in Texas, or Bama, Auburn.
It's a great rivalry though. But the era continues to kill.
It's still a traditional rivalry, and
it sucks that USC to me has not felt relevant in 2 or 3 years.
No, they haven't.
Even when they had Caleb. Like they should have been so much more relevant than they were.
Yeah,
they're just Lincoln's been a total bust.
It was Ben Johnson.
Well, and this kind of got me thinking. This is why I'm glad the Cowboys aren't really playing for anything on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, because, so many times they've ruined my Thanksgiving because they've lost on Thanksgiving, a meaningful game. But now that they're eliminated, it's like seeing your team lose on a major holiday. It just sucks, man. It really does suck. So you got Christmas here, Thanksgiving, New Year's. Maybe New Year's are ruined because of the college football playoff. Imagine your team losing on day one of the new year. I just can't relate. Not me. But yeah, so
yeah, you got 3 teams.
That's right.
That's
maybe
right.
4. I got Bama in it too.
You got Texas
you're a
Tech
Bama fan now too?
Well, I went to the game, so I'm just kind of going.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
But all right, it is PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. Sad story here in Pennsylvania. A bus driver has been fired in Pennsylvania for posting a sign in her bus banning students from speaking Spanish. She claims it was not her being racist, but instead trying to stop kids from being bullied. 66-year-old Diane Crawford who was a bus driver for over 3 decades, put up a sign that said, quote, "Out of respect to English students, there will be no speaking Spanish on this bus." She told a news station that maybe she should have worded it differently, like maybe no bullying in any language, she said. Just something simple like that. Diane says the sign was directed at one particular bilingual student who would cause problems while speaking Spanish. She said she suspected bullying because the student called someone gordo. And she thought maybe it was directed at her, and maybe he's saying hurtful words to other students in Spanish. Are you believing Trayvon Diggs' story or her story here?
Was there audio of this, like a news story?
Yeah, I think there was.
Okay, well,
there's Spanish in it though, and Peyton doesn't allow that.
Yeah, you
in
should
the
grab
segment.
that. You already called it a sad story. I wanted to play and listen to her because she's crying in all the pictures and melting down. And there's been, I think, not one but 2 GoFundMes set up for her.
For the bus driver.
Yeah, so she's trying to, because when I initially read it, I'm like, she's racist. She looks like an old Karen, and good, she needs to go. She looks like the bus driver version of that delivery woman in Bobby's Hood. Remember that girl who sat there waiting?
Oh, in the Walmart parking lot and was like, what are you doing here when they were just delivering Uber Eats or whatever?
Yeah. That's the initial feel I got reading and looking at the story. So I'm trying to see if her, but people are supporting her for some reason. Those who are donating, I think it had like $11,000. She's trying to say that don't bully other kids in another language.
It's at 19,850 right now.
Is this like
she knew what gordo meant?
Is this like I don't know what that means. Is this like me and you? Oh, is this like me and you? If everybody else didn't speak English, and we were talking bad about them, is that what she's trying to say?
Yes, but I'm like, how do the kids understand the Spanish?
Or her?
Or her?
I mean, so she speaks. So
Right.
she knows what they're saying.
Yeah.
Like, if she doesn't speak, how do you know they're talking bad about her?
So I got the audio here with Diane in the news station here.
Diane.
I do care. I care about it a lot.
Caring is exactly what Diane Crawford says led her to serve the Juniata County School District and subcontract with Rohrer Bus.
I don't know what else to do. I get Medicare and Medicaid now and SNAP. I had to go on antidepressants because of this.
Crawford says her contract with Rohrer Bus came to a halt February 1st after she put up this sign which read, "Out of respect to English-only students, there will be no speaking Spanish on this bus."
I didn't mean to be racially insensitive or anything like that.
Crawford claims she never got to explain that the sign was put up to encourage safe and respectful behaviors and was directed at a bilingual student who allegedly had a history of riling up other students.
I didn't know if he was bullying somebody, telling them to do something they shouldn't do. How do you keep control of your bus if you have no control?
She just cares about the bus.
I can't with the
cares about the
accents, man.
student.
No control. How do I keep control? I have no control. Stupid wording. Should have kicked the kid off the bus for a little bit. It sounded like she was assuming. So see you later. Got to go. Don't be insensitive with the wording. Banning languages. Bye bye.
And the top donation,
Merry Christmas.
the top donation as of now is $500. So someone donated $500 to Diane. No one's sitting there, but yeah, almost $20,000 on this.
Probably from ICE agents. That's who's lining up for the 19K. Yeah, they took our jobs. Keep them off the bus. You can grimace all you want, Bobby. I don't care.
I think we should ban all languages on the bus. Complete silence.
Yeah, preach. Go back to crack pencils back in my day.
Just get the headphones in, man.
What a fun game that was. Wow, privilege over here, Rockwall.
Yeah.
Just put your earbuds in.
There's nothing worse than that.
AirPod Pros.
I think the AirPods are the absolute worst thing to happen.
No.
Oh, it's awful.
Dude,
Take your headphones out. Listen to what I'm saying.
All right, last story here, guys.
You don't listen to what we're saying.
What are you saying?
Guys, we have more drama involving one Ryan Clark. And this time it's between him and his recent Uber driver. Ryan got into the vehicle and noticed something from the Uber driver.
Now this is a good one.
And this is what he said about his just tragic experience.
I'm tired of being musically profiled in Ubers. It's a Sunday, go to walk my son's dog, get in the Uber, just some regular light, I think it was like pop or something was on. Man, says hello, doesn't even ask me, he just changes the radio. First song, All Eyes on Me by Tupac. That's not even one of the songs I listen to from that album. Then he plays Many Men, right? 50 Cent. Right now, I'm starting to realize there's a theme. Then he hit me with the Stay Scheming. Bro, you got to go pull Stay Scheming way out the pack for Ross and Drake. And I had enough when it got to Not Like Us. Like, you totally profiled me and said, this is the music this guy's like. And now I'm watching his lips as he lip sync because it's not even the edited version. And listen, bro, Continuum, all-time album. Why can't I listen to John Mayer? Songs About Jane, classic. Maroon 5. Hell, Between the Pines, Sam Hunt. I know a little, now there ain't enough smoke in my eyes to hide the kind of games you trying to play. Like, what about that? Chris Young, You. That's like one of my favorite songs.
Oh, Ryan, you poor guy.
So I'm trying to
Cowboys fan Chris Young.
I'm trying to give him the early benefit of the doubt that he's joking in this. Of course, with Ryan Clark, everything always has to seem 1,000% serious. What about the assumption that, I don't know, what I would ask Ryan is, how old was the driver? The driver was obviously lip singing to the songs. That tells me that they're actually a fan of the music. I think it's awesome that Ryan Clark actually got an Uber or rideshare driver that played music. I can't do it. Anytime I get in a rideshare, I got to ask for the music to be turned up. They're just playing whatever they want. It's a sermon. It's a podcast. No one asks, what type of music? Would you like to listen to music? What type of music? Half the time the radio doesn't even work.
It's off or it doesn't work or whatever. But
when we were in New Orleans and you're in the front seat in that Uber.
Oh, my God.
And Sean's in the back seat. He just gets like, Chop, turn the tunes up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's an accent. It's entirely also possible the guy did not want someone to know that he's listening to like Barry Manilow, Michael Bublé, any kind of soft stuff that would be like, oh, I'm gonna get made fun of here.
So Ryan Clark, as you would expect, is he's getting crushed.
He looked like in the video he looks like he's smirking a little. I think he's trolling, but it's hard to tell. The Stay Scheming line, that was funny. That made me laugh.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time on DFW Sports Station. RJ has the winners and losers of the opening weekend of the college football playoff. The Kegger is next.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Winners and losers from college football playoff week number 1 on the College Kegger on 105.3 The Fan. We do have Johnny Manziel news. Might get to that after winners and losers if we get through this. But let's start right off with it. Tell me if I'm crazy here, if I'm right. Winner, loser, winner. Lane Kiffin gets a $100,000 bonus for Ole Miss winning this game.
I love the report. You're not crazy. That's winning. Getting Jimmy Sexton as your agent is winning. Wish he represented broadcasters or low-level broadcasters. But I love during the game, Charlie Weiss told Lane, no matter if he was allowed or not, Charlie Weiss told us he was going to coordinate this game. He was going to do it, whether Lane allowed him to do it or not for Ole Miss.
I'm sure.
Yeah, because Lane doesn't want that. Lane doesn't want somebody on his staff being able to infiltrate the Ole Miss locker room the way that he kept trying to.
Yeah, and he didn't want the $100,000. Yeah,
and it was a genius part of the whole negotiation in his contract. We talked about it when the report came up that it was like he had gotten his agent to negotiate in there that however far they went, because he was getting blocked from coaching there, LSU was going to have to pay that.
Loser. Group of 5 participants in the playoffs. That road's coming to an end. Both games started 34-3. And one of those games, the Power 4 team didn't have its coach. The quarterback got knocked out.
Suckers and losers.
It's coming to, you're playing that against your UNT
right, you
squad.
Are.
It's coming to an end. Why?
Well, it's
the big conferences are going to bully them out.
They are going to bully them out. Eventually they will. They're going to have, now there's going to be an antitrust lawsuit that's going to come around with that. So that might keep them away from it for as long as they have to. But, yeah, it's like obviously next year they're going to automatically guarantee the ACC champ a bid, the Big 12, the SEC, and the Big 10. So all those will guarantee a bid. There will be no more guarantee. But what's going to happen is the group of 5 will get their guy still. But eventually, I think it is going to come to an end. They'll just somehow find a way out of the antitrust.
It's going to create a bigger chasm between the top and the bottom. That's all it's doing.
You know who was real quiet was Jake Rietma. He took the opportunity during the boring A&M Miami game to tweet, "Can't have G5 schools in the CFP. The playoffs shall be reserved for these titans of the sport duking it out in a 3-0 thriller with 2 turnovers and 4 missed field goals." What Jake then decided to not do was tweet while the others were getting their ass beat.
We're getting their boat.
He must have been on a flight.
Had to be.
Must have been flying
with the kids.
He's all over the
playing
place.
with the kids. He was playing with the kids actually while falling asleep. If you see his Instagram.
Winner, Miami. Went into arguably the toughest road environment. Held an A&M team that scored fewer than 31 points one time at home. They held them to 3. Unbelievable day. Big time winner is the University of Miami.
Sure, yeah. I mean, they literally won.
Literally.
So they are a winner.
Loser, John Mateer's draft stock. What happened to that? He gets hurt. There was a point this year he was looking at being a first-round draft pick. The injury and his play after that suggest he's better off getting another year of eligibility, sticking around Oklahoma.
I haven't started on quarterbacks. I have no idea if he's hurt himself yet there or what kind of a legit prospect is. I'm always hesitant on any declaration of, well, he was going to be this or he was going to be that, because then there's a lot of it's like Shador, when everybody's like, Shador was always going to be the number 1 pick, Will Chambers, and it's like, no, he was never going to be the number 1 pick. It was always a question of if he'd be a first rounder, and then he went in the 5th or whatever he did.
After the starting with the red rivalry game, he threw 0 touchdowns, 3 picks, right? Because remember, the first 4 games, we're talking Heisman, even though he had like 6 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. That was throwing. Rushing, he had 2, 3, he had 5. Then he played Texas, cost me money on that cursed day. 0 touchdowns, 3 picks. 1 touchdown throwing, no picks, 1-0, 0-1, 0-0. Then 2-0, 2-3, 2-1 against Alabama. So loser for John Mateer. I would lean towards that.
Okay.
Not that he's a loser, but the draft stock.
Yeah, and just the national conversation around him.
Yep.
Sure. It went from, like you said, Heisman to nothing. Winner, man, the Ole Miss players made a statement maybe they didn't because it's Tulane.
Yeah.
That they coaching wasn't the reason why they were in that position.
Well, that's an over-exaggeration. Even though they did say during the broadcast, Charlie Weiss called the play. I thought Lane called the plays. And they're like, no, Charlie Weiss actually calling the plays. Just because they beat down Tulane does not mean that Lane Kiffin was not the reason that they got there. Lane Kiffin is the one who is the flashy, sexy name who brings in the kids.
He built it. Yeah, he built it.
It's an overreaction to say, they didn't need Lane. They beat Tulane.
Yeah,
one
I mean,
game.
that's the big tell will be the next game coming up. But yeah,
I can't wait.
I mean, Tulane, I would expect that they were going to win that.
That's going to be a fun one. Winner. That's right. Loser, Indiana. Congratulations, you're the 1 seed. You play Alabama.
No, that's so much more important to them than if they're going to win, they're going to win.
Right.
Like, I mean, we'll find out. But I mean, Bama is not. There's
easily the biggest game in Indiana history. Easily.
Yeah. There's nobody. There's no one.
How about the win over Ohio State? Now I know
that's the biggest victory, but I mean the biggest biggest lead up is this one because everybody was picking Ohio State.
So who would you rather face, Choppy? You got Miami, and then what about the other candidates?
In terms of who Indiana would play?
Yeah. If you're Indiana, you're saying that's messed up. We're getting Bama instead of.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Give me the alternative to sell the point that they got a bad draw.
I would rather play Miami.
Okay.
Over them. Ole Miss. I don't know. The loss of Kiffin and the change there and all the turmoil that's gone on. I might rather play Ole Miss too.
Overreaction. I don't think Bama's scary or frightening. Give me the spreads on these games real quick. Guess.
Oh, I already know some of them. I know Indiana's -7.
7.
Okay, so Bama, Indiana is -7. Oregon, Texas Tech.
Oregon by 1.5.
Yep, 1.5. Mississippi, Georgia.
I think that's
Georgia
7 too, right?
-7, yeah.
It is 7, and Miami, Ohio State. You sent it to us the
other day. Is that up to 10 now? 9.5, 10?
10.
Yeah, so I mean, no, I don't think Bama again.
The only other argument you would have is, we'd rather face Miami.
Right.
They're a 10 and Bama's a 9.
Bama's not the Bama it would have been 5 years ago.
They were down what?
17-0.
Yeah.
Speaking of Bama, winner Kalen DeBoer. Now maybe he's a loser because if he lost, he would have been fired to be the Michigan coach today and reset his clock. But because if they get beat by Indiana and they get beat badly, let's say it's 34-10, I could see Bama running him out of town.
No, I can't.
You don't think so at this point?
Too late now.
No, no. But he's not getting run out. I would say no, not a loser.
Loser, Johnny Manziel.
Yep.
Can't be no-show College game day. So, obviously, in Miami the night before, so they had the norovirus.
Okay, what is that?
Stomach flu.
How's that different from what Pepe has right now?
Yeah, well, he's calling this, I guess, the stomach flu, which I had a doctor tell me there's no actually such thing as a stomach flu. It's just the name they use for it.
Yeah, it's not literally a flu.
Yeah.
It's just a stomach bug.
Yeah. Johnny's problem is, number one, history. Number two, he was pumping out some vodka on his social media the night before and showing us seats at the Paul fight. If you didn't go if you had IG Live in the hotel room bed, guys, I'm laid up.
Yeah.
I'm not making it to the Paul fight. I'm sick and I won't be able to make it. No one believes it. And why don't you, again, like Trayvon Diggs, why didn't you just come out and say, I'm sick, instead of, I'll let everyone run with their narratives and I'll update you on the serious matter. I thought a family member had died.
Yeah.
I thought it was something catastrophic. Someone got diagnosed with something. Turns out it's him with the stomach. No, not buying it, loser.
And it shows you what.
But he said that he notified.
That morning.
Yeah, that's like when you wake up hungover, you roll over and you text, guys, I'm sick, I'm not going to make it, I'm throwing up, and then roll back to sleep.
Right. And this also shows what an absolute animal Michael Irvin is, because Michael was at the fight too. And Michael doesn't fly. If anybody knows Michael Irvin, he does not fly private.
Right.
So which means Michael woke his butt up, drove to the Fort Lauderdale airport, took a Spirit flight or Southwest or American, got to Houston. I doubt there's a direct flight from Miami to College Station. I'd be stunned. Gets to Houston and then flies, or gets to DFW and then flies back, and still makes an 11 a.m. game.
Yeah. True.
With losing an hour.
True.
Losing an hour. So he really had from 7 a.m. because the first flight's out like 6 a.m. He had basically from 7 a.m. to 11.
It'll never happen. I hope Johnny gets booed the next time he gets introduced and shows up at Kyle Field.
According to Chop, nobody even knows who he is there anymore.
Right, they don't. He's anonymous. Winner, Miami football alumni, Andre Johnson, Michael Irvin. Tremendous job. BTA, Irvin on all fours. Irvin with the trash can.
The belt.
Big. That's the biggest winner of the weekend. Loser, the playoff committee. Got to own this one. Now, you can't do anything about the A&M Miami game, right? Can't do that. Wind happened. Game wasn't great, but it's just bad football.
Didn't have to have Miami in it.
Could have
had Notre Dame in it.
Yep. But I do also want to avoid these conference rematches in the first round. They try to do this in the NCAA tournament. I already saw Alabama, Oklahoma this year. I don't want to see it again.
Well, what are you going to do? You can't sit there and say they played once. Let's change the seeding.
Manipulate the seeding, baby.
I mean, they manipulated the seeding to get them in there.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Your option was Notre Dame and
what if it's a classic? What if it's a 47-45 regular season classic? Why wouldn't you want to see it again?
Well, this is the college football mind cannot comprehend rematches. That's how we grew up. We grew up no rematches. We already beat you once. Don't need to do it again.
Okay.
And now we're going to see the same thing here. You know, Ole Miss and Georgia. Already saw it. Now it was a classic. It was like 45-38. It was a great game. Something like that. It was a crazy score. But to me, that's a loss. And another loser is Texas Tech. They get a bye, and they're an underdog, man. They are an underdog to Oregon. Tough draw.
It's a tough draw, but Oregon's also had some moments this year where they don't. This is such
Oregon could have been overseeded.
This is such a watered down field this year, like in general. Because I mean, the only team that I felt good about all year was Ohio State, and then they just lost to Indiana. And so I don't know. There's not like
and
really
Ryan Day's taking over the plays.
He's taking over play calling. Now this is, I guess he has to. Because Brian Hartline's going to take the South Florida job, but he's still there. Hartline's still working. He's just splitting time a little bit. So I mean, you look at the last 2 years when they've been on their run of success, where they win the national title and they were the best team all year, Ryan Day had his hands off. Now he's getting back into play calling. I don't know. That may complicate things for them in the playoff.
There's your winners and losers. You want to do the Petrino thing real quick? We got time for that? Or?
Yeah.
All right, so he is hired as the new OC for Carolina. Pete Thamel.
Is it done?
It's not done, because Pete Thamel says there's been some backlash for boosters. And that might not happen. So that's an unserious football program if that's the case. I think there's a couple of schools out there that think they're just better than everybody else.
Just keep them away from motorcycles.
Right. And North Carolina is one of them. Notre Dame's is saying, oh, you got a higher standard. They like to think they hold themselves to a higher standard. Well, you can't do that and win. Just look at Michigan. Michigan was the same way. They were one of those, we're better than you, we're smarter than you, we have such great academics, and they were a perennial 8-4 team since like World War II. And then Jim Harbaugh comes in here, and they're still an 8-4 team. But then they hired Connor Stallions. They said, you know what? Cheat to win, baby. Cheat to win. And that this Carolina thing, if you want to, you can either be a good program or a winning one. That's it. You either run a good program or you run a winning program. You can't do both.
And they're falling into one of those categories. Why?
Because they're pushing back on Petrino. Petrino's a good OC. They're pushing back on it. They're pushing back on it because, well, you know, the optics of... No, do you want to win or do you want to be Dabo? Take a pick.
I think they went, let's win with Belichick, and then they realized, oh, maybe we should have slowed down and actually looked at this a little bit.
They got busted, too, for, like... benefits and cheating and all that different stuff. College Football Kegger with Ralph James Choppy here on Sean and RJ. It's a Tolo Tuesday as we're about to go commercial free in the Expressway. Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30. It's post Hut Clarity where Bobby rewatches the film. Is Tyler Smith the future at left tackle? Why did the Cowboys stop going down the field? And I can't wait. It's a Bobby fan cam film breakdown. Ooh. Why are so many confused about the Trayvon Diggs coverage? Post Hut Clarity on Sean and RJ. Commercial free in the Expressway is next.
fan, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway, is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it, I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching that?
Stop calling them films,
I mean, that is gross, and those people are getting paid.
What the hell happened? Why couldn't the Cowboys continue to just run up the score the other night against the Los Angeles Chargers? We're going to talk about it here
Afternoon. Early afternoon, late morning.
Yeah, it all just runs together because I didn't get out of there till it was dark. And then, I didn't really see the sun that day. It was early, get out there, and then go in there. But yeah, I'm used to night games. I'm not used to the noon kickoffs, and it changes everything up.
When you're irrelevant, you get moved out of the night spot.
Exactly. All right, let's do some post-hunt clarity. Take a look at a couple different topics. A lot of this is going to be spent, though, we're going to finish things up in this segment with a look at
Get on the fan cam.
Why people don't understand how Cover 2 works and Cover 2 rules. And this was a fight on social media yesterday, too, because there were a bunch of people coming through going, these are the rules. This is what it is. This is what you're supposed to do. This is what he's responsible for. Diggs was confused by it. This is why Diggs wasn't getting out there, because he doesn't understand Cover 2. And there's certain rules that change whenever they talk about communication all year of, when somebody shifts or when somebody does this, it can completely change things. It completely changed things, and Diggs didn't completely change, and that was the problem. But before that, why the passing game slowed down. So they did a good job, the Chargers do, and they always do, of mixing up their coverages. They do a bunch of different looks. They're not really heavily committed to any one thing. They play a lot of Cover 4 relative to what other teams play, and that was something that Arizona gave Dallas trouble with. But basically, this just came down to they were executing better, because that's what their scheme is. Their scheme is execution. They were executing better, and they were generating more pass rush in the second half. Dallas's offensive line, I thought, I don't know how you guys felt about it watching it at home, but the first half of the game, I felt like Dallas's offensive line was holding up pretty good.
Yeah.
And then in the second half, you started seeing a little bit more leakage, and it started affecting things, and especially the secondary just started executing the game plan better, played more discipline. There were a couple of different instances in this game in the first half where they looked confused, where they didn't know what Dallas was doing. And you had guys that were biting on fakes or jumping routes and then having to catch themselves and go back. But this ultimately just came down to, it looked like they were just executing better, and a lot of the reads weren't there for Dak the same way. Tyler Smith holding up at left tackle.
Here we go.
So he played fine. He was not great. He was definitely responsible for a couple of different pressures where it blew up a play, where it's like, okay, you would have been able to push something down the field if you would have held tight in there. I don't hold that against him as some big problem, because he's been compromised this year. He's been hurt all year. B, he is jumping out to tackle. Tackle and guard are just, especially in your pass sets, they're different. Zach Martin talked about this a couple years ago, that the run blocking is in a large way going to be very similar, no matter what. If you're tackle or guard, a lot of what you're being taught to do is going to be similar. The pass protection is where it's different. And so that's probably where he's feeling a little more uncomfortable. And he settled in as the game went on. He got better as the game went on. The line didn't. The line started playing poor as the game went along in pass protection, but he was getting better. I still think he could be a Pro Bowl level left tackle. I think he's really, really good. I don't know if your line is as good with Tyler at left tackle, Bass at left guard versus Guyton at left tackle and Smith at left guard.
Let's start off here with the possible indictment of Tyler Guyton. How surprised, being surprised that Tyler Smith played left tackle is way lower on the surprise scale than Brian Schottenheimer saying he's the left tackle for the rest of the regular season. Mm-hmm. And Jerry Jones was asked about that after.
Well, no, but he's there as a tackle. We've had the great experience of moving Larry Allen out there, and he makes all pro. But we've always thought that Tyler Smith could be a great left tackle. But that's not to say that we don't think that we've got a good chance with Guyton of having our left tackle there. I don't want to imply that at all.
Is this A, an indictment of Guyton, or B, more of an indictment of Steele? Let's start there.
So it requires...
Because the thought being, as you mentioned in the 6 o'clock hour, get rid of Steele, which I don't think anyone have a major problem with, and then have Guyton play right tackle.
Right. So on the surface, it very much looks like this is a Guyton problem. And I don't think Steele's been as bad as a lot of other people have. I think that he's played decent in stretches where people were kind of dinging him for stuff where I don't think he was always the one that was responsible for some of the issues. But
like you have to be pretty stunned that they're thinking about Tyler Smith being the new left tackle.
Yeah, if it's about Guyton, I'm stunned. If it's about Steele, I get it. I think he's been good enough. They, looking at the number, the cap figure, where his financials are, beginning of the year, you got to remember.
Who?
Steele. Like, you look at Steele, when Jerry went into training camp and was talking at that Micah press conference, and was basically talking about the deals that had gone sideways, he referenced Diggs and Steele. Now, Diggs has been a problem all year, so that one's been top of mind to people of just like, they're going to walk away from that. But you got to remember, like, he talked about them as the same financial mistake, essentially, back in August. And so there have continued to be some struggles there. I thought Guyton was playing better before he got hurt, and so it does make me think, I can't imagine they just went, no confidence in you now. And that it more makes me wonder, let's see if Tyler's comfortable at left tackle, and if he is...
Smith.
Yeah, Tyler Smith is comfortable at left tackle, and then if he is... then the plan, I'm guessing, might be to just move Guyton out to right.
Because Guyton played right in college.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I never thought, you've had a lot of people going, he should just go back to his normal spot. His position, he played 1 year there. He was not a tackle when he got to college even. So to me, it was not like something that was ingrained in him for the last 8 years that you're really trying to break. It was still raw.
Because the other issue is Tyler Smith's contract.
Mm-hmm. Which is brand new.
Tyler Smith has a brand new contract. At what position did they pay him, RJ Choppy?
That would be guard.
RJ Choppy, the guards or tackles usually make more when you're the best at your position.
Look, unless it's like Swiss guard, which I think they guard the Pope.
Okay.
No. I would assume the tackle.
I would assume the tackle.
Yeah.
I think your assumption would be correct. So, I'm Tyler Smith's agent, who we saw out in Oxnard. This is Joe Panos.
Yeah, Goldberg.
Former lineman. I see Panos more than Goldberg. That's an inside joke used to be a great friend at college. I don't want to get into it too much. Is a good text buddy. But
it's like me. I'm just a good text buddy. I don't go.
No, but if I invited you, you would.
Yeah.
You would initiate it. I think if we were closer.
Yes.
You know what I mean? We've always just lived like 45 minutes away.
At least, at minimum.
Anyway, if I'm Tyler Smith's agent, how many games, when do I get on the phone and call Steven and complain? Because they're saying this is the rest of the regular season.
And then they said, we'll see about the future. So they are definitely contemplating. Right now, he is the highest paid guard in the NFL. Tyler Smith is. If he is switching to tackle, he becomes the 9th highest paid tackle. But, I mean, maybe that's the idea. Now, typically, Joe Panos has been a little friendlier to them in negotiations than some others. He was Tyron Smith's agent. At one point, I believe he was Lyle. He had Frederick. So, they were able to get deals done with them that were just kind of smooth and easy and didn't cause many problems.
I guess I let this play out, and then off season, the next day, I'm calling Steven, and I'm saying, we have to renegotiate. We're going to tear this up. There's going to be a problem if you're planning on this for next year.
It's going to be a big problem. Now, I guess
and then the counter will be, well, okay, where do you think his value should be at tackle? Is it unfair to pay him as the 9th highest left tackle? Was it tackle or left tackle?
Tackle.
Okay. Is it unfair to pay him as it is?
Well, I mean, if he hasn't done it,
they would say if that position's so valuable to you.
Why is it unfair if he hasn't done it? The Cowboys would say, we're giving you we're making him a top 10 tackle sight unseen.
Yeah,
that yes, like from the Cowboys, I'm saying it's unfair to expect that if you're Tyler.
And they would say you trust him so much that you're going to move him from being the best guard, highest paid guard in football to just blindly shifting him to the most important position on the offensive line. You clearly think he can do it.
Right.
And so
That's what the tug of war would be.
Yeah, and just to them, they go, they would in all likelihood say, no, you pay for positional value and you pay for what your expectation is of them. Like a lot of times you don't pay people for what they've done. You're paying people for what you think they'll do.
Okay.
So they would, I'm sure Tyler's side would say, you are putting him out there at left tackle because you need him there. And that's clearly not a good financial position for you to be in, because if we hold out, now your left tackle position is F.
Oh, I'm totally Team Tyler. I'm totally Team Tyler. It's like hiring someone for the night show, and then the next week putting them in morning drive, which I know Blake Elliott thinks is going to happen at some point.
The same price.
At the same price.
Yeah.
That's messed up. I'm Team Talent.
All right, so that's I mean, look,
I'm not applying the word talent to Blake. I'm just saying, like,
stop.
The player.
They got their ass kicked. That's basically what this comes down to. They got their ass kicked. Now, there is one thing that took over yesterday on social media, and it's this fight over
Here we go.
Who's responsible for what? And I'm going to say this at the outset. Regardless of what you think. So cover 2 is
ball.
Yeah, exactly. Cody Alexander from Match Quarters had said something about cover 2 one time about basically it's like people hear cover 2 and they think like, yes, it looks like this. But cover 2, depending on what your rules are and different things, if you ask 10 different coaches, you get 10 different answers as to how you're supposed to play things.
And this is your issue with PFF.
Yes, is that you don't know a lot of times what you're supposed to be doing.
You have an idea, but you don't know.
They have no clue what the responsibility is, anything else. So here's what I'm telling you before we get into this. The Cowboys think it was Diggs' fault. The Cowboys said Diggs broke the rules. Okay, so that right there is all that matters. So I'm telling you Diggs broke the rules. Now I'm going to tell you how it happened. You want to argue about that, you're just wrong.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are saying Diggs messed up here. And I'm going to explain how he did it. So first, we're going to start with this. For those that don't know, and you can go look on the Twitch or the YouTube if you want to follow along with these diagrams to get an idea of this. So Aiden's going to put up the first one. This is the difference between cover 2 and Tampa 2. So cover 2, and you can see it up there on the screen. Put simply, it's 2 safeties, each covering a deep half of the field. So you got safeties breaking up, they're splitting the field in half. You got the 5 defenders covering everything underneath. Okay, so you got the outside corners, they have the flats, and then your 3 linebackers or your 2 linebackers and your nickel, depending on what kind of package you're in, they're going to cover things in between like a 5 to 15 yard area in the middle of the field. They're just responsible for hooks, seam, different things like that. So Tampa 2, which is just below that, is really cover 3. So the middle linebacker in that goes vertical. They drop deeper. That was the Derek Brooks position.
Like a middle safety.
Yeah, that's why Derek Brooks had so many interceptions in Tampa too, is because he was the deep middle basically.
He's an alien. Look at that. Look at the way that thing is shaped.
Exactly.
Alien head.
It's essentially cover 3 the way that it operates, because you're just kind of, it's a skinnier zone, but you're basically covering anything deep, but you're dropping deeper, and that's how they function with it. So you can go ahead and go to slide 1 here, Aiden.
I feel like I'm back in class.
Yeah.
Couple guys talking ball.
So basically that's how it's supposed to work. Those are the positions that they're supposed to cover on the field. But every zone coverage scheme has rules and adjustments when alignment or play design or whatever else break the limits of the original defense. So that's where communication has gone wrong for the Cowboys this year. So this is what they were looking at when Ladd McConkey scored the touchdown. They've got 2x2, which is you got 2 eligible receivers to one side, 2 on the other side. They're lined up in what looks like single high safety, Malik Hooker back deep. So you look at that and you could think they're going to be in cover 1. Maybe they're going to be blitzing. You don't know what they're doing. The idea is that you're going to try and disguise something a little bit. Well, they're in there in a cover 2 look, I think. You don't know initially what look they're in.
Right. Because Wilson is playing.
Because as soon as they move, as soon as they start adjusting the charges, that can change the play call. It definitely changed the responsibilities. But I believe they were in cover 2 already when they walked up to the line of scrimmage. So you can go to the next slide here, Aiden. So on the next view here, you're going to see that because of the Tampa 2 look that they're in, Logan Wilson is supposed to take like the skinny middle of the field. He's taking anything up the seams. Hooker and Wilson split the field, and then you've got the 4 underneath zones. So that's how things go.
So Wilson is going to immediately retreat at the snap. He's going to drop back into that deeper zone.
He's going to start dropping, and he's going to keep an eye on the seams and see who's running vertically up the seams and who's going to attack the seam and who his responsibility will be. So you've got the different hook defenders, different things like that. So,
and Hooker is going to shift to the right with Logan dropping back to the middle.
Hooker's going to move a little to the right, and you're going to see Wilson kind of go up. Okay, so you can go now. You can even skip the third slide, Aiden, and just go to the fourth, which is the next-gen stats recreation of the play with the X's and O's on the field. So what you see on this video, as you see right here, Ladd McConkey goes in motion. When Ladd McConkey goes in motion, that changes the responsibility. Diggs is outside of Keenan Allen there. He has outside leverage. Outside leverage, his job is to push the route inside. When Ladd McConkey goes in motion and brings it out there, Diggs' responsibility at that moment changed, and the new responsibility was that he needed to get wider and he needed to keep McConkey inside. So you play the flat, but now that you've got three receivers to that side and McConkey has come out wide and McConkey is now the number one, what they're supposed to do, or what Diggs is supposed to do, is he can peek at the flat, but he is now supposed to carry that vertical because, as you see, you got two routes that ended up vertically on the wrong side of the numbers. It's on the outside of the numbers. Malik Hooker cannot cover both of them.
Yeah.
Now, there's a bunch of people who are going...
Malik is taking 13.
And there's a bunch of people... And so when you watch the play out, Logan Wilson initially drops back because he's got 86, which is Gadsden, and he sees Gadsden attacking the seam, and as soon as he sees he's curling, he starts widening. He starts going out to the outside to help coverage there because that's where the routes are funneling. But Diggs here is supposed to take the wheel. You're supposed to sink whenever, and then you can peek at the flat, but there's no instance. People go, well, who's covering the flat? There is zero instance where they want the route going to the end zone busted and left open in the name of covering the flat. They would tell Diggs,
give up the flat.
At that point, the way they were screwed at the snap of the ball because he didn't get wide enough. So he left McConkey a free run to the sideline, basically, to go vertical. Allen's already running up there. Hooker has no chance to get to the outside. Now, a lot of people were saying, you're supposed to split it. You're supposed to split the wheel, and you're supposed to split the Keenan Allen. No, you're not. Not in the Cowboys rules. Maybe in other people's rules, fine. The Cowboys rules said that when motion went to the outside, Diggs' responsibility changed, and given what they saw after the snap, he was supposed to carry the wheel. He didn't. This was his fault. So anybody who's trying to say, well, that wasn't Diggs in coverage, or that was zone, they just picked up for the zone. No, that was 100% Trayvon Diggs cooked them at the snap because he didn't react the way he was supposed to the motion. Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers, and we just talk ball.
Hey. Well done. Well done. And I am on the text chain from the very important person in Frisco that did say it was on Diggs. So I seen it myself.
There you go.
Well done, Roberto. It is post-Hut clarity with little. I can't wait for the Pickens film class. I can't wait.
I've already started saving them.
Yeah.
So the touchdown he scored the other day was one of the ways his lazy-looking route running can help him.
Looking.
The way that just the nonchalant approach that he has.
877-881-1053. And hopefully our web team can get that out for the edumacation from Roberto as we are commercial-free in the Expressway. It's 7:40 on a Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30. That means this.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, where you can weigh in on Ask Reddit here. We do it every Tuesday. Kick around some of the most viral questions in the studio here from the Ask Reddit forum, and we get your answers over on the Twitch and the YouTube and get them off the text as well. We're going to start here with, let's go with RJ Choppy to begin. Chop, not Shakira. Who is the most attractive person you've ever seen?
Oh, like in person?
It doesn't specify. So I mean, you can broaden it just
to be on TV, like drop dead. Oh my gosh, stop in my tracks.
I'll go in person because I feel.
Let's try to go in person.
Yeah, I'll go in person. Outside of Sarah, I was at a Knicks game.
Well,
this was somewhere between 92 and 95. So my dad and we had Knicks tickets, right? For three or 4 years, we had Knicks tickets right behind the basket. And a couple of rows in front of me in this one game was a woman by the name of Cindy Crawford. And this was the most effortlessly beautiful person I've ever seen. It is like, just walks in, street clothes, and it was just like she rolled out of bed. And I never forgotten. This is prime Cindy. This is we're talking about 93, 94, like prime Cindy, and I was a kid.
I love how we talk about women in like athlete prime years.
Right.
Yeah.
I was a kid. I had no interest in girls. I was 14 years. I had zero interest in girls, and I had zero interest in anything but like golf, baseball, and video games. That's it. I was just put on the floor. I couldn't believe it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Pay.
So mine, and this
George
one
scored
was
55 that night.
This one was in person.
That was a double nickel?
No, I was at that game. I don't know if it was that night or not.
You were at the double nickel?
I was right behind the basket where he passed to Weddington. I was right behind that
What?
basket. Yeah.
You think we could find you in a shot?
Maybe.
Interesting.
Just gawking at Cindy Crawford.
Yeah.
This was, I believe, a couple years ago at a Stars game.
Oh, he was 14. He'd be looking at Spike.
She was up on the Jumbotron. And it's Tate McRae. And if you don't know who that is or thinking, is she really that attractive? Go watch her her music video, Sports Car. And just watch 30 seconds of it, RJ. 30 seconds, and you tell me if she's one of the most attractive women you've ever seen.
Tate
Sports
McRae.
Car. Tate McRae, big hockey girl. She's been to Stars games, and she was, I think, doing intros for Stars or for playoff hockey for ESPN a couple years ago. But Tate McRae is the most attractive person I've ever seen.
Tate McRae's pretty attractive.
She's good looking,
but she's not. I never thought of her as being like at the very top. Sean,
I have a pretty weak answer. There's no one that like immediately comes to mind. I'm trying to think of Super Bowl radio roast stuff. My answer is the non-celebrity. Like, if you want another dating tip for you, I would go around with like. I'd become an amateur photographer and make a card.
It's called a voyeur.
And I would go around. I would go up to random beautiful women and hand them a card and be like, "You need to be a model." That's it. Like, I feel like you could go out in Dallas and it's just people who haven't made it as a celebrity or not trying to be a celebrity. Like, there's not just one single, definitely not in person, no one definitely coming to mind, where it's just like, I think that could be like a perfect looking individual. This Brooks Nader is now everyone's new cup of tea after like Sydney Sweeney. But I always am like, how is that person not a celebrity? Or how is that person not an IG model or someone who's blown up with some ads? You know what I mean?
I exactly what you mean. Because there's like,
I'm like, that person should be a model.
Yeah, and it's just like, you know, I always see like some people fall through the cracks, right? Like they don't get noticed. And it's like how many athletes that this happened to? They just don't get noticed.
Yeah.
My answer, of course, is Kristen. That's number one. But like if we're just going to talk about people that I've seen in person, famous people that you would know, this made it harder because it's like having to narrow it down to, like you said, who I remember seeing at certain places. The one that stands out when I thought back on it was when my dad took me to work with him while he was jockeying country radio, and I saw late 90s Faith Hill in person.
Oh, yeah.
She was...
Yeah. Faith Hill's gorgeous.
That was an awakening, guys. That was something right there. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 to the Fan. Some of the answers we're getting on the fan text. Jordana Brewster.
We had her on the show.
Gal Gadot. We've also got Prime Faith Hill, 214. Megan Fox and Pepsi Cindy. Cindy Crawford is the answer. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. This is a good one, I think, for Peyton.
Like
Peyton Russell.
Dukes of Hazzard, Jessica Simpson.
Oh, if you're going to talk about, if you narrow it to...
There's hot, there's cute, there's beautiful, there's gorgeous.
There's naughty.
They all mean different things.
That is all different categories.
If you narrow it to a time frame, and we're just talking about... I don't know. 02 Britney Spears is really tough to top. Like right around there.
She was also like 18, so I don't know.
No, she wasn't. She was 21 by there. That's why I said 02. I made sure to Google her birthday. And plus, she's older than me. Peyton Russell, what's one belief you had at 18 that you strongly disagree with now?
I was so let down by this, but it's that we would definitely have flying cars by 2025. I was so convinced. 18, I was leaving high school. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get that first big boy job, that first big boy paycheck. I'm going to get that salary. I didn't get the salary till a couple years ago, but that's okay.
But you didn't get it?
You thought we were 11 years away from flying cars?
I mean, everything I saw, I was like, dude, we're so close to this. We're so close. And I really did think that, and now I'm a loser for thinking that.
Chop?
That 50 was old.
Oh, dude, that hits.
I'm not. I mean,
did believe it, and now you don't believe it, or
I believed at 18 that 50 was old, and now here I am 4 years away, and I'm like, I feel great.
Okay.
And I might not have I have high blood pressure and cholesterol and
QC kinetics.
I don't really have a liver, but I feel fantastic.
Yeah.
Knock on Corian.
That I would be on TV, like play-by-play.
Well.
Oh, yeah, Bayou.
TV career. I thought that was what was going to happen.
Was that what you wanted to do? I thought you always wanted to do, like, radio stuff.
No, I was like play-by-play, like basketball play-by-play was first job out of college. And then I'm like, you don't get to share your opinions too much. You're limited to 10 to 15 seconds of action.
Mm-hmm.
Just listening to Bobby and Choppy call their Tarleton games. But I thought I would be on television.
915.
I guess I am on TV. YouTube TV.
915 says that your whole world is ahead of you. Thought that at 18. Don't believe it anymore. So I'm trying to think of a way to word this.
Don't believe it anymore.
I'm trying to think of a way to word this that's not bad. That
say it.
That the political leaders of the world all have the genuine best in mind for even if you disagree. They still have pure intentions with it. They want to get it right.
Yep.
I don't know that I believe they always want to get it right.
I remember doing I don't know what the class was called, but
poli-sci probably.
Poli-sci, and you're one candidate, you stand up there and give the presentation, and then the other candidate, and then you just see what it's turned into.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, look, I understand how, you could see how, where it was, people would get angry. You would get angry at those things, or people would when they were debating back and forth. Those two would get angry, and us in the crowd were like, "Oh my God, here we go." So you can see how it gets worse and worse because of social media and rising. It's constant coverage. 30 years ago when you didn't have you had cable news, but it wasn't like it is now. It's inundated with it.
When I was working around politics a lot more back in the day, I remember slowly realizing over time, I always thought it's just a difference of agreement, like it's a difference of opinion. They think this is going to work. They think this is going to work.
Yeah.
The more you went along and the more you talked to people, the more you discovered things. It was oh no, a lot of times they know that this negative outcome is going to come from it, but they're like, that's collateral damage. But they also know they can't claim the collateral damage up front. So instead they just go, that's not going to happen. But they know it's coming, and they're usually preparing for it. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Sean, what is a movie you watched once that was so disturbing or emotionally draining that you can't ever watch it again?
I mean, I always answer it.
The miniseries one, like the 1991.
Yeah, that was the original one we saw.
The old school one.
You'll float too.
I always sleepovers. Your buddies are like, oh, let's put on this horror film at 9 or 10 o'clock, and I'd always choose a spot in the back of the room to sit there and kind of put my head in the sleeping bag.
Yeah.
And just act like you're interested and involved in it.
100%. Hostile. The first 5 minutes, I was like, I'm out. I'll see you. The last 5 minutes.
What is Hostile?
It's I never watched it. I know it's very gore heavy. It's torture and everything.
I don't even know how I got on. I think I was just flipping through the channels. I was like, oh, what's this?
Yeah.
Oh, I love a good story about Europe. So Hostel, youth hostels. Oh, I love this.
Peyton, did any of the 5 movies you've watched in your life disturb you?
No, but the 6th one did, and it's a Saltburn. I saw it with Mackenzie. Have you guys seen it? Oh my goodness! You look it up and just look up the 4 scenes that you should not repeat on radio, because I saw it with Mackenzie when we had been dating probably for a month. I'm still asking her what her favorite color is, and I see this, and there's, I mean, you got dudes drinking bath water on this movie and everything. It's awful, very bad. Don't encourage watching, but it's something you better watch alone.
Or drinking bath water.
Some of the answers on the fan text: 903, Requiem for a Dream. Requiem for a Dream is pretty dark. That one just kind of crashes and burns. Another one, Deliverance. Over here, Schindler's List from the 817. The answer for me is a movie called Irreversible from 2002. It's a French movie, and that is the darkest, most disturbing movie you've ever seen. It's about a guy who, he has a disagreement with his girl. It's told backwards. It starts at the very beginning of the movie. He kills somebody. And then you go backwards and you realize the story being told is they had a fight earlier in the night. She walked home alone. She was assaulted like in an alley and killed, and then he goes out that night and they're like, I'm going to find who did this and kill it. And it's
sounds like Mark Sanchez.
Dark scenes. Really, really bad.
No,
all right. Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what is something that Aiden's favorite movies portray as sexy, adult movies as sexy, that is actually a total nightmare in real life?
Making love on the beach. They make it seem like it's the best thing ever, and I haven't done it, not from experience, but I've talked to people that have, and it's like, dude, it's sand everywhere, and it's impossible to get out.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
It's the opposite of that. It's the shower.
Doesn't work.
The water, the shower love is like, it looks so poetic.
It's great if you have a shower the size of this room.
And a bench.
Gotta
have a bench.
But if you have a shower, like a small shower, it's impossible.
Well, it's not even just that. It's
that
not
leg
even
doesn't go there.
It's not even like the like room to move. It's just the like water aspect introduced to it is not like great.
And someone's always out of the water, which means they're cold.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'll say pizza delivery. Like if I order the pizza, I want the pizza. You know what I mean? Do you think? And then having that come out of the pizza, you know what type of degree birds were? Okay, I have RJ's right eye all over. You know what? Because of the sausage pizza that was ordered.
See, here's the thing, because obviously, like you say, it's always like, oh, I don't have money to tip, but that whole thing.
I'm running low on the rent.
Do you think that's ever happened?
Yeah.
Like, do you think that's ever been like, do you think they've really been
Text in Will Chambers?
Because I think most people at that point would just go,
before girlfriend.
I'm not tipping. You've already brought me the pizza. I'm just not tipping you. Like, I can't imagine somebody just be like, I feel bad.
Yeah.
Let me offer this up to you. Not 469 just says teeth as their answer. Teeth. I think you can figure it out.
877-881-1053 to hit us up. It is commercial free in the Expressway every Tolo Tuesday with many of y'all's favorite segment, including Brian Broaddus. It is Ask Reddit. Jerry Jones live at 8:30, but RJ Choppy has your NFL overreactions or not. Jacksonville is the best AFC team, including Buffalo. Detroit's Super Bowl window has closed. John Harbaugh will be fired on Black Monday. The Bears are the best in the NFC. Overreactions or not, next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you on over to...
NFL.
Shanahan used his challenge earlier, so they snapped the ball on third down. Now he throws it in near pylon, and it's caught by McCaffrey. Touchdown, 49ers. Touchdown.
Yes, we heard. It was a touchdown. 49ers radio. Brock throws 5 of them. Phillip Rivers was fantastic, but it's not enough. San Francisco beats Indianapolis on the road. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30 this morning. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Cowboys Commanders Thursday on this station. RJ Choppy has your other NFL overreactions or not.
Let's get right to it. Jacksonville is the best team in the AFC.
Oh, baby.
Overreaction.
Beat down the Broncos.
They got a decent resume. They've beaten some quality teams this year.
Yeah. But I'm still going to say overreaction. I still think New England and Buffalo are better.
I'll say overreaction. Okay, but the Jacksonville Bronco game, were you like, oh my, Jacksonville respect, or they're exposing Denver? Which one was it?
That's the rest, like, because it comes down to we've all at some point said Denver and Jacksonville are both frauds. So it's like, well, yeah, one of the frauds had to win. If you think that, I do think that Jacksonville and Denver are better than I had thought. So that's a good victory on the road against Denver.
By the way, all this talk about this Denver defense, which we all default to, in the last 4 weeks, they've given up 26 to Washington, 17 to the Raiders. I'm not speaking for I don't know what garbage time was or not. 26 to the Packers and 34 to Jacksonville.
Well, the Washington one, that wasn't garbage time. That was a tight game. Didn't that go to overtime?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then obviously this one.
Yeah. So they've given up some mid to high 20s and then 34 to the Jags for this great shutdown D.
And the Jags aren't turning it over right now.
And their defense is totally underrated. I remember Peyton earlier in the year talking about all the turnovers they were generating. They D up. Trevor's showing the swagger with the legs, but no, I'm not going to say it's an overreaction to say they're the best team in the AFC, but which one was it more? Jacksonville, whoa moment, or
that to me was what
Denver?
It was. Like, oh, okay, all right. Like, because I thought Denver's defense was pretty salty, and then Jacksonville put up 34 on the road in December in Denver. It's like, okay, it could be chilly there. I mean, that's a good win.
That was the first time Denver had lost at home since October 13th of last year.
Whoa.
All right, overreaction or not? Man, the Chiefs, the way the Chiefs played in this game and that loss to Tennessee actually elevates Mahomes' legacy.
What?
They were 6-8, Chop, before the Tennessee game.
Say that again?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, remember back in when a quarterback went down, all right, when the Colts lost Manny, they went from like 12-4 to 2-14.
Right.
Right. How bad the Chiefs were.
No, this
elevates Mahomes. Shows, man, he was the only thing that was holding that thing together.
No. Complete overreaction. Gardner Minshew, by the way, also tore his ACL. So back-to-back ACLs for the Chiefs quarterbacks. And they're moving to Kansas, by the way.
Yeah.
That news that came out yesterday in a dome.
In a dome. And listen, the entire city should move to Kansas. You cannot have Kansas City,
KC Mo, baby,
not be in Kansas. Okay, and I'm glad they're getting out of that overrated dump of a stadium, a stupid design.
Have you been there?
No. I don't care for the upper deck, the way it's shaped.
Stadium's nice. Practice facility's disgusting.
Yeah. That's an overreaction, and Pat Mahomes has taken a major hit in the all-time. We're the legacy definers.
We are.
You and I are probably going to disagree on this. Mahomes is no longer right now in the Brady running. He's not in he's not in the GOAT running anymore right now as it stands.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, I don't think you can miss the playoffs. Like as in your prime. In your prime in the cap
you
era.
can miss them like you can't say you have to make it every single year.
I mean, Brady did.
Man,
in his prime.
Kansas City might end up with like the 8th pick.
Oh!
So then like Mahomes comes back out with the hit. It's like, oh, by the way, we've got the top pick in every round.
Yeah, the offense has been dead for too long, and then missing the playoffs like this, Pat Mahomes has to be removed from that ultimate, right now, all-time discussion.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
Detroit.
Do you agree, Bobby?
Yeah. Yeah, like right now, because I mean, it's even as they've won Super Bowls along the way, he has not been the guy he was the first 4 years of his career. He's started to look way more human.
He could be in the back seat of the Brady car before, with a chance to ride shotgun and then maybe a chance to take over the car. He's carpooling now. You have to get in the cars behind.
Detroit's Super Bowl window has closed.
Overreaction. I don't know why I always just give this. Maybe it's because the beatdowns I always put on the Cowboys, but they got everyone signed. I don't know how it's going to burn them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm trying to think. I think they're going to run into, they've got some people, then they're going to be cap casualties along the way. I'm going to say it's
they're missing the playoffs, right?
I think it's a question, so it's not an overreaction.
They have to win out and Green Bay lose out.
What happened?
They lost both their coordinators, obviously, but the offensive line just was ravaged this year.
They scored 30 a game, second in the league. They give up 25.
Yeah, and the defense has obviously had their problems. The defense had their problems when Aaron Glenn was there. I still don't understand why Aaron Glenn was propped up, which, by the way, the Jets are this close to finishing as the only team in history to not have an interception.
They still don't have one?
No.
I think they have the third highest point differential in the NFC, the Lions, and they're going to miss the playoffs. I think maybe one more year because they're going to have a third place schedule next year.
How much longer is Dan Skipper's window going to be open? Is the question.
Right. Absolutely. So they're going to play. They'll play the Cowboys. Oh, I'm sorry. They'll play the Commanders next year.
Cowboys are getting a second place schedule.
Yeah. So they'll play the Commanders. They'll play New Orleans, and the loser of the San Fran, L.A., Seattle thing.
Who would you put more stock in next year, the Chiefs or the Lions?
Lions.
Because I know Goff will be healthy. I don't know about Mahomes yet to start.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to say that Detroit's not done.
John Harbaugh will be fired on Black Monday. Or somewhere around there.
Overreaction.
Is there a rift with him and Lamar?
I don't know.
Why do you say that?
I've heard I was just scrolling through the radio, two national radio people were saying, oh, they hate each other. I'm like, I haven't heard that.
No, I haven't heard that.
I mean,
Bisciotti is such a... But, everyone talks about Pittsburgh and the longevity. The Ravens are right there, too. I don't think it's an overreaction. I wouldn't say it's going to happen, but I don't think it's an overreaction.
I mean, yeah, if they have a losing season here, that's the second one in 18 years. And I mean, it's not just, they're not like Tomlin going 9-8 every year to hold that up. I mean, they are consistently double-digit wins.
Everyone gave them the division. I knew they'd get back into it, but this schedule was Cincy twice, Pittsburgh, New England, and they have Green Bay and Pittsburgh to finish.
Ugh. That's tough.
We gave them the North too soon.
Yeah, we did.
Their defense has been top 10 consistently throughout his time there, and they're 27th in yards. This will be the worst finish they've ever had in yards.
Overreaction or not? Yeah, sneeze coming on. Pittsburgh will break their 10-year playoff win drought. And I don't know how to define drought.
Well, DK Metcalf is not, don't put drought in quote marks, come on. DK Metcalf is not going to be suspended for the playoffs, so that helps them right there. I'll say overreaction. I think they probably lose to whoever they're playing.
Okay, so right now they're the 4.
So they play Houston?
So they would get the 8?
No, they would get
they get the 5. They get the top wild card team.
That would be the Chargers.
It'd be an ugly game.
I don't think it's an overreaction because I think it could happen.
Could be Chargers or Bills. They could end up getting the Bills.
Pittsburgh's so tough to they're so tough to figure out.
They are.
I am rooting for Aaron though for some reason. The first time in my life, I want to see him get a win.
You hear him trash talking?
Yes.
That lion?
Yeah.
Being like, what? You don't want me to help you out? Is it because you're slower than 42-year-old? Slower than me?
My son made fun of his helmet, my middle schooler.
Well, buckle your chin strap for once.
Yeah, he goes, why is he wearing a bucket hat? Bucket helmet. Overreaction or not, the Bears are the best team in the NFC.
That's an overreaction.
Overreaction. They're lucky. That was a lucky win. That was a total lucky win.
Get an onside kick. Yeah.
There's a reason, a bunch of stuff. It's their 6th win trailing in the final 2 minutes. It's their 7th one-score win. not only the onside kick, it was a face mask that they needed.
They're the Commanders.
There was a fumble, and then a 4th down touchdown. So, no, that was luck, and they will get exposed and lose, I hope.
They have won 6 games by 5 points or fewer.
Washington.
No NFL team has ever won more than half their games by 5 or fewer and won the Super Bowl.
Overreactions or not, here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. We got some Rangers financial news that may not be good. Mavs lose and Draymond pulls a Scottie Pippen, all followed by Jerry Jones at 8:30 after this.
After we get you some hair put on top of your head.
And segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
He's got Nebhart behind him. Instead, Sadiq Bey for the lead. Hard off the heels, Z. Trey, deep three. Got it! It's Trigger!
Dude, they were so excited yesterday. I switch over to Mavs Pelicans TV, and it was halftime of Monday Night Football. That place was jumping. It was a great crowd. The announcers were going nuts. They're sitting there trash talking. I'm like, I have to double check.
You got the Pelicans announcers?
Yeah. That call right there was from Pelicans TV as well. It's better than the homering up that I'm going to get like the Mavs broadcast. Mavs never commit a foul. Mavs never do anything wrong. I'm sure every home broadcast is like that. But, man, I mean, Derek Harper, how many times does Derek Harper say that a shot is going down and it misses? He's like, that's good. Good money.
Well, Derek was a distributor. He wasn't a shooter.
It was Teddy. It was Teddy on the call last night.
Emmerich?
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
For the Pelicans?
For the Mavs.
Oh, for the Mavs.
Yeah, follow-us out.
Pelicans are 8-22, but they come back and beat the Mavericks because they scored 40 points in the fourth quarter. But Anthony Davis did ball out with 35 and 17. Come on, Eastern Conference. Get the bids in. 35 and 17.
Drive that price up. That's what we need out of you.
One thing I'll tell you, I don't know how much the fourth y'all want, but it was evident. Like, this team needs.
I kept it on the fourth.
Yeah, it just.
Clay had 20.
There is some. I don't want to say stagnant offense. There's just. They need a facility. They need someone. Jason Kidd should know this, that they need a true facilitator, and it's just very difficult. Like, sometimes they don't get into their offensive sets as well. There's obviously with Kidd. I mean, when he got here, like, Dirk was getting the basketball in a position to score in such a much better spot than he had in some of the previous years after Nash left, because Kidd just knew how to do that, and they just. Sometimes some of these possessions, it just looks like they don't really have a great flow to the offense.
He is, over his last 5 games, Anthony Davis, 25 points, 14 rebounds, 2 blocks. Let's keep that up and drive that value up.
Favorite in Vegas, sportsbetting.ag. The Hawks to come get him at 2-1, Pistons 4-1, Raptors 5-1, Bulls 7-1, Golden State 9-1. And Golden State may need a Draymond Green replacement. Did you see what happened? Draymond and Steve Kerr get into it on the bench. Draymond gets up, leaves, walks back to the locker room to cool off. He does not play the final 20 minutes of the game.
Good for Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr post.
You describe the nature of the conversation you and Draymond had on the bench in the third quarter before he went to the locker room?
Yeah, we got into it, obviously, and I took the time out just because I thought we lost our focus there a little bit. And so we had it out a little bit. And, he made his decision to go back to the locker room to cool off. And that's all I'm going to say about it. It's everything is private. And, I got nothing further to add.
Would you, I mean, he didn't play the last 20 minutes. Would you have gone back to
No, he wasn't going back in.
He's a lunatic.
Who could survive as many things as Draymond has done when his game has declined? I don't understand how he's
contract that no one wants to take on.
I also think that they're just
they value him too as the nucleus.
They do value him as, and I think
he's
they're
not punching other members of the nucleus in the face. He's such a nut.
Yeah. When he retires, there's going to be 3 people that get beat up by him at least. In random places, in random establishments,
24-hour fitness,
or just walking the streets.
Game, yeah.
He's gonna beat down 3 people.
I can see that. Because
I put him as a top seed fighter too, even against other NBA players.
Mm-hmm. Seems that way.
He's a badass fighting.
Mavs are 1.5 out of the playoffs. That's how bad. We got to get rid of the play-in game.
They're 1.5 out of the playoffs. I just simulated the lottery. They finished 4th. So that's how close the margins are right now.
You should not be 11-19 and a game and a half out of the play. You should be rewarded for that.
RJ Choppy with some unfortunate baseball news on the home of the Rangers.
All right, little Diamond Cavs here.
By the way, this is nowhere near as bad as Scottie Pippen, Tony Kukoc. We all agree?
Yes.
That was, I think, a playoff. That was a playoff game.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm not going to.
Final possession.
The Texas Rangers exceeded the Major League Baseball luxury tax in the 2025 season. That is the third straight year they exceeded the competitive balance tax threshold. I want to call it the CBT, Bob.
Holy smokes!
Cognitive behavior therapy.
And something else. So, $241.3 million. Just $380,000 over the $241 million limit. There are 9 teams that crossed the threshold. They were the only one to finish without a winning record. So, but by failing to stay under the line, this is from Rangers Nation Twitter account, they remain classified as a 3-time offender, giving them a 50% luxury tax rate. So they get taxed 50% of the money over. So $380,000 over, they get taxed 50% of that, so $190,000. Now that's not a lot, but the real cost is it does not reset their penalty clock. So had they remained under the threshold, that tax rate would have dropped all the way down to 20%. But since it's over, now every dollar they spend over the new threshold gets taxed 50%. So if you spend $1 million, you get $500,000 penalty. If you spend $20 million, you get a $10 million penalty. So that's it's crippling for a team that is trying to, I think, not break the bank when it comes to spending.
How far over were they?
$380,000 over.
So was that Merrill Kelly?
Probably Merrill Kelly. So you trade three prospects for him, and then you let him go right back there. Now, you weren't going to re-sign him for $20 million a year, and I don't think anybody would have signed up to give him $20 million a year.
So this is going to handcuff them. Like, how much under are they right now?
They're not. They're
Simeon gone.
Well, I don't know because they got
the offseason moves, Adolis and Jonah.
Yeah, they're still going to have to go through arbitration with some guys, and you know.
But this is not good for spending.
It's not good for
spending.
The
opposite.
It's not good for spending.
Because they're get dinged. If they go over again, they'll get lit up.
Right, because, you know, like for example, Munetaka Murakami just signed with the White Sox over the weekend. This is a stunner. This is like the Japanese home run king guy. All right. Now, his number came down a lot because they did some research, like, oh, he can't hit a fastball, and his whiff rate is like Joey Gallo-esque. But for $17 million a year on a 2-year deal, that's very, very low risk. But they weren't going to spend that because $34 million to the Rangers this year is $17 million. Plus, added onto it.
Jerry Jones on Trayvon Diggs' return. Is Tyler Smith the new left tackle? And is this the end of Matt Eberflus? Jerry joins us live on Sean and RJ next. But Ford is the best in Texas every Tuesday with us here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, Jerry with KNC on Fridays at 10:30, and the owner and general manager joining us now on the official home of the Cowboys. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Good morning, man, and happy holiday. Merry Christmas.
Back at you, sir. Dak had a quote about you the other day, and he said, maybe as much here recently as I've seen, whether it's Jerry against the clock and him knowing, which he'll tell you that, you can tell he's excited to help this team to make moves and do whatever he can in his power. So Dak is kind of talking about a recent fire in you that he has seen grow, and we've thought you've even been kind of even more forthcoming in being self-reflective here over the past month. Is there anything to that, Jerry? If so, why?
Well, I think that we want to continue, and I emphasize the word continue, to look for ways to get better. And, boy, listen, our fans deserve it. The players deserve it. The entire constituency deserves it. So we want to look for ways to get better. And what I think he's referring to, what I would hope he's referring to, is that what we've been doing during the year this year, what we'll be doing, all of this is planning ahead and has a lot to do with the structure, the salary cap structure that we work under in the NFL. So if anything, maybe it's more visible because it can involve roster, which is very transparent. But the real world is that I should be, every day, I should be looking at how to adjust, what to do throughout the organization. And I do that. I wish you could see my table in the morning. I'm sure this is not unique, but when I'm sitting at my kitchen table, it looks like a madman going down through all the machinations and the doodling. Well, all of that is really just kind of helping me think and go there of ways that we might change, if you will. Any adjustment is a change. And I believe in that strongly, and I've done that all my life. You have to, when you are independent or you're self-employed, or whatever you want to call it, boy, you've got to make a change, or you've got to be the one to initiate different routes.
Jerry, despite the drought, you guys, you're number one in ratings. The Cowboy fans everywhere. They're still the number one talking point on TV. Do you ever like get surprised that Cowboy fans are still giving you guys the number one draw and showing up and talking about them as much? Why do you think that is? Because a lot of times in sports, fans bail, and the team that doesn't make it, to the conference title game doesn't get talked about this much. Are you surprised sometimes by the dedication of Cowboy fans over the past 30 years?
Well, I'm rewarded by the kind of intensity and the kind of interest. We work real hard. But that's not enough to work hard, but we make a big effort to stay in the front of things and to stay out there and be relevant. And by the way, you change that drought. 1 year, you can change the drought. And then you're the latest to have gone to the playoffs or gone to the Super Bowl. So I don't pay any attention to 30 years this, 20 years that, when I know one good year would change it all and you'd be at the top of the list. So numbers of Super Bowls or numbers of playoff appearances, that doesn't work unless you catch it into, well, they haven't been there in 10 years, haven't been there in 20 years. But all of those, when you start looking at time, it's easy for me to step up there and say, I can change that next year. And that's what I'm here but wanting to do, and that's what our fans expect me to do in my mind. But no, answer to your question, I've known for a long time that what we do, how we do it, what we try to do, all of that has high attention, and that's part of why we should be and are as attentive as we are. And there's no question, no one, as a matter of fact, I can't imagine, this is pro football that we're talking about to be tried here. Nothing can happen until somebody has financially get paid. And since the day I walked in here, there's been no one ever have any control other than me of who gets paid and how much. And so that goes with the territory.
So, Jerry, why should a fan believe that anything is going to be different in the offseason, anything is going to be different moving forward in the next year after the last, like you mentioned, the last 30 years?
Well, yeah, it has been. It has been different. And then sometimes it's worked better than others. But we've had different records over the last several years. We've had different personnels, and so it is. It's what it is. That's when you go hunting. There's a good chance that you won't get any game, or fishing. There's a good chance you might not catch some fish, but there's a chance that you can catch a fish. And we put it out there hard. We do things that can happen, that make things happen big time. I've done it. I've seen it happen. I know it works. And I've done it in a lot of things, not just football.
Jerry, one of the things you've mentioned recently is how encouraged.
That's my answer.
One of the things you've mentioned recently is how encouraged you are about the cap situation, and you've mentioned having cash flexibility. Do you expect to be active in free agency this spring?
I don't know. We'll see where we are with our own players, and we will see. I'll be active, but the question is the degree of activity. I can't imagine not doing things in free agency, but we certainly have positioned ourselves so that we've got some cap flexibility that we wouldn't have had we not done.
Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones with us here on 105 Through the Fan. Jerry, you've always spoken so highly of Matt Eberflus as a coach, talked about how you like having him in the foxhole with you. So is your concern more about the philosophy and scheme rather than him as a coach?
Not either. Specifically, in his case, you just should, just like you're doing with me and asking me, the big picture from 30,000 feet. Why? You're asking me the question, why should that change? The question we would be asking is, how do we change up the results of what we've had this year? And it's tough to put a check on continuity after such a relatively speaking short period of time, 1 year. And those are the kinds of things that will go through our minds as we're looking at the weeks ahead. But, we should be doing this. It's a part of it. You really need to be doing it when it's working good. And I'm sure you would say, well, you probably don't need any work on that offense. And but I'll tell you this, that offense will get as much attention and work in the offseason as it ever would have, even though we've had a great offensive year.
So, Jerry, after you guys traded Micah, you talked about that there are ways to scheme pressure and that was going to be kind of a solution to it. Do you feel like the scheme has let you down in that regard this season?
Not really. I think our pressure is a combination of execution. It's a combination of quote, scheme. But you have to, when we talk about blitzing, for instance, or if you're going to run the press play, if you're on the other side of the football and you're trying to run that play, you've got to work at that for a lot of hours, and you've got to work at that during training camps, and you got to spend some time on it. You just can't come out there and say, we're going to blitz. Because you're not as apt at it, and the players aren't as apt at it. So it takes a lot of work, and to implement, let's say, and things that you emphasize in your scheme takes a lot of practice. So I can tell usually how we're going to really execute by how much we practiced it during the week. And so all of those things are part of it. So just to answer your question, it's not just skiing. It's execution.
Jerry, do you think, looking back, there was a bit of a misevaluation on what he is relative to the talent that you had on the team?
I don't know that that evaluation may be one thing. I would say that we are not executing, we are not getting done what we even run as a scheme. And so that's very critical to be tried. So, again, there's no evasive. The point is it's a combination of many things when you can't get pressure or you can't stop the run. And but you asked a question earlier. Yes, I thought we could devise ways to get pressure. I really think the interior of the defensive line we have. So I'm pretty optimistic about looking better than we have shown these last few ball games.
Jerry, with Matt Eberflus going to the booth, your defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton has taken on some more responsibility in terms of personnel management on the field and everything. What have been your impressions of Coach Whitecotton this season?
Again, I don't specifically address him, but I will say that I was excited about getting Quentin Williams in because they had time and experience together. And one of the biggest influences that I had was the fact that he had directly coached him and knew what a great player and great individual he had. So, but the idea there is to not only have excellent run player and execution, but also be able to get pressure in the inside. And that was the reason that we pursued him. I did, even when we were in training camp.
Jerry Jones joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Take us through the decision to play Diggs, activate him, and how did you think he played?
Well, he had a better week in practice. He moved around better, and it looked like he was physically able to play, and that was the case when he got out there. And so that was the decision. Could he physically get out there and do the work? A big onus was put on him because we lost Bland. But basically, Bland put a certain urgency or a certain light on the situation, and that's how he got out there.
You know, Jerry, Trayvon has spoken during this season about some of his difficulties adjusting to the new scheme here. Is his future here tied or dependent on what scheme you guys end up deciding to run next season?
Well, let me say this. You can't play here if you can't run the scheme. And I had not thought that he's such a outstanding athlete that plays the ball so well. And I have never thought that while he might be better suited or have a better chance to use his ball skills in man, I've never thought that he couldn't make the adjustment and be outstanding as far as working zone. And so, again, it's all, you can put it all in a stew, so to speak, and mix it up. But there's a little of all of it when you really look at how you're playing. The most important thing, though, is that is health, and to be able to execute. I've said before, Diggs has such unique ability to play the ball that he has to absolutely be in top condition relative to being able to execute physically. He's really got to use his quickness and his instincts to get to the ball, and that takes being top health. And so you limit him a step, and you take a lot out of his game.
Jerry, Trayvon finally let us know how the concussion happened afterwards. My question for you is, and I can't do any of these things. Many people don't even define me as a man with these capabilities. Can you hang a TV? And where's Jerry Jones handy?
Well, I haven't hung a TV lately. I buy if you've got that thing above your head, and you're trying to work with two hands, and you're trying to do all that at the same time. I will say that thing would hurt if it fell back and hit you in the head or the nose, and that's apparently what happened. But I can buy that you have to hang something. Can get in a situation where you're hanging some TVs. I'll never forget. When I was in about the 9th grade, I was working in at night, working in like a 7-Eleven, and my folks would pick me up about 9 o'clock at night, and because of school. And out behind the store is the tallest point in central Arkansas. It's a huge tower that all broadcasters broadcast off of. It had a fence that looked like it was around a prison. You couldn't climb the fence, and it had the barbs and everything coming back to prevent you from going. That bothered me, and finally one night I closed the store and went out there and climbed that fence. And I climbed that whole tower all the way to the top.
Whoa. Wow.
And when I got up there, I froze. I couldn't come down. Well, it looked like that there had been a fire that wiped out that entire part of town by the time the fire trucks and the police and everybody got out there. But they had to come up that tower to get me out. It was the tallest spot in central Arkansas. I know this, that my father liked to have killed me. And on the way home, he was driving, and he said, "Why did you? What were you thinking?" And so I just answered him truthfully. I said, "Well, Dad, it was just there, and it was bothering me. I had to do it." And I'm telling you, he almost wrecked that car swinging at me over there trying to pop me for even answering the question to begin with. But where I'm going with this is sometimes it's just there. You just got to do it.
So Jerry, Steven and Shoddy both this week after the game, and then Steven yesterday, have said that Tyler Smith is going to be the left tackle the rest of the year, and his future there into next year potentially is up for conversation or review. Is that any sort of indication that you guys have lost confidence in Tyler Guyton at left tackle?
Well, we all know how critical the left tackle is, and but Tyler Guyton has really got a chance to be outstanding for a lot of years to come, and he's got the right makeup, contrary to any questions about him. But the real question is, can we afford to have Tyler out there, Tyler Smith at left tackle? Can we afford that? Larry Allen, we put him out there and made All-Pro, but we couldn't afford to keep him out there. He was too valuable to us inside. So that'll be the trade-off.
Is there
what do we do inside when we've got him out?
Is there any thought, Jerry, to potentially moving Tyler Guyton to right tackle if you do leave Tyler Smith at left tackle?
You could do that for sure. Yeah, there's it is not. We don't have it done, or we have it thought to that extent as long term, but certainly you can do that. Needless to say, the position flex that you have there with Smith that we have, that it's just really a big plus for us, player of that caliber, and he's easily in the top 2 or 3 of the best players we got on the team.
Jerry, you were complimentary towards Brian Schottenheimer after the game. There's been some periods here as of late where it felt like the offense stalled out, second half against the Chargers. Well, what's your evaluation right now of Coach Schottenheimer as a head coach and the play caller / offensive coordinator, or the guy in charge of the offense?
Yeah, I'm very pleased with him. He's he's certainly the definition of a busy coach or busy individual, period. Your offensive coordinator is easily the busiest guy on the team, in my mind, as a coach. And he certainly is very involved there because he has to be, because he calls the plays. But on the other hand, he's got overall team responsibility. This has been a year that called on him to cover a lot of ground. He's really used his pedigree. He's been around this so much, and he's got natural instincts when it comes to allocation of where he's best needed at the moment, and that's during the week as well. So I'm real pleased with it.
Jerry, we've got Pro Bowl teams that are being announced today. Have you guys gotten any sort of indication or hint that any of your guys got honored this year?
Yes, and I have a complete list, and won't give it out. It'll be announced by the league, but yes, we do, and we've got some very deserving guys on there.
And Jerry, you guys play on Thanksgiving every year. You're getting another short week holiday draw with Christmas. So do you like getting that opportunity to play on Christmas, or would you and the players rather just have normal rest each year when December rolls around?
No, I've always, we seemed over my years of experience in football, young as a player, I always wanted to have it get over into the Thanksgiving area. I like the combination of it, and we played on Thanksgiving Day every year that I was in high school, and I enjoyed that game and had a festive aspect to it. Bottom line is that the holiday season and football really fit together in my life. So I do enjoy a Christmas Day game, or I enjoy a Thanksgiving Day game.
Jerry, last thing, is the plan still for Dak and the rest of the starters to be full go moving forward the rest of this year, final two games?
But the plan certainly is, as we go into we go up here in Washington, it is, and I see no reason why we can't do the same thing. I understand the thought, and I understand the balances that we look at here, but we'll measure it all and keep in mind that the health of a key player like Dak.
Jerry, thank you so much for the time as always and the honest answers. Happy holidays to you and the family, and good luck Thursday.
Thank you guys very much, and I mean it. Merry Christmas.
Back at you. Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's react to that. The Pro Bowl announcement when we are back, and we have the Michigan DMs.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby's got the Michigan DMs. And did DK Metcalf get enough games? Final hour, Tolo Tuesday after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Russell and Aiden out running the Fan Cam, Twitch and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Pro Bowl votes are about to come in. We have financial possible ramifications, major ones, for DK Metcalf after his 2-game suspension. First, any reaction to Jerry? I don't have much. Choppy.
Yeah, when posed with what are we going to do differently, well, records are different every year. So that's different. It's different. And then, if you don't catch a fish for 30 years, just keep fishing or quit. Right. I'd quit. If I didn't catch fish for 30 years, I'd stop fishing.
You'd starve.
I'd starve. I'd be dead. I'd be dead by year 1.
Can't starve with 10 Billy.
No, you can't. No,
yeah.
You can't.
But that's that lottery mindset that he has.
Absolutely. Always positive. You have to be if you're an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs are built differently. They can't. You
can be positive, but I don't think you can be blind, because you can get in a debt and hole that you never ever recover from. I'm just going to keep trying the next thing.
Yeah.
And the next thing. It doesn't mean it's going to eventually work.
Right. No, because if you ask, I saw this great video the other day. Like, if you ask, all the billionaires, entrepreneurs, how'd you explain your success? They can't do it, because that same idea somebody else already had and failed at it. They can't really explain why it clicked for them. It just did, and if you were to say, it's all very anecdotal too. But such is the world right now.
He's reining in the Eberflus stuff a little bit. Not because I think it's any better for Eberflus. I think he's recognized he's probably hung him out to dry enough, and is probably just, all right, let's pull back a little bit. But I mean, there was the quote. Let me pull it up here. Machota had taken it that, he started when some of the words you can still catch, like, okay, there he's still addressing that the defense is a problem. He said, we're not executing. We're not getting done what we even run as a scheme. That's very critical. It's a combination of many things when you can't get pressure or stop the run. So it's like, it's not as pointed at like making it sound like Eberflus failures, but it is just, I think if you're reading between the lines, he's clearly still like, yeah, the defense is awful and we got to do something about it.
The 2-game suspension that I was right about, you guys have yet to say that in 4 hours this morning. What?
We do have Pro Bowlers, by the way, if you want to hear about that.
Not yet. The 2-game suspension for DK Metcalf, if upheld, would void not just the rest of his salary for this year,
40-something, right?
$45 million in future guarantees, $25 million fully guaranteed in 2026, and $20 million guaranteed for injury in 2027.
It's the Zeke thing, right?
Those would be voided.
Or the Jalen Carter thing that they passed on doing, where they decided they weren't going to go after his money.
That's right.
Yeah, if you get suspensions, there's little clauses in almost every contract about suspensions and different things like that. It just depends on the team. Like, do they want to go after it or not? That doesn't seem like a Pittsburgh thing to me.
Right.
That I don't think they would. But I mean, if they get stuck at some point,
yeah. Or if Rodgers, if he retires, they want to reset.
Now,
you never know.
Ocho Cinco said that the fan used the N word and the C word towards DK and his mother. We also have a previous history, apparently, between Metcalf and this fan. That when he was in Seattle, there was some type of run-in. We also have a third video coming from the stands where, at least to me, I think, Bobby, you agree, it does not seem... I can't hear the fan yelling anything towards DK. You don't see the rest of the crowd reacting. Like, DK doesn't seem like he gives a reaction in any moment that causes him to go over there and touch the fan twice. He just kind of casually walks over. My theory is that DK recognized this fan, blue wig or whatever, and maybe the fan, because it doesn't make sense that DK Metcalf just went over there and grabbed the fan and then tried to slap him. That doesn't make any sense.
Also, how memorable of a fan could you possibly be that he remembers you?
Well, I'm saying it could be that wig.
Yeah, I mean, if he's wearing that wig all the time.
Wearing a purple blue wig.
Yeah. But you only play there once a year. Like, so that it just stayed. You know what I mean?
Well,
Just
they tried to get him ejected last year, so he definitely was aware of him last year.
And the guy wasn't in the first row either, but it doesn't appear by crowd reaction. It doesn't seem like, since we haven't gotten any other fan recording or video or an account, someone's tweeted, no one's done an interview saying, yeah, I heard the fan drop those slurs at DK. It's making me think that maybe that fan did it in the first interaction. Metcalf recognized him and then went over there to handle it. That's my theory.
Here's the...
Or DK is totally insane, and he's like Draymond Green, and just decided to snap.
Yeah, here's the thing.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
They're making... this is the claim from the Steelers and DK, is that this is what happened. This is what the root cause of it was. To me, he's either... This is what happened previously, like you said. It either had to have happened last year, and he remembered him from last time, or, and also, he snapped, recognized quickly he was in trouble, and had to come up with something that would bring it to a level, like say, well, this is what happened, to bring it to a level that might justify it a little bit. But it's the same question that we were asking a couple years ago with Mason Rudolph and Myles Garrett, where people are like, Myles Garrett said it was said, Mason Rudolph said it was not, and you'll never know. And we're probably never going to know especially if he's saying it was last year, we're probably never going to know what happened.
Yeah, because if it was this year, like in this instance, like you said, somebody probably would have come forward. Maybe other players on the bench would have heard it too.
I've seen it happen. I've heard it done in stadiums before, like where somebody says this. And so I'm not saying that
says what?
Uses the N-word, like towards a player. I've heard it. It generates such a foul reaction in the immediate vicinity from everybody that it's just like, man, I feel like there would have been a reaction that like it would have been,
the rest of the crowd would have turned or
I don't feel like DK could have gotten to him. Like it would have been such a quick reaction of like security hears it, people in the like I don't know if like I feel like he would have been addressed instantly of just like get him out of here.
Would it have changed the penalty, the punishment if they did an investigation that was
like if there was audio, video?
Yeah, probably.
I think it's a game at least. You still can't put your hands on him.
Still can't put your hands on him. Guy's going to be banned anyway.
2 games and the fan gets banned forever.
Do you think if he actually connected with the punch, it would have been more?
Yeah, but I think there was enough. He made contact.
Contact was something. I don't think it wasn't clean.
If he knocked him out, it's more punishment.
If he knocked him out, the guy's going to fall probably over the railing.
So he's trying to hold him by his collar, and he's not. And so, like, even so when they called a punch, it looks like he was gripping, and then he was almost just like, here I'm shoving and letting it go. And because he wasn't actually gripping anything, he flails his hand in front of his face. So I still don't know that he was trying to, like, strike him necessarily. He did. Like, he hit him a little bit, but I still think he was trying to, like, just grasp and, like, let him, like, push him back, like, there. Like, don't talk to me like that.
What is the sentiment from Tolos in terms of who's to believe and whether this was too light?
For the 904, DK had reported that fan is Seattle security 3 times before. Bobby finally said it. Do you honestly believe he was yelling the N-word to the sidelines that nobody on the other team or the staff would walk over and point him out?
I don't believe it happened this game. That's my theory.
I agree.
I think it happened the previous time.
Yes. You're probably true.
I think.
But he wasn't ejected or banned after that? That just seems...
That's more plausible to me than DK just going over there and grabbing someone.
I mean, if he's reported him to security before, then like Lions security should be able to say what the complaint was. They should be able to say DK's claiming that he said this, and if they're saying he didn't claim that the previous times, then now it doesn't look like it happened.
Okay, let's see. Just saw the emoji. So you're siding with the fan in the blue hair, correct? I will wait. No, Andy Malone, you dumbass. I said that he would get suspended, you moron, and you argued against me. When the news came out, I told you to shut up with the hush emoji. That's my point, Andy, you dip ass. All right. God, you're stupid. Seriously, I'm happy holidays.
You're running short on patience today on social media.
Well, I thought Frankie used to be an annoying Tolo.
Don't want to try.
And then before the Jerry interview, he says the old tired, stale, stupid thing. And I'm like, I thought we were past that. Like, I thought we were good. Like, you had leveled up. And then you take a step backwards, so yeah, I'm going to call you on it. What's happening with Pro Bowlers?
Okay, so we got 5 Cowboys Pro Bowlers, including a first-timer. Would you like to guess who the 5 that they were able to send to the game?
5 Pro Bowlers?
Yep.
Aubrey.
Yes.
Pickens.
Yes, first-time Pro Bowler, George Pickens.
Lamb?
No Lamb.
No Lamb.
Wow.
Florinai.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Dak.
Quinnen?
Dak Prescott's 1. Quinnen Williams is 1. You're missing one more.
Tyler Smith?
Tyler Smith, your new left tackle. Knocked them all out just like that. So Dak Prescott, his 4th. George Pickens, his 1st. Quinnen Williams, 4th. Tyler Smith, 3rd. And Brandon Aubrey, 3rd.
What did you make? Well, we'll save it for Tommy. Let's get to the DMs.
Let's slide inside Sharon Moore's DMs. So this is, before we get into the specifics of what these are, he apparently has had this issue. There were people who came out of like, look, I got a DM from similar to the Lane Kiffin stuff after he left Ole Miss. People showing like students at Michigan who showed they were DM'd or contacted by him in just generic ways, but still enough that it's like, why are you talking to people like that? This most recent one is a report from The Athletic where they talked to 5 different women, most of whom were members of sports media. Some connected to Michigan, some not connected to Michigan, some people who are connected to Michigan but not the football program and not in media, just DMing a wide variety of people. The problem here is that Michigan was aware of all of this stuff going back to the fall of 2024 and did nothing. So keep that in mind as we read this. So the first woman on the list said that she got a DM from Sharon Moore on November 1st, which was game day versus Purdue, like just ahead of kickoff. She gets a hand-waving emoji, like a hi there.
And she has no connection to the university.
Nope. No Michigan or personal connection. She responded, hello. Wasn't sure why he was messaging her. After the win, 20 minutes after his post-game press conference, he DM'd her again. Like, hey, how you doing? What's going on? She initially thought it was a fake account. Sharon Moore assured her, it's really me. It's really me, baby. She congratulated him on the win. And in the days following, she does not know him. He's reacting like fire emojis to her gym workouts and different things like that. Woman number 2, sports media. She has mutual connections. He initiated via Instagram DMs with a bunch of emoji reactions of like flames to her workout videos, same sort of thing. He then attempts to reach out, start generic conversations with her. At one point he goes, how did we start following each other? And she had to reply, you followed me. So I don't know. You followed me, buddy. Another woman, line. He got a little more aggressive with one woman who was in sports media, did not live in Michigan. He got a little bit further. He offered to fly her out to come see him. She doesn't live in Michigan. She's like, why would you do that? And she's like, have you considered how this could be really bad for you? And she's like, I would need to avoid being seen in public. You can have me holed up in some hotel. And Sharon Moore said, I guess we'll have to see. I would say yes, but you would also have a driver. Ha ha. And he goes, we'll go into detail on that later.
Oh, baby.
And she's like, how many other women are you doing this to right now?
And he said, none.
Yeah.
None, absolutely not. In fact, here's the funny thing is that when all of this is occurring.
None of it's funny, Bobby.
No, this is funny. Michigan, as a team, Sharon Moore had talked in his press conferences about having the team go through a social media cleanse, that he himself and none of the players were on social media right now.
Yes.
Just weren't in there at all.
And he was taking the assist, and the school said, well, there's nothing illegal. I need to oil that microphone. And he's going with the girl who he's having the affair with to other Michigan sporting events.
Yeah.
He's going with her out in public. One of the assistants is like, yo, man, like, this is a bad look. And he, like, snaps on the assistant, and he's also having other emotional breakdowns. Remember the viral clip when he's like, I love you, Harbaugh. We did this for you. And he was a hero. We're all like, oh, my God. It just
Great. Everyone loved him.
Behind the scenes, they were like, this guy's he's acting unstable. He's melting down and having these crying fits behind the scenes.
You know, the thing is, now, obviously, the administrative assistant that he was doing this with, there's obviously protocols within the university of not having any kind of relationship with your subordinate.
No, the rule actually,
he had to report it. He would have had to.
No, if she starts it,
it's okay.
Then you have to report it.
You got to report it.
So you can have a relationship if she
initiates
it.
You got to let them know though. But the only sin in college athletics is losing. Lane Kiffin, all these DMs are out at Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin was never getting fired at Ole Miss.
It's just negligence from Michigan. Like, if you knew about it and you were just like, not illegal, though, keep going. It's like, all right, well, like, I mean, you should.
They're dirty.
If he was going 11-1, they absolutely would have said keep going.
But there should have been some sort of like, all right, we got to like publicly address something, even if you're not your dirty lunch, to get him to stop doing it so we don't run into this in the future.
And Rich Eisen and all you other Wolverines who like to brag of
Shefty.
I was hearing for 4 years. You didn't hint about it? Why? Because you went there? Because you're a Michigan man? That's a weak journalism.
I'd keep it all under the wraps of Tennessee. Whew, man, I'd be hiding stuff.
You got to get like Texas. Keep some of that drama that they have down there under lock.
All right, what the heck is really going on at left and right tackle? Jerry Jones just joined us last hour. What does Tommy Yarsh make of it from DallasCowboys.com? Tommy joins us next.
But first, look, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market.
when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Tommy Yarsh every Tuesday at this time from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Tommy, what is going on at left and right tackle?
Morning, guys. Well, at first I was going to say I was going to start trolling Sean when I got on here today, but then I heard the last segment. You're pretty fired up today, inventing new insults to people, so I'll skip over that. Well, for the rest of the season, it will be Tyler Smith at left tackle and Terrence Steele at right tackle. And then after that, it's up in the air. It goes back to that age-old question that we've asked ourselves a couple times already over the course of Tyler Smith's career and just in general philosophy. Would you rather have a really good left tackle or an all-pro left guard? And it's which position do you feel like you can play him at? And so that's ultimately what the Cowboys are going to have to ask themselves is, do they feel like Tyler Guyton's taken enough strides, and do they feel like he can stay healthy enough to be left tackle? Or, if they move on from Terrence Steele in the offseason, do they put Guyton at right tackle? So it's going to be an interesting discussion to look over in the offseason. But, I think it's really valuable to have a guy that can do both. But I would much rather have an all-pro player, I think.
Tommy, if Guyton doesn't sprain his ankle, if Guyton's been out there playing the whole time, would they have benched him to do this? Or do you think it's just no opportunity presented itself, let's go ahead and shuffle some things?
Yeah, I think it was just opportunity presented itself. And you're in the last couple of games of the season. You can experiment with things. You should be experimenting with things and trying new things when you're out of the playoffs and, you're not guaranteed a winning record. This is the time to try different things out and see what can carry over for you into next season. Obviously, the roster is going to be different. It is every year. But when you have a guy like Tyler Smith who's that versatile and can do both for you, then I think it's worth a shot to evaluate the option. And if they like it enough and feel like that's their move of the future, then, so be it. I think Tyler Smith can certainly play left tackle, but again, I think if you have an all-pro player in a position, I think you try to keep them there as much as you can. But again, that's just my personal 2 cents.
Tommy Yarsh from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
What's going on with Brad Sham tweeting about this right now? Brad has been on fire.
Man,
he is just spitting fire.
He's mixing it up. He doesn't like the suggestion that this was a plan all along to get him to left tackle on left guard salary, because that was being suggested. So he's like, all these wild conspiracy theories. Don't let your Jones hate blind you and cause you to create wild conspiracy theories.
So people are suggesting that they intentionally undercut Tyler Smith on the contract, and then once he signed it, moved him to left tackle.
Like they knew they'd move him to tackle all along, kind of thing. But you can obviously just hold out at that point too. Is also what you could be looking at. But that's the suggestion that's getting people worked up now. Tommy, you mentioned
Nick Evans weighing in now.
Tommy, you mentioned that this is the time of year to try some different things. Now that you're eliminated and you're in the position that you are, they obviously tried that with left tackle. They're starting to activate guys off of IR, maybe give some different looks to different people. What are some of the things you think they've been hinting at, with the coaching staff, or things that they're talking about that we could see that are different this week, this Thursday against Washington, and through the way to the end of the season?
Well, I think, last game was pretty telling in terms of the running back position. Javonte Williams only had one more carry than Malik Davis did. And whether or not that had something to do with the stinger that Javonte was dealing with, or, maybe they're just trying to get the other running back some reps. Either or, I think you might see something different there just because, Javonte's had a great year, a career year, and what do you have in the rest of that room? Maybe is this? Do we see Jaden Blue again? Are these 2 games opportunities for him to try and earn a spot? I personally, I know that Brian Schottenheimer has said that Dak Prescott's going to play. Dak Prescott's going to start these last 2 games. I think it's kind of invaluable for Joe Milton to get some reps, just because the Cowboys don't have the luxury of having a Cooper Rush in their quarterback room where he's got games under his belt and he's got the experience in games and Joe Milton needs the playing time. So we'll see if there's some sort of plan for that. Probably, as it stands right now, I don't see one in terms of him starting. But does there get to a point in the game where you say, okay, Dak, we've seen enough. Let's see what Joe can do now. And they're going to be smart with his injury things, of course. And then defensively too, you saw some different wrinkles in that last game trying to scheme pressure. I think the one play that stood out to me was when Donovan Ezeraku lined up over the center and tried to blitz from the linebacker spot. They kind of crashed Kenny Clark and Oso Odigizua to stun him around and didn't get home. But nonetheless, there's all kinds of different things you can do, and we'll just see how deep in the bag they go.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, D&M Leasing Hotline. You referenced last game there with a play. I have a random question that we have not brought up here in 2 days, and I want to know the answer to it. The 3rd and 9 deep ball to Turpin. Mm-hmm. What happened?
I don't remember it. Let me pull it up and look at it.
Because that was when you're going. That was. You're making me think that you know what I'm talking about.
That was the pass right before the 4th and 10 play, right? It was.
You know what I'm talking about, Tommy? It was a deep ball, and it was like a miscommunication or confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any idea? Because it's like he wasn't on the same page with Dak. That was a huge play in the game, and the reason I'm asking it is to just further try to get more opinion on Kevontae Turpin and his season and understanding things.
If I remember correctly, it was, and I may not, I have a terrible memory.
It was a deep ball down the middle.
He stopped running.
Was it not double coverage too? And maybe I'm thinking of a different throw, but I don't. From what I remember, I thought it was double coverage, and it just wasn't thrown in the right spot.
Yeah.
Maybe on purpose, seeing the coverage.
Because this was a big moment.
I certainly hope you're not throwing Turpin in double coverage.
No, it was
McCarthy did.
It was everybody on go routes, and Turpin stopped and just didn't. He didn't even look back for the ball. He stopped at a certain point and turned around to look for the ball, and the ball was in there. Dak thought he was going to run all the way through, and he never looked for the ball.
Not just random, since we were bringing up.
I mean, it's an awful look for Turpin. Actually, it's really, really bad.
Right?
Looking at, yeah, it's really bad.
I remember writing that down, but we haven't talked about it
Kevontae
yet.
Turpin's getting an F grade for the way he's played football this year.
You're right. You're right on that one, Choppy.
Doesn't happen often.
No.
Doesn't happen often, but I can spot wide receivers. I think it's the Pink Eye Academy.
Tommy, anything else from Jerry that you took about an hour ago with us?
I think it'll be interesting to see what their free agency approach is. I think it starts with the guys in the building. Obviously, George Pickens is going to be the biggest one, and then where do they go from there? But if it's a free agency that's not really as active as they were previously in terms of the number of players they signed, I'd be really interested to see how they approach the draft with only 2 top 100 picks, and they both come in the first round. Do you use one of those later picks, maybe the Packers pick, and try to move back and pick up a second or a third or a fourth or any combination of the 3? And because you just need that much help on defense, and you need that many players. So it'll be really interesting to see. I'm looking forward to the draft show where we can start to experiment with those kinds of things and take a look at all those scenarios. But it should be a pretty fascinating offseason.
Thank you, Thomas. Happy holidays, man. Appreciate you.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas, guys. Really appreciate y'all. Have a good week.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
Boy, Dak is furious on this throw.
We didn't talk about this. This was a moment.
He lets the ball go. He sees Turpin stopped running, and he's pissed.
This was right after the false start, right?
Yeah, this is bad. This is a bad look for Turpin.
What's the score game conditions?
I mean, they were down. Yeah, this was at this point they were down 34-17. They're still down 34-17 at this point, but it's still 27-17. This is still 27.
Yeah.
This is the play before the 4th and 10.
I have no idea, Chuck.
And this is the one
no
where
memory
it was
of that.
we talked about this yesterday. Just pick up a few yards.
I'm going to show you over here. So he's in the slot right over here, and so you can see he just doesn't run it out. Like when you see he's got it, Dak thinks he's got it, so he throws it, and he's just stopping and not even looking for it. It's just an awful look.
Nick Eatman has weighed in on the conspiracy theories, coming from Bob Stern, by the way. that maybe they paid Tyler Smith underhandedly as a guard, and then they're going to move him to left tackle. Bob, we respect Bob's football mind and sports brain around here. This is coming across a little weird with a conspiracy, but here's Nick Eatman. Be the media guy you are and ask what happened, and someone would tell you they agreed in August. Guyton got hurt, and then Tyler's agents stopped the process because they knew they needed to keep negotiating with this possibility in place. My understanding is they already have clauses in the deal for such a move. So that is great reporting from Nick Eatman, if true, that they have clauses in Tyler's deal saying, all right, if you move to tackle, then this gets kicked up. So that would avoid a possible ugly off-season fight that we said should be coming from the agent and Tyler if he was to play tackle next year.
So that is a lack of confidence all the way back in August, though, that you were even discussing, hey, let's build these triggers in because he may have to play tackle for us.
A lack of confidence in Guyton.
I would assume. Again, it could be Steele. It could be that we'd move him here and then Guyton would eventually take right. It's a bad look. You've lost confidence in somebody.
I agree. There it is. Inside the Star with Sean and RJ on the home. All right. They're not in here. So that means you can go see the KNC Masterpiece today. Find out where and how as we crosstalk with the fellas after this. All right.
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. They are on the road today, and Corey Majors is already getting after it with the Tolo Flask alongside Alec Medford.
That's right.
Good morning, boys. Where are you?
Guys, we are at Freebirds in Addison today, right off of Beltline. And we already got people rolling in here now, so go ahead and come on out today. We are giving away the Tolo Flasks, and would love for you to come get one before the holidays so that you can make sure to go to your holiday parties, visit your family, well imbibed.
Mm-hmm. Alec, what would be the top two choices that you would have in that flask? The Alec Medford go-tos.
That's a good question. Some sort of tequila. I'm a big tequila guy.
Yep, I know that from his birthday.
Reposado or Blanco? Or don't say that smoky one, the awful one.
Mezcal. No, not at all. I used to be a Blanco guy, but I've started drinking more Repo recently, trying to expand the palate a little bit.
Oh, wow.
But that or a nice bourbon.
Whoa. So just straight up, bourbon or tequila.
Yeah, pretty much.
Straight up's the way to go. You can't be mixing things.
Well, he's young.
He's young. He's a child.
That's right.
No, I'm saying it's impressive. Like, you were a gin and tonic guy.
I was a gin and tonic guy, yeah.
You know, and now
straight
now
Burbies.
you're straight bourbon.
Straight Burbies, baby.
Bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Burbies.
Sean, you mind if I share a story?
Antiques.
Please.
So, you know I'm a bourbon guy. You know, I brought you the new riff. Usually I would have Buffalo Trace in my flask. That's usually the easy go-to. It's a good pour.
Thank you for that.
I reached out to you this weekend and asked for your advice because my wife now works at Sandlot, and she was looking for something for Jared for Christmas. And so I said, "Hey man, what do you think?" Because I've been around Jared a lot, and I very rarely see him drink. Even when we're in surprise, it's like he's so busy. So I was like, "All right." Sean's partied with him enough that he probably knows. He's been over at the house for the swimming parties and stuff. So Sean was like, "Dude, he's not much of a drinker." Suggested something off Goldbelly. He loved it. He absolutely loved it. He thought it was great. He was like, "How did you know where to get this? Like, where did you?" And she said, "I'm not going to reveal my sources." And he goes like, "Okay, that's fine." And she goes, "But it was either RJ or Choppy." And
wow. Wow.
And he replied back and said, "Sean, maybe?" And she said, "Oh yeah, Sean too." It was either. So she never heard though the RJ and Choppy show bit.
Oh,
so
man.
This is a whole new world of experience and embarrassment for her, and I feel really bad about it, Sean, because I really appreciate the advice.
Wait, she didn't know the reference, but she used it?
She was like, "Hold on, RJ is Choppy," and so her brain went complete. She wasn't trying to hurt you or anything.
Okay.
It was an accident.
Right now.
Yeah, I am. Right. I'm definitely bringing this up and not trying to hurt. I just thought it was a funny story.
Adrian, you were maybe a top seed of wives here in the building.
She's pretty awesome.
Before this. Don't ask me anymore for any help. Amanda's not going to San Francisco now for the Super Bowl. Ooh, canceling.
She wasn't going already.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
I gotta take her to that militarized town.
I said I was fine. You guys panicked when I was like, "Let the girls run around in New Orleans on the streets." And I said that's not happening in San Fran. That's not happening where they'll probably put us hotel wise. So no, she's not going to San Francisco with Bobby and Corey's wife. But yeah, Jared is the very rare corned beef over pastrami fan. And he loves this deli in Houston. And I'm shocked that Jared didn't just...
My dad was like that.
Exactly know that it came from me. How many people... He must be a corned beef slut.
My dad likes corned beef over pastrami.
Everyone's just sending him, salted cured meats. I thought I was the only one, but he's a brisket whore.
I used to have corned beef for breakfast all the time. I couldn't stand it.
Really?
I hated it. I was like, "Dad, what are we doing here?" I still think you should have gotten him alcohol. I don't care if he doesn't drink or not. It's hard. Well,
he drinks.
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
Yeah, I do know that.
I'll tell you off record what to really get Jared, but he wouldn't be happy. I didn't I didn't want to text it to you, and I'm definitely not going to say it. But Jared, he's not going to sit back with a Alec Medford bourbon or tequila flask. Get him freeze him some grapes next time.
There you go. Yeah, frozen grapes and good start. Bag of popcorn and a cucumber. He likes a gnaw on a cucumber every once in a while.
But yeah, people come to me for the gift thoughts. Nick Harris for Bobby.
Yes.
Nick Harris is getting you a present?
He already did.
Nick Harris, he got me that dram, the Midwinter's Night dram that I just lost to Sean because of the Chargers game.
That's right. Freebird pickup.
They got it. They got it over there. They're doing their jobs.
Okay,
I'm proud of them.
What's coming up?
Guys, we start things off. Mavs, Anthony Davis poured it on, and as soon as I hit send on the run sheet, the Mavericks gave up the booty in the fourth quarter because these fourth quarter collapses are starting to really be brutal. NFL overreaction or reality at 10:20, and so much more throughout the day. We got a shoddy press conference around 12:40, so we'll look forward to hearing from him about some of the things about this roster, whether or not they'll be playing all the guys.
All right, let's finish up Ask Reddit with the leftovers from the Expressway.
Let's go ahead and, I don't know, Alec Medford got his first opportunity to do it when I sat in with KNC a couple Fridays ago. Great experience. Yeah. But let's go to Alec Medford on the first question. Alec, what do you expect 2026's major event will be?
Ooh. I would say... You know what? I'm going to stick with sports, honestly. I think we're going to have more of a gambling situation than we expect.
Oh.
I think we're going to have some sort of massive, large-scale gambling bust that is going to be the talk of the town. People in leagues are going to have to start changing their policies kind of thing because it's going to be some big name.
Is Chauncey Billups in custody? Or no?
I have no idea.
Where? What's up with Chauncey?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything
about
Ty
Lue? I thought Ty Lue was in on it.
Evidently not. I mean, if he is, that's why Chris Paul's gone.
He pled guilty a month ago, or he pled not guilty a month ago.
That's out of the courtroom.
That's the last update they have on him. So it's been a while. Chop.
The Patriot games. It's the event of the year. Because we're going to make America great.
What is it?
That's the 250th anniversary of our wonderful nation is next year in 2026. And in the fall, they're going to have the Patriot games, which is it's a great movie, by the way. Great with Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
fantastic.
It's good.
But it's going to be one high school male, one high school female from each state. They're going to compete in a games.
They're going to throw balls underhanded.
Hunger Games kind of thing.
Push, chest pass.
Fight to the death.
Fight to the death. I don't know if it's going to be
Squid Games.
I don't know if it's going to be like the Dr. Pepper chest pass or anything like that, but yeah, it's going to be the games.
They need to cancel that. They need to cancel that, by the way.
Yes, they do.
Cancel the Dr. Pepper. I don't care about these
force
kids.
Force them to throw overhand.
Yeah, you have to throw overhand.
What happened to the game I love?
It's midterms. 2026. Midterms are going to be the big thing. So something to do with political shots taken at each other or something else.
What do midterms actually get done or do? People are like, oh my God, he's going to...
So historically, it's usually a wave across the country for the opposite party. So whoever won in 24, which is the Republicans, then the thought would be generally that, it's a big cleanup for Democrats now in 2026. So that'll, I'm sure, start a lot of war of words and stuff. So I'm sure whatever comes out of that, it'll circle back to that, I would guess.
But why do you think that's going to be some big, new, different thing?
Every congressman, I think, is up.
All of Congress is up. So you'll have long-term Congress people who are going to get put out. I'm sure there'll be Trump going back and forth with people, different things like that. Peyton?
It's got to be something with AI robots or something taking over the world.
Yeah.
Maybe not taking over the world, but just some kind of war started because some scientist is going to release all these robots that he has hidden behind, in his house.
Not if Kyrie's here.
Corey Majors.
Yes.
Let's go with what's something women think impresses men but actually doesn't?
Oh, man. Knowledge of football.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
I don't need
that's
that.
the answer.
I don't need it. I just need you to make sure that the chips are full.
Whoa!
Yeah, you go.
Make sure you made those chips too. Homemade.
Bobby and Corey.
No, honestly, like
BC. There's a reason their initials are BC.
No, that's
back to the old days, baby.
That's not even. That's not even related to being incapable of it. It's just I'm not impressed. But it's like, okay, good. Like you're following it. Cool. Like I mean, but it doesn't blow me away whatever they know about sports. It's like there you go.
God. You
no, that's soft bigotry of low expectations.
It was still really insulting.
That's what y'all are doing. I have higher expectations, is what it is.
I don't know if they don't. I don't know that they think this impresses men, but I think
your dad misogynist?
No, I'm not.
I don't know if they think this impresses men, but it definitely doesn't attract me. Lip fillers.
Yes.
I could not care less about. First of all, have you ever tried to kiss somebody with lip fillers?
No.
I mean, it's like. It's like you're kissing two pens against against a tongue. It's like hard as a rock. Just not a fan.
That's a great one. Hey, Pay.
Mine's got to be just pretending to be dumb. The whole like blonde, being dumb blonde moment thing.
Yeah. Do you think they're faking?
Yeah. Yes, I think a lot of time they are faking because they want to be like, ooh, you know, I'm just a girl, silly me, and they want to act cute and stuff. And so I think some guys buy that. And it's like, okay, I'll take care of you. You know, I'll simp up to you. But yeah, pretending to be
Simp
dumb.
up to you. No, one of the answers I liked on here from Reddit was the talking crap about other women. Like that, when you just like join like that chick or whatever. Like it is kind of like off-putting actually. Usually, whenever they're coming off as like being catty. Okay. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. You want to do one more? Or we
one
run
more.
out of time?
Yeah.
Okay. Sean, I'm going to start with you. What is the single most, since we're going to keep it on gender, the single most male-dominated hobby? What's a hobby that you would say there's like got to be no women who participate?
Mechanic?
So the thing I was thinking about was like the ham radio people. Like I don't know that I've ever known of a woman who like does the CB radio stuff.
Such a random thing.
No, it's not. That's a huge
what
hobby.
Profession though.
Like a bunch of people do it as a hobby of like just being able to talk to people who have radios across the country and stuff.
Candy cane.
I don't know the reference.
Joyride.
I don't know what Joyride is.
What? What's your answer?
Lawn care.
Lawn care.
Lawn care.
Okay. I had a female lawn care person once for a little bit, couple weeks.
How are those lines?
Man, you guys.
There are so many mommies in my neighborhood.
It involved driving, didn't it?
Introduce me, Majors.
Yeah, lots of mommies in my neighborhood mowing our yards.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
What's y'all's answer, Pepe?
Mine's got to be collecting baseball cards. I've never once known. I've never once known a girl to do that. It's all been
You guys go to the card collection stuff. Have you seen many female card collectors?
Nope.
There are moms there with their kids.
Yeah.
Mostly as though it's dads and sons.
Is there a softball world of cards?
I've not seen it.
Like it exists, but it's not. It hasn't taken off yet.
Yeah, it's not as popular. Yet. Which give it time, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Where are
For
you?
women.
Where? God, it was just rotating the Bundy right here.
Hey!
Rotating the no,
We're
ma'am.
doing dice, man.
No, ma'am. Corey, one more time. Where you at?
Guys, we are at Freebirds in Addison, right off of Beltline. Just swing on by today, off the North Dallas Tollway. Come say hi to us and get yourself one of these flasks.
Bam, there it is. The KNC Masterpiece coming at you next.
Up to date on sports? Of course you are. Our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Freebirds in Addison, right off of Beltline. Come on and say hello to us today. We also have these Tolo flasks. It is right before the holidays. So, again, this is a perfect time to get something to put in your pocket so that whenever you're around family, you can take a load off, if you will.
That's right.
Or maybe help Tolo go. We don't know exactly how things go, but you never know when a good nip's going to happen, you know? And you get this thing out. It's full of whatever your favorite drink is.
Yeah.
And you make sure maybe it's some Mossy Horn. Yeah.
I love Mossy Horn.
Yeah.
I got my dad some for his birthday back in March, and he absolutely loved it. And I need to re-up and maybe steal one of these so I can be ready for Christmas Day here in a couple days.
Absolutely. And you know, as they're saying from the 469, can we say what Mike loved? See you next year. I've already called Kevin and told him that because I won't see him until next year. So I called him yesterday because there were some questions, and I was like, hey, I gave him all the information I need to give him. And I usually don't call anybody on their vacations because I think it's a sacred time to be away from the guys at work.
Sure.
But there was a very important thing he needed to hear about and answer. And then at the end of it, I said, see you next year, buddy. And he said it was an expletive and then a couple more expletives. And I think he just hung up. I don't know exactly how that went, but he wasn't very happy about it. I do think he said, I love you at the end of it, though.
Aww,
you know, so that was a nice thing.
Nice.
That was a nice thing to hear, and he doesn't usually say that. It's kind of difficult. You know, you're giving that kind of love, and he doesn't say it back. You know, but you know, either way, see him next year. But yeah, we'll say that. I'll actually say that on Wednesday. Wednesday, I will give you the see you next year. So
I can't tell anybody that because I'm still going to be here.
You can say it to somebody. You can say it on New Year's Eve.
I can say it to you.
You can, absolutely. You can say it to me.
I just realized that because you're not here next.
And I like it though. It's Kevin that hates it. You know, so that's a problem for him, not a problem for because it's true. It's true. It's one day.
It's technically correct.
Maybe it's one day, but it's next year.
It's the best kind of correct.
And that's an important thing. So from the 469, hope Kevin rests in peace and comes back strong. He's alive. The rest in peace part.
Sources told me otherwise.
Yeah, let him have it. Oh, really?
Yeah.
What sources? I literally talked to him yesterday. Was there this morning thing that happened?
He caught a red eye to Germany, and the rehab process has to start back over again.
Yeah, the red eye was not from the flight.
No, not at all. No, the flight was only like 45 minutes. He was already overseas.
877-881-1053. The Mavericks last night. We'll start off with a little bit of what happened with the Mavericks last night. It was Anthony Davis's show. 35 points. He had 17 rebounds. He was unstoppable offensively until about 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Then everything fell apart for this team. I think they were up by like 9 or 10. And this is now becoming a trend, Alec, that I don't like to see. They gave up 40 points in the fourth quarter. Now, I do believe New Orleans has won 5 in a row, and Zion Williamson coming off the bench has become a very positive thing for this team. But Trey Murphy and Herb Jones, like that group right there, I was like, all right, throughout the night. And then all of a sudden, Jordan Poole and Zion Williamson take over this thing and make it an irritant. I didn't love seeing that. They couldn't not hit three-pointers. The crowd started going nuts, and the Mavericks just could not find their offense. And then I think it was about 2 minutes left, Alec. I looked up, and these guys there was a bucket that went in, and every single one of those dudes, the body language told me what was going on.
Yeah.
Their story was, we're done. We know it. We can't figure anything out. No answers for us. This game's over. And another fourth quarter collapse is we kind of fixed some turnover things that I'd been asking them to do. Then they reverted back to that a little bit. And then the fourth quarter collapse happens. So those two trends right there are not boding well for the Mavericks.
Second consecutive clutch time loss for the Mavericks. And it's tough whenever you're a different looking team that is going through stretches of good shooting and good defense, but right now you're not shooting well, you're not guarding well, and the issue with this part of the schedule and the reason why they're giving up these late game situations entirely is because they're running into teams that are playing just as hard as they do.
Yeah.
And teams that look kind of similar just from an overall makeup of you got a couple young pieces that you like, but then you got the couple veteran guys that may or may not even be on the team for the whole season, and you're trying to find some sort of identity.
Yeah.
They're running into those same teams like the Pelicans, which you mentioned, like Zion coming off the bench is a totally different look, but it's working for them. And I'm finding myself getting irritated with this team whenever Klay Thompson has a good game. It seems like we can't finish out those games. And
dude, he started hot. He hit 5 in like the first quarter. It felt like
he had 20 in the first half.
Jeez.
And whenever Klay is feeling his 3-point shot, I just automatically assume you're going to win the game because the volume that he gets at this point in his career is still high enough to where it will impact the game in a pretty dramatic way. But I don't like how they're kind of letting up in the second half, and it seems surface level to say that, but it's almost like they get these hot starts from guys like Klay and some of their role players where they're like, okay, we've got it, rather than, okay, keep pressing the gas. And it's slowing down the leveling up of Cooper Flagg's game whenever they are just kind of letting off the gas, which I want to see him be aggressive in the fourth quarter no matter what the score is. I want to see if he can dominate in those stretches like you saw at Duke, where even in the postseason run that I know didn't end the way they wanted, shout out to Kevin, but they would put the ball in his hands, and it's essentially the message that Kevin would always say, go be Cooper Flagg. I want to see more of that, but again, some of the complacency, shot selection, those things in the fourth quarter are just completely melting down. And I don't know if it's just an overall communication thing in game. I don't know if it's a Jason Kidd thing. That's yet to be seen because I haven't seen a big enough sample size. But I'm seeing enough good stuff in the first half of these games against teams that look similar to you construction-wise to where I'm like, I don't think it's a foundational issue. I think we're just gassing ourselves a little bit too much and not trying hard enough.
Well, see, and that's like it was the Najee Marshall. He had the ball, he got the ball inbounded, and he turns a corner, and I think Jordan Poole just got up in his kitchen and knocked the ball loose, put it out of bounds, and yet that was when I saw the shoulders drop. That was when I saw Najee was just like, whatever, man, and they felt like there should have been a penalty, or a foul call. They felt like the things weren't quite going their way, but whenever things are like that, man, and you're on somebody else's court, you got to make things go your own way. This is like talking to Steven yesterday and being like, hey, what are you going to do about the lack of picks that you have? You kind of have to go make your own luck now. Yeah. And just being like, it'll all come together. Man, that's kind of tough. So that wasn't an easy one to digest last night. I know there are a lot of Mavericks fans that are still kind of on the ledge with this team. They don't know exactly where they want to be, but I'm rooting for Cooper Flagg to grow, Nembhard to grow into a fine young rookie duo between them. I hope Anthony Davis can stay healthy and perform at that level, because watching him perform at that level is really fun. Yeah. For a general NBA fan, I think it's really fun to watch Anthony Davis play at a high level. It's just unfortunate about his inability to stay healthy most of the time, but hopefully he can have more nights like that. And it's not just because he was in New Orleans going up against – dude, he got booed a lot last night. A lot last night. And then Cooper Flagg was getting – he got some cheers, and then later he was getting some boos because of the effort that he was giving out there. Let's go ahead and navigate the NFC East just a little bit here. What do you want, the Eagles, Giants, Cowboys, or Commanders?
Well, if I'm going to use your line of thinking, I feel like we have to start with who is in first place.
Okay, the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, despite Jake Elliott's recent struggles or best efforts to miss, dude, that was wild to watch him miss a field goal. The penalty is called. He gets closer and then misses again the exact same way. I was like, that is insane, but they will not go and turn to another kicker. As a matter of fact, Nick Sirianni said afterwards, he said he'll respond and he'll rebound from this. Do you think kicking is going to be a thing that keeps them from getting their Super Bowl that they're hoping for again this year?
Oh, I sure hope so. And I do think that it could come into play because especially with something that is so specific like kicking in football, that is a one-way street in terms of your responsibility, your preparation. Like these guys practice the same way every single week because they know what their job is, and usually if they're in the league, they know their mechanics, they know their swing path and everything. It's almost like baseball where like the mechanics are usually kind of set in stone. It feels like to me it's usually too late in the season for you as a kicker to be fixing mechanics. That's why if I'm an Eagles fan, which I'm not, I'm hoping that it's a mental thing where he's just getting in his own head, and rather than some sort of mechanical like, oh, the foot placement's off or the swing path is 2 degrees too high or something like that, because then you really got to get in the lab and you got to make yourself uncomfortable. And for Jake Elliott, that's probably not going to bode well. If it is him just psyching himself out, he just needs to sit down with his teammates, his coaches, and get that, hey, like, you're one of the better guys in the league. You're just doing this to yourself. Stop overthinking it. So I'm hoping that it could. I think it really could, if we're being honest. I think it could be the thorn in their side, because we've definitely seen games where the Eagles' offense is non-existent, and they rely on him a lot. On the games where Jalen Hurts can't seem to find a wide-open A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith and company, it can look rough offensively, so they're going to need him in the playoffs.
Yeah, 17 of 24 this year. That's 70%. During the playoffs last year, he had some struggles too, 90.9% during the playoffs, though. So they're hoping that they can recapture that 10 of 11 from last season. But I think this is one of those things where this team has kind of looked to me like the Rangers, where they're like, they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
The talent's there. They just got to figure it out. And sometimes that never happens, and hopefully that's the case with Philadelphia. Where are we heading next, Alec? Giants, Cowboys, or Commanders?
I feel like we got to go Cowboys here.
All right, Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott, 244 yards, 3 touchdowns, a 116.5 rating. He's got 35,612 passing yards, 241 touchdown passes since entering the league in 2016. He joins Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, Derek Carr, and Jared Goff, and Mahomes, Matt Ryan, and Russell Wilson as the only quarterbacks to have 35,500 and 240 passing touchdowns in the first 10 years of their career. Patrick Mahomes is in his 9th season, so we're still sitting with that right now. CeeDee Lamb, though, this is something I like. CeeDee Lamb, 67 career games with at least 5 receptions, the most such games by a player in his first 6 career seasons all time.
Wow,
he gets the ball. They throw the ball to him a lot. They look for him a lot. They trust him a lot. I know he gets lots of targets, and people think that he shouldn't, but he's the guy that the Cowboys turn to a lot of times. Then also 565 career receptions, second most receptions by a player in his first 6 seasons, trailing only Justin Jefferson by 2. So,
wow.
Justin Jefferson by 2. So that's a nice little number to add to that there. All right, Giants or Commanders?
Give me the Commanders since we play them.
Okay. Which J will the Cowboys play on Thursday? The Commanders have a secret quarterback plan for Jeff Driscoll. But they also have Josh Johnson on their roster, who is like 39 years old and has played with all the teams. Which one of these quarterbacks will they play? I love the idea that Dan Quinn's like, no, guys, don't worry about it. We have a secret plan for Jeff Driscoll. It's going to be a blast.
That's a sentence that has never been said in human history. We've got a secret plan for our secret weapon, Jeff Driscoll. Yeah, I've often been intimidated by Jeff Driscoll, of all people. No, it sounds like a whole lot of J's that need to get smoked by the Cowboys defensive line. I'm intrigued to see how ugly this game is, because it feels like what we were talking about a couple weeks ago with the Raiders game, the very stoppable force versus the very movable object,
right?
Which is the Cowboys defense and the Commanders offense, with who knows who's going to play at quarterback.
Yeah, and the other thing too is injury. What happens if your other quarterbacks get injured? What do you do? Last week it was Jalen Lane. He was the emergency quarterback. Jeremy McNichols would have handled the role in worst-case scenario, but Dan Quinn keeping that a secret as well. Also, reserve tight end Colson Yankoff was a logical candidate for emergency designation, but unfortunately he missed out against the Eagles because of an ankle problem. So we'll see if Yankoff is there for the future.
Kind of rude to call him that.
And then, that's his last name.
Oh.
So I'm just going with what I'm seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one from the Giants. Jackson Dart's good luck diamond necklace from his sister broke mid-game against the Vikings.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good luck charm, and it broke during the game.
So
That's
he's
not
out of
fun.
luck.
Yeah, does that mean it's not lucky? Like, if this is a good luck charm and it breaks and goes missing, does that mean that it's not lucky anymore?
It's not anymore for sure. I think that's emblematic of like, hey, you spent all of your luck that I could have given you.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm a necklace speaking in this case, like, hey, I gave you everything I had.
I'm a necklace.
Yes. If I am speaking from the point of view of a necklace, I'm like, hey, I gave you everything I've got. I'm done. I can't give you any more. So I'm just going to break and you're going to get rid of me and you're going to find a new charm to rock out there.
Guys, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, live from Freebirds in Addison, right off of Beltline. We will be doing overreaction or reality. Are these coaches' jobs in jeopardy? Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ.
To you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, live from Freebirds in Addison, right off Beltline. Come on in and say hello to us. Get yourself one of these sweet Tolo flasks. We got these options available for you today. Also, Alec, since we are at Freebirds, I was talking to my buddy yesterday, and he was like, I just love that burrito so much. Such a good burrito. Yeah. And I was like, it is. It's a damn fine burrito. Yeah. Last time I was here, I got the smaller sized. What is your go-to? I see this jalapeno cheddar sausage, and I'm like, okay, I might need to get one of those on the way out today. Yeah. What is your go-to burrito? Because you love Freebirds.
I do, and I usually rock the monster-sized with the Freebirds chicken because I feel like chicken can never do me any wrong, especially Freebirds chicken. They've got two different kinds, but the Freebirds chicken is just elite. It's their special seasoning. They do it upright. It is wonderful. Got to do the cilantro lime rice. Yep, I love white rice. I love the cilantro lime. Man, I could talk about this place all day, but yeah, I loaded up with pretty much everything I can after that. And I have myself a good day after that. I hit all my macros, and I'm pretty much good for the day. It's
wonderful. We used to order Freebirds up at the station when we were working nights, and we would one of us would go pick it up. Yeah. And one night, Kevin, I think it was Sean Hudgens. It was Sean Hudgens' turn to go pick up, and he was like, "All right, I'll be back." And he goes, "What do you want on your order?" And Kevin said, "Hey, is there any way you can get the rice without the little green stuff in it?" And I was like, "The cilantro?" And he was like, "Yeah, that stuff." I was like, "You can't even, it has no effect on you." And he's like, "But I know it's there. I know that it's there, and I just want meat and cheese and rice without the green stuff in it." And I was like, "Dude, it's literally a flavor that you can." Now, I know some people, I didn't know this at the time, but I know some people feel like cilantro tastes like soap.
Yes,
for the whole world, it's split. Yeah. So you either love cilantro or you hate cilantro. Kevin didn't care about the flavor. He just knew that there was something green that he did not want to eat inside of it, like a child with onions. And so you have to chop them up so tiny and finely that the flavor's there, but they don't even know. And that was how Kevin rolled out there.
Jeez, so cilantro is great.
Yeah, cilantro is good. It's good for the system too.
Yes.
It'll flush things out. You get a whole bunch of cilantro stems. Not all the time that you want stems and seeds, right? You don't always want those.
I'm just going to pull some out of my backpack.
Just start chomping on some cilantro.
In the new year, you're just going to, instead of my usual fruit snacks and protein bars, it's just going to be cilantro stems.
I love that idea. I do love that a lot. All right, guys, it's now time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And Cowboys coach Brian Schottenheimer was asked if it's a scheme problem or a player problem with the defense. Quote, "We have the personnel and the scheme. We just didn't get it done." And that is where I'm like, oh, man, I am maddened by this. Overreaction or reality? Brian Schottenheimer doesn't have an answer to that question.
Ooh. Overreaction, he does. He just doesn't want to tell us. Because I think he's kind of hinted at it. What was it, the red zone situation a couple weeks ago where they had to call the timeout defensively because nobody was lined up, and they asked him the next day at the presser, and he was like, "Yeah, we got to be better there. That's a communication thing from coach to player. Mm-hmm. That needs to be better." I think he kind of showed his hand there that my defensive coordinator isn't that good at what he's supposed to do. So I think he, at this point in the season, to try to keep everybody invested on his team in terms of players, coaches, and staff, he's not going to air anybody out. And he's just going to say, look, we've got everything in place. We're just not doing our jobs. And that's the coach speak way of doing it. That's the very soft way of saying we have multiple issues, so I'm just going to say everything, which I respect. As the man in power, you have to do that. But I know behind closed doors, he's definitely having those post-game meetings the next day on Monday with Jerry and Steven and saying, dude, the players aren't where we need them to be. The coaching is not exactly where we need it to be. We just need to make it through the season. We're going through the motions.
Yeah, that's my real hope is that I think he understands talent. He's been around the game long enough to really have a good eye for it, know what he wants. He knew what he wanted to do with Javonte Williams. This is one of my big things this morning, Jerry, and we'll get to it in the C block, but this morning they asked him pretty much the same question. And he threw out actually it was about Diggs. Do you think Diggs can play within the scheme? And he said, you can't play on this team. You can't be here if you can't play within the scheme. And that's where a lot of times I disagree with coaching. I think coaches should go out and acquire and ask for the players they need for their scheme. Absolutely. But if you don't have it, you have to be creative enough to come up with a scheme that fits what you have.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, this defense has shown multiple times that they aren't physical enough. Their linebackers aren't good enough to play at that second level to really help the run game and the pass game. So maybe that the talent isn't there. But when you're the best coaches take a player and they go, all right, he's not good at this, so I'm going to tailor this to it. Also, the best GMs go say, well, if I don't have a player that's good at it, we need to find players that are multiple, can do all those things. And so that's what the GM has to do. GM has to make sure you got the personnel. And then as Brian Flores, we were just talking about that with Broadish yesterday, right? Brian Flores is like, okay, I got these guys. I'm going to do this with these guys. And so I think catering to it's a really big deal. I don't think Eberflus has done a good enough job this year catering to what this talent is. That being said, I also didn't feel like this talent was good enough to really give you something like that anyway. So it is. I think it's a combination. He said we have the personnel and the scheme. I don't think they have either at the moment. I don't think either one of them works.
I don't either.
Overreaction or reality, rallying cries are overrated unless you can convince your guys to buy in. Now, this is regarding Liam Cohen, who mentioned small market about 800 times in his press conference. Yep. As Sean Payton had mentioned, small market. They're doing a great job for a small market team. And Liam Cohen was like, F that. And then he was like, let's double finger the whole world here.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, oh, because that was basically what you got out of the Trayvon Walker yesterday, too. And he was just like, no, we don't even want you around here. This is us. F everybody else. But basically, Sean Payton was saying, hey, look, I was in a small market. I coached in New Orleans. Nobody ever cared about us. They were just like, y'all are the Saints down there, whatever. It's not like you're the Cowboys or the Giants or anything like that. The big stage in front of the biggest media, you're kind of in a place where they're like, nobody's paying attention. Kevin's been talking about that. The Seahawks and Jaguars have been quietly creating themselves.
That's right.
And Liam Cohen said, hey, small market. And Sean Payton said, hey, that's a good rallying cry, and it worked for them. It was effective. Small rallying cries are overrated unless you can convince your guys to buy in.
Reality, because if you can't convince them to buy in, you're just going to make a fool of yourself. You know, like the whole fake mad bit and stuff. Or maybe you are really mad, but people just don't respect your voice enough to take you seriously. Like there's just certain people in the world of sports that it's hard for the general public or even players to take seriously. Mm-hmm. Like even though he's one of the greatest of all time in a different sport, I can never take Kevin Durant seriously because he's such a troll off the court and he's so vocal about unimportant things and about super minute things and people picking apart his game on Twitter and stuff. It's like if he, was on tape giving a rallying speech to the Rockets if they're making a playoff push, I'm like, okay, cool. But you're still the same internet troll that I don't really care about. Yeah. It's the same with Mike McDaniel. If we're going to keep it the same sport, I can't take him seriously. He sounds like he's stoned off his ass 24/7 at the podium. But if he did that whole, F the small market thing, we're better than people think, and we don't want any more fans to jump on the bandwagon, I'd be like, huh. Okay.
Yeah, you got this idea, this concept a long time ago that the approach that Tom Landry had, stoic. Yeah. And Bill, look at all the coaches that kind of followed that afterwards, and they had this very specific mindset. And breaking out of that mold, being a little bit different, isn't going to work because people are going to be like, dude, what is this really? You're not taking yourself seriously, and so are you even taking this thing seriously? But I think the ability to get a room full of dudes to say we're all on the same page. And we buy into whatever he's doing. Obviously, like Ben Johnson's done it this year. I think Liam Cohen's done a really good job of it this year as well because they said, watch the success happen. Just trust the system, trust what we're doing, do your job, and watch the success happen. And as that goes along, guys start buying in. And then they start creating their own rallying cries. Tolo, go. Take a load off. Whatever it is, the people start to create it themselves. From the 469, Liam Cohen's trying to distance himself from the fact that he's a lying snake. And then from the 469, he's just Lane Kiffin, the NFL version of Lane Kiffin. And some people are still, I don't know if they're still mad about the fact that he went back and forth, or if there's something else that Liam Cohen has actually set off for these people.
The hatred is weird. I respect him looking at that situation initially in Jacksonville and saying, I'm not working with that
he lied
GM.
to the Bucks?
Yeah.
Wasn't that a, like, I'm going there, but then he went back because of what you said?
Yeah, they wouldn't get rid of the GM at first, so he said, no, I'm not flying out there anymore. I'm going to re-sign with the Bucks for more money. And then they were like, Shad Khan was like, all right, Trent Baalke, get out of here. We want our guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so they got a new GM, James Gladstone, and they got Liam Cohen to, I think it was like the day he was supposed to sign his extension with Tampa, was like, no, I'm going back to Jacksonville.
Gotcha. And then now he's there doing his thing and looking pretty good. If I can understand, though, I don't like Josh McDaniel. I thought he was kind of a flake when he was coaching. And then whenever he did the whole thing with the Colts where he backed out on them and went back to New England, I was like, I'll never have any respect for that dude again. He should never get another interview for a head coaching job after doing something like that. So, but I understand that. I get it for sure. Overreaction to reality. Phillip Rivers' feet make him actually look 45 years old. Did you see him last night? Like, he was so... And then there was one throw where he kind of, like, jumped and floated. No, he already has the weird arm motion. Yeah. You know, he already has the weird where he's kind of throwing from his pec. You know, it's like this, And I don't know how he gets it as far down the field as he does from right there. But he does that. But then his feet last night, I was like, that is an old man trying not to die.
Yeah. Honestly, now that you say that, I realized that. I just didn't process it. Because there was one play. It was a play-action fake over the middle, I want to say. It might have been the Michael Pittman thing that Shanahan thought was a fumble or thought wasn't a catch. It might have been that play where he fakes it to JT, and he only holds the ball for a second and a half or so after, but he was just tapping his feet, and then he kind of lobs it over the middle. Yeah, that was the one,
yeah.
Yeah, he did show his age. He really did show his age last night.
He did get out and run a little bit, though, and that was a chore and an adventure at the same time.
It was a process.
Yeah, it definitely was.
There's a lot of work that goes into greasing those gears up at 45 years old. Shout out Men's Tea Clinic.
Yes,
but that's what he needs to get on. But, yeah, he did show his age a few times. And then at the same time, he did look good. He did look really good and dialed in the first half, and then the second half showed that he's still 45.
Bonus Phillip Rivers overreaction to reality.
Yes.
Whenever there was a false start, his tackle jumped off sides last night. Phillip Rivers almost cussed.
Yes.
Because he looks, I've never seen, and I always have this question, when you have a quarterback that's, almost 60 coming into your group, and he's like, I'm going to play, and you guys better listen to me, and you haven't been with him all season, and then he starts almost cussing you out after a false start. Do you shut up, old man, or do you go, you know what, he's right, I got to do my... I'm kind of curious on what he was going through his tackle's mind there.
Do you just go full Pete DeBoer last season in the postseason?
Throw him under the bus?
Throw him under, whenever he was, remember a reporter that apparently hadn't been there all season was asking fiery questions. He's like, I was bold when you haven't been here all season.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you just do that? Hey, man, I've started every single game this year. You got here a week ago.
You just showed up, buddy.
You just showed up. You just wanted to get away from the kids and the wife during Christmas time, man. We know your game. You're not slick. You wanted to fly under the radar with a couple less Christmas gifts. I know your game, Phillip Rivers.
Brock Purdy had 5 touchdowns last night.
That's a lot.
Overreaction to reality. This team is the silent underdog in the NFC.
That's a reality.
The Niners, they get healthy, dude, you're in trouble.
And that's the thing, they're not. just predominantly they're not
and they're
healthy.
still doing this.
And they're still doing this. Like, for, I don't know, 3-4 years, it felt like they were the talk of the NFC. Is this the year that they finally figure it out and put it all together because they're talented? Their GM is a madman and makes all the right decisions. They turn the last pick in the draft into a starting quarterback in the NFL. Like, is this the year that they figure it out? This is the first year in that era where we didn't say that. In the preseason, like, is this the year that Brock Purdy and the rest of the team and Christian McCaffrey stays healthy? Well, they've gotten that, and I don't know. I feel like some of the injuries that have happened were sacrifices to keep Christian McCaffrey on the field, sacrifices to the football gods. Like, hey, a backup corner can miss 2 weeks if Christian McCaffrey stays healthy this week. They are going to make some noise. Yeah. I'm officially scared of what they can do because that team is old outside of Brock Purdy. They are old. Jawan Jennings is having a lifetime season. Like
that's what Shanahan can do, man.
That's what he can do with people that you wouldn't expect.
Exactly.
So that's why I think in the playoffs he shows off the depth that they have on that roster, and it's like guys you've never heard of are catching touchdown passes in the first round, and you're like, oh, we might have to reevaluate what we think is going to happen in the NFC.
We are the KNC Masterpiece live from Freebirds in Addison off of Beltline. Come by and say hello to us today. We would love to see you before the holiday season gets rolling. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. It's a luxury to be taxed. Next on The Fan.
Coming up the next G.
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, live from Freebirds in Addison, right off Beltline. Come on by and say hello to us today. Register for your chance to get one of these awesome Tolo flasks. You can put water in it if you like. You can put alcohol in it if you want to.
Yes.
You can put some CBD waters in it. Whatever you like to do, that is up to you. We do have Alec, the great Bobby Belt, joining us right now.
Oh, cool.
Because I asked him to. And it's a very specific thing I wanted to ask because I read this differently when Jerry said it this morning, and I wanted to see what your take on this is.
Okay.
When y'all asked about free agency this offseason, he said, I don't know. And I was like, that's not the answer that you want to hear. And then he went on to say, well, I mean, I can't see a reason we wouldn't be involved in free agency. It looks like the internet is taking this as, look, the Cowboys are not going to be involved in free agency at all this season. Do you get that vibe from what he said?
No, I got the vibe that he was saying that, because right after that he goes, well, I don't know. And he goes, because I don't know, what we're going to do. Basically started explaining he doesn't know what they're going to do with their own people, which I assume is a reference to Pickens and, Javonte Williams and things like that. So
they haven't decided on that.
Yeah, I think what I took that to mean was once we find out how much money we're committing to our own guys and we see what money and spots are left, then that'll tell you if we're going to do things or not. So that's how I took it, was that it was just more a declaration of uncertainty with some of their in-house free agents more than anything else.
And see, when I know
he keeps referencing money the last week. He keeps referencing the good spot they're in the cap. So the whole reason we asked is because
more
it seems
spread
like
room than anybody.
It seems like he's talking about it in a way of like, hey, we've got an opportunity here. Like you're right. There's a lot of spread room. I'm just going to go in. Like that's how it seemed like he was talking about.
Got to really push in on when you have that much spread room for sure. And he's said all in before, so I know he probably wants to avoid saying anything like that. But one of the things I think that Tolos and Cowboys fans hate hearing is, well, we signed George Pickens. We signed a free agent. We signed this guy. And you're like, no, that was when your team was bad that year.
Yeah.
And all you did was re-sign them and then not add anything else. It's the outside additions that they're really trying to figure out there.
Yeah, I need to go do this study again. I'll do it today probably. But I know there was a point, I think it was 2020, 2021, something like that, that going back a decade, every team that won the Super Bowl spent more money, guaranteed money, on a single outside free agent than like the offseason leading into that year that they won the Super Bowl. Every single one of those teams spent more on a single outside free agent than the Cowboys spent on their entire outside free agent class in guaranteed money.
Oh, my gosh.
So there was like a decade run of that. I don't know if that's still accurate because there was 2020, they ended up spending not a ton, but they were like $25 million. And so if the Super Bowl winner didn't throw more than $25 million in an outside free agent, that would have changed it. But, I mean, you go back over the years and look at different teams that have won the Super Bowl. Like, I mean, even New England went out and got Revis in the middle of the year. And you've got every Super Bowl winner generally spends something on somebody. Now, they've had success recently. They clearly like doing trades. That's become a method that they like going and acquiring talent for. You're starting to run out of capital. You don't have enough draft picks. So, I mean, you will have to spend something.
Yeah, that's why we asked Steven about that yesterday. We were like, how are you going to get some of this back? And he was like, we'll see how the draft falls to us.
Are you going to sign Kyer Elam again? Like, are you going to go make those kind of things? Or I mean, that was a trade, but are you going to go make an acquisition for a Kyer Elam and a Kenneth Murray? I mean, if you're doing that, then that's not very good. But I think also the other thing is when he's talking about, well, we got to see where we're at with our money, I think it's also because they have a decision to make on Diggs. I still think that there's a real chance that this thing about Tyler Smith at left tackle is more about Terrence Steele, that they're going to want that money and that they
can see Guyton moving to the right.
They want to see, can Tyler play left tackle? Once we establish that he can or that we feel comfortable with that, then the idea would be Guyton is going to flip to right.
I don't know if you know this. I saw Nick Eatman mention it this morning on the Twitter.
Yeah, about the escalator.
Yeah, so he has things in his contract that they already negotiated. That they were like, hey, if we moved him left tackle, this then will happen.
If Nick says that, I 100% believe that's what it is, because Nick's usually got a good pulse on those kind of things that haven't been reported yet.
Okay.
The only thing that is concerning about that is that deal was negotiated in August. So they were all the way back in August in their negotiations talking about how uncomfortable they were with somebody, Guyton or Steele. They were communicating that to them. So,
and with Guyton being the younger one, they probably have a little more.
I assume it's Steele, but it's tough. I assume it's Steele because there's more money on the books. In training camp, when he talked about deals that have gone wrong, Jerry highlighted Diggs and Steele basically.
Yeah.
So I assume it's Steele, but again, you're talking about they're putting Tyler at a position occupied by somebody else, and they're leaving Steele out there. So you can't just naturally assume it. I would assume this is 70% about Steele, maybe 30% about Guyton.
Okay.
Is the Tyler Smith move. But at that point, you got to be comfortable with your interior, too.
Yeah, no, and that's where you start asking the question, are we going to get another first-round pick on the offensive line I got a guard? It turns out pretty good for him.
Which would you be more in favor of? Would you be more in favor of, because I don't know that Bass would be the guy. Would you be more in favor of them just drafting somebody or maybe putting Hoffman in there, or saying Hoffman's done fine enough at center, we're moving Beebe back to the natural spot of guard?
Oh man, actually I wouldn't be opposed
so if it was
to that.
Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, Brock Hoffman, Tyler Booker, and then Tyler
Cooper
Guyton.
Beebe's actually, I mean, he's developed his NFL strength. He's still a developing center.
It's a lot of shifting, though. That would be 3 different guys that you're working into. And if you count the new starter at center, it's basically you'd be starting 4 different people on your offensive line.
Guys that have been in the communication with Dak and know what those protections are supposed to be. So that's an important factor. I would much rather spend that draft capital that you have right now on defense. I know it's not like, hey, we got to pick this specifically, but I want to keep it so that I can get as much defense as I can possibly.
Just draft everybody from defense.
Just be like, everybody, every great athlete out there, I'm putting y'all in the Mesquite High School did that. They're like, we'll figure out offense. We're going to win 3-0. All right, that's how we're going to go out there and win. Yeah, we're just going to go out there and be a great defense.
The Nico Harrison method. And look, I mean, they need to throw a lot of their resources there. I do wonder if they're going to get to a point where if the board does fall a certain way, though, and they're like, we are shuffling stuff on the offensive line, if they do look and go like, that is the best player.
We got another Booker sitting right there.
And we've got another first round pick, so it's not like we're ignoring defense with big capital. So like maybe we go defense. I think offensive line may end up being in their discussion. I wouldn't be surprised.
Isn't it always? It feels like it is at this point, which I'm not mad at. I'm not part of the group that pounds the table whenever another interior offensive lineman comes and joins the team. But I do think I'm more comfortable with shifting this year than I would be at any other point, because I do believe in Clayton Adams that much. And I do think that the offensive line itself is young enough to where I don't think I'm hurting people that much. I did see Andrew Whitworth talking about it on Twitter. The move from guard to outside playing tackle is very, very different. But I think you're at a point in this team's development where I'm not too scared about it.
Yeah, and he's done it. I mean, Tyler Smith played tackle his whole rookie year, basically. That's where he was at in college. So, I mean, he's had to.
Do you trust the words of Duke Manyweather, though?
I not only trust them, I live by them.
Yeah, I completely agree, and he just seems to have this feeling is like it's just you have an all-pro guard, or you have a guy that's going to be a developing tackle.
Yeah,
why would you kill yourself that way?
I know Duke has talked about it as though Tyler, the way Duke has kind of positioned it, and I don't think he's wrong either. It is that you've got a Pro Bowl guard, and then at tackle, the skill set might just be even the ceiling is just really good. Mm-hmm. It may not be a Pro Bowl type tackle, but I mean, these are the things that they got to weigh and they got to figure out. I think the Steele criticism has been too strong. I don't think he's been great this year. He's not lived up to his contract.
His run block's been fine. His pass block has suffered.
I think he's had some games where he's been better than people have dinged him for. Okay. But it's been a struggle. So I understand some of the reservation and some of the different things like that. I think he's been great run blocking. I think pass blocking, he's been okay.
Well, and then, Kevin laid out the plan last week, which gave us so much. I mean, the amount of money we were able to save moving on from Diggs, moving on from Steele, restructuring a couple of other contracts and spreading that money out. Got us he said $70 million. Then he spent it on Kenny Clark and spent it on George Pickens. And so now you got about $40 million to work with. And he was like, so this is where you are. Yeah. But you're going to be required to move on from Terrence Steele and Diggs. I didn't feel like
Did he get an extension done with Pickens in this scenario, or just tag him?
It was an extension.
Okay,
yes.
because extension, if you want to maximize the money, you got to extend him. Because You're talking about he could make.
I was trying to tag and trade, and he was like, "That's fine. That's a great idea."
Trade for what?
More first-round picks, more first and a second, whatever I can try and get. I think he's elevated himself above the pick that the Cowboys traded him for.
Yeah,
I think this season he's proven that he can be better than what they traded him for. So I think that they could get a better return for it.
Pro Bowl wide receiver George Pickens.
And now it all does come down to how much do they trust Flanoy? How much do they trust Turpin?
Flanoy played one of the greatest 13 snap games at receiver I've ever seen the other night. He was fantastic. Even the stuff where he wasn't targeted, he was blowing by their coverages. He was fantastic the other night. I was disappointed to see him go out, but Flanoy was great. Flanoy's a legitimate 3. Flanoy's a legitimate 3 that you might start talking about, like, could he be somebody's 2 at some point? Not this team, but could he be somebody's 2 at some point? Because he's just been really, really strong.
Yeah, but I think that's whenever I heard Jerry say that this morning, I was like, I took it that way of, oh, no, he's got things to figure out. And other people are like, no, they've already made their decision. They're not spending. And it didn't – everything Jerry has said the last month, I felt like, has kind of positioned themselves as this is the first time we've been this comfortable to be able to make the moves that we want to go make in the offseason. Now, whether or not they do it, that's a different story.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Bobby. I really appreciate your time. I know baseball Bobby probably wants to talk a little bit too. Trade Martin Perez is probably what his approach is.
That's what I do. I would say you guys are normally KNC. So I've got your replacement name today.
The AC.
Since it's Jacob, Alec, Corey on Football Tuesday, then I figured y'all could be Jack Oaft. Like that could be, instead of the KNC masterpiece, it would be Jack Oaft.
You remember whenever we had the Miles Jack and the Jared Goff draft, and I wanted Miles Jack to go number 1 and Jared Goff to go 2. So
you're
going to
love my fantasy team, man.
Goff trade.
That's
draft.
it, dude. Perfect.
And nobody hopped on that one. So what are you doing right now? Pulling up Reddit?
That's my fantasy team.
Okay. All right. Coming up next, Dustin Harris picked up by the White Sox. There's your baseball nuggets. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece. Let's talk with our Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola next on the Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider from DallasCowboys.com. It is Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford, your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how are we doing today, man?
Good. What's shaking?
Well, we did see the Pro Bowl selections announced. It's Dak Prescott, George Pickens, Tyler Smith, Brandon Aubrey, and Quinnen Williams. After all the misses Brandon Aubrey's had this year, do you think he deserves a Pro Bowl selection?
I figured they didn't even were going to look at a vote. They just put him in, right?
Yeah, probably so. What do you think about that group? I know Quinnen Williams only a handful of games with the Cowboys here, but that group right there, Dak and Tyler and George, that's a pretty good trio.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, obviously we didn't focus on Quinnen, what he did with the Jets before getting here, but obviously someone else saw how good he is and also kind of qualifies why the Cowboys ended up acquiring him, right? Everybody else thinks he's that good, and boy, they sure could have used him this past game, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. Being out there makes a difference in the pass rush for sure. We talked about that a little with Steven yesterday, too. Can you give us an update on Ryan Flanoy? How's he doing?
Well, he said it was better than he expected. He wasn't entirely sure what happened with his knee. He was just glad it wasn't a sprained ligament. So I think he felt like that he might have a chance to play on Thursday. And that's huge, because I think we can say right now, without a doubt, he's the number 3 wide receiver going forward. The way he's played, and the sort of cool thing, but I guess it might have been frightening at the game on Sunday. I met his mom and his aunt. They were in town for the game on Saturday during the Star Sports Tour reception. And so they were all fired up for the game. And when he was down, all I could think of was, Mama's ready to run down on the field, right? And it had to be scary for her to actually be there and see it in person.
Mickey, let me share a quick story, Alec. This is it's very different. But when I was in high school, I had separated my knee. Ooh. And I was playing center. The guard threw his guy down. It hit my knee and pushed it inside. My ankle was up by my hip, pointing toward the sky. It was gross. Ooh. And I remember looking up in the stands, Mickey, at Forrester Field in East Dallas, and I could see my mom, and she was running, and she looked lost up in the stands, running back and forth, trying to figure out which stairwell to go down to get down to the field. And I was just going, oh, my gosh, sheesh, here I am in pain, and I'm embarrassed for my mom running back and forth in the stands.
Well, I got an opposite one for you. I played football through my sophomore year, and my mom would be in the stands, and I never got to play much at all. I was too small and too slow, right? And she would be in the stands praying that I didn't play.
Yeah, that's how moms can be.
I was gonna get hurt, right?
That's for sure.
Oh, that's amazing, Mickey. Back to Flanoy. I'm trying to make the transition, but back to Ryan Flanoy. He's a name that, for some people might have popped up out of nowhere. We saw him in camp and really liked what we saw and everything, but for people that might not have followed the development of Ryan Flanoy, what are some things that you think he really does well and what's led to that connection with Dak? And Dak has pounded the table at the podium for him at times too.
Yeah, and if you think about it, and I was glad he agreed with me because I had written something about him a week or so ago. When he started training camp, he was probably like 6th in line at wide receiver, maybe 7th. And it's like, so what went through your mind? And he goes, just work as hard as I could. And then what do? They released him at the last cut to make room for guys that they needed to have on the roster to put on the 53 and then IR, right? And they'll tell you they were holding their breath that nobody picked him up. And he cleared waivers, and they signed him right back to the 53-man roster. They had seen something from him. Look at his size, 6'1", 6'2", runs well, catches the ball. But I think his work ethic allowed him to go from Southeast Missouri State to now the number 3 wide receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. And he said something, and it reminded me of Michael Irvin. He was talking about the offseason, and he said, anytime Dak was throwing, all he needed to do was tell me, and I was going to be there. And I could remember in the off seasons, Michael's motto was, "If boy is throwing, I'm going." And he said, Flournoy said that the one time Dak called and said he was throwing, he was on an anniversary trip in Arizona. And he said he felt so bad that when he got back, the minute he landed and he called Dak and said, "When are you throwing again? I'm sorry I missed it." So I think his dedication to just getting better has gotten him to this point.
I mean, studio line would be nice too.
It's on the punch list. I'm pretty sure it's on the punch list to make sure we can pull that off.
I will say the self-service at the Star, not great sometimes.
Yeah. No, I've been in that moment where you've been kind of in the hole and you're just like, there's no way.
And I know the exact spot he's usually calling in from too. It's not the best for me, at least.
Mm-hmm.
With my phone carrier, I don't know. Maybe it's different for other people, but I have found myself trying to call Bobby and meet up with him at the Star and stuff, and nothing will go through.
Okay.
I'm like, the fact that he can call us at all, I'm amazed. He's a wizard.
You're amazed that he can even call at all, huh?
Yes, he's a wizard. He's a technological wizard, Nicky Spagnuolo. I've often called him that.
I've never said that about him, but because I think it was the first time that I saw him typing, and I was like, is he using one finger at a time to type right now? Is that what's going on?
I'm looking at his column right now. He writes all of this with one finger.
Oh, wow. Yeah, exactly. Huh. No, he's a pretty good typist, so that's that there for right now. We'll get back to him here in just a few minutes if we can pick that back up. What do you think, though, of those Pro Bowl announcements? I think it's very well deserving for Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott's done a phenomenal job this season. Pickens stepped into that role very well, became a 1A, 1B guy, and Tyler Smith for sure loved that guy.
Yeah, and I like the idea of the Tyrese Halliburton, I got an A on the group project thing with Quinnen Williams making the Pro Bowl because I don't think that that's really emblematic of much that he did here or being a Dallas Cowboy. He was just really, really good before he got here.
Yes.
So, hey,
and
we got an A on the group project.
Yeah,
he was.
He gets. The Cowboys are like, oh, we got 5 of them.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing, though.
we do have 5. We do have 5 of them. That's a big deal right there.
Yeah.
All right, so Mickey, do you have any updates on DeMarvion Overshone or Tyler Guyton at the moment?
Yeah, I don't think either one of them will make it. It's a short week. Guyton's still trying to rehab from that high ankle sprain, and that's no surprise. Usually those things take 4 to 6 weeks. And then for Overshone, being in concussion protocol, it's a 2-3 day process, and with a short week, there's no way for him to clear concussion protocol that fast. And I wanted to point out one thing about Dak making the Pro Bowl. This just shows you what players don't know, because in that NFL.com player preseason poll, he was ranked the 79th best player in the league. And when it came to quarterbacks, I think, if I remember correctly, there were 16 quarterbacks in the top 100, and he was 15th.
Oh, really?
And this was player voting. So that just tells you what they don't know.
Do you think what are they not paying attention to? The stats or the fact that they play against that dude and he does that to them?
Yeah, maybe they're jealous, right? Well, you know what? They're judging on the fact that he played 6 games last year.
Yeah.
You know, and
for sure.
it was almost like, okay, he's done. He's getting old. It's like, give me a break.
Yeah, he came back more prepared, more in tune with his head coach and his offensive coordinator this year for sure. That helped out tremendously. I was kind of interested in Guyton's injury a little bit more, Mickey. Is that something that he's not going to get in the rest of the season, you think, and he's going to have to be a full off season for him?
Yeah, I mean, you'll eventually get over it, but I see at this point no reason to rush him back. And I think they want to look, they understand that Tyler Smith could play left tackle, right? So, and I might have said this yesterday, this whole thing comes down to, can T.J. Bass play left guard, better than Guyton can play left tackle? That's what it's going to come down to, right? And I think Jerry addressed it this morning, saying, yeah, we can put him at left tackle, but then what do we have at left guard? And I think what they need to find out is, would they be happy with T.J. Bass at left guard, and then they could use Tyler Smith at left tackle, where you saw he can play that position, and then maybe Guyton would be able to challenge Terrence Steele for the starting right tackle spot. I could see that happening if they decide to go that way next year, and just see if it develops.
Mickey, how scared do you get, and how much do the legs start quivering when you hear Dan Quinn say he has a secret plan at quarterback that involves Jeff Driscoll?
So he already has given up on Josh Johnson?
Well, he's got lots of options.
He's got a lot of options. I don't know if any of them are good, but he's got a lot of options.
Well, you know, going up against the Cowboys pass rush, he probably doesn't need a secret plan, right?
That's a great point.
Just give him the plan book.
The Cowboys can turn anybody into a Pro Bowl candidate.
It's been that kind of year for sure. Okay, so yesterday we talked to Steven, and they gave us we're trying to win. Yes, Dak Prescott will be playing for the rest of the season. How much Joe Milton do you think we see by season's end?
Oh, I could see maybe in the final game, and I think a lot of that would depend on how what quality they put on not finishing with a losing record. So maybe a lot of that has to do with what they do on Christmas Day. But here's the thing, especially for this week. There's no way it would be fair to send Joe Milton out there with not even, it would be a walkthrough practice. Schottenheimer said today they'll have 6 full-speed practice reps, and then they get on a plane tomorrow. So he would have no time practicing with the first team. And I guarantee you, Dak takes all the snaps during the week. And the only thing Joe Milton gets is to work with the scout team. And what good is that going to do to get him ready to play an NFL game, right? So it would really be totally unfair to send him out there with no preparation and say, okay, big boy, go out. It's all you. And I saw that happen in hate to go back to old-time days, 1986, when the Cowboys were going to they only won one of their last 8 games, and after getting off to a 6-2 start, and Danny White had gotten hurt, and Steve Pallure wasn't all that, and they had drafted or signed Reggie Collier, quarterback out of Southern Mississippi. And the final game of the season, maybe a week's 3-day preparation, they sent him out there and started. And he was so lost, and it was somewhat unfair. Because he was the third guy all season long. He was having trouble calling the plays, as I understand, or understood, and that was the one and only game he ever played for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep, that'll happen.
And it was
that
awful.
Way.
They had to pull him. Yeah, right? So that kind of tells you, you got to give the backup quarterback or the third quarterback at least a chance.
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to Javonte Williams, it looked like there was a little bit more of a split. I don't know if that's because of his neck or what. What do you feel like the Javonte usage is going to look like for the remainder of the year? More Malik Davis?
I think they'll split it, but he had a sore shoulder. If I remember correctly, he said afterwards that he had a stinger. So I think that's what they But he came back and played. It shows you how tough he is. I don't think it was all right. We know about him. We want to see Malik Davis. I think it was just a matter of let's give him a break and overuse him in the game just because of the shoulder thing. So I don't think you can read anything into that.
You think like Jaden Blue, would that be a similar to Joe Milton, where maybe in the last game you'd see a little bit of that, but probably not this one?
Yeah, I see with Lipke back, that gives them 3 running backs. So it'll be interesting to see if and the other part is I think Phil Maffa is in the same situation, right? He started his practice back from IR, but how much has he really worked to actually go in there and say, okay, we're going to hand you the ball? So, I think you have to give those guys at least a chance to succeed, right? I mean, look, you threw Trayvon Diggs out there for the first time in 9 games, and I think you saw the rust, right? That didn't work out so well. So it's hard when you haven't played football to just step out there without much work to prepare.
All right, Mickey, thank you very much. We will get back with you tomorrow, good sir.
All right, sounds good. Have a good day, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There goes Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, though, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus don't you dare tell Jake Paul his fight was rigged. Next on The Fan.
The more time you get,
On 105.3 The Fan, this upcoming segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Freebirds in Addison, right here off of Beltline Road and the Tollway. So come on by and say hello today. We have some Tolo flasks if you'd like to come swing by and see if you can pick one of those up. You can register to win right now. But right now is also time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Burrito.
I don't even have to do it. I know. I need one too.
Yeah, that's when I have to do that
actually
next. Yeah.
3.
3 burritos.
877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, Jake Paul is taking action on people who say his fight was rigged or Anthony Joshua took it easy on him. We will explain in a matter of moments. But as I ponder my burrito order, we're going to go over the National Day calendar as we always do, gentlemen.
Sounds great.
Today is Festivus.
Okay, so for the longest time, I didn't watch Seinfeld that much. I watched Friends, and then I was not a Seinfeld watcher. I've seen a handful of episodes that I can remember.
Yep.
The one where the scent of the valet driver is stuck in the car, and so everything smells. The one where, maybe the same episode, where Kramer decides he's going to drive as far as he can with the guy in the car. There's a few episodes I've seen, but I never saw the Festivus episode. But Choppy used to carry around a pole with the wood slats at the bottom of it, and he would set it down and he would say it's Festivus, and he would bring it into the studio every year, and I kind of miss that.
Huh. Yeah, but I will do that with a burrito instead, just to make you happy. How about that? Instead of anything made of wood, because burritos are easier to consume.
Yes, absolutely.
I would at least assume. I haven't tried eating a 2x4 or something.
Not yet. I think my dog did over the weekend.
That would make a lot of sense, more than me.
Yeah, when he chunked all over the comforter,
nice.
I was like, that's gross, and I was like, it kind of looks like chewed up wood, but why would he? But he's a dog, so who knows?
Exactly. Nobody knows anything because they do their own thing. Spend a day with my French bulldog, and you will question the thought processes of animals more than you ever have. He is the most intriguing and confusing animal I have ever met, but that is my son, so I have to take ownership of that. It's also National Roots Day. So shout out to the trees,
or the band, the Roots,
yes.
Or is this like for women in their hair?
No, it's actually great call. I was just thinking about trees, but no, this is it's a day of reflection and time to delve into your family's heritage, history, and ancestry.
Okay, we did a 23andMe or whatever for our dog. I don't know if it's the same product. I think it's something different, but Adrian's very excited because we don't know what he is. We think he's like Great Dane and German Shepherd mix. And so she's like, I got to know. And he looks like he got bigger this week. So we're just like, oh my gosh, is he going to grow out of this house? But I've never done that because I didn't want to be on the grid. I didn't want people having access to my information. So I've never actually dug in. My grandfather, though, has a binder that about this thick. We're related to the Mannings somehow.
What?
Like through marriage, I'm related to Eli Manning somehow, which cousin Manning's never called back, so it's a little weird. But yeah, dude, it is fun. My grandfather was very into like trying to figure out what how deep our family tree went.
Yeah.
One of my great grandfathers was the blacksmith for Teddy Roosevelt.
What?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So there you go.
We delved into mine when I was in grade school, maybe like 4th grade or something like that, I think, for a project, and my grandpa did the whole DNA testing thing, and we were able to go back to like the 1720s, I think is the furthest we got.
Wow.
And the family started in Ireland.
No air conditioning. So how'd that feel?
Oh, yeah, it was sticky. You know me, the slightest inconvenience, I get hot. So and imagine that, and then the Great Potato Famine and everything.
Yeah.
So I had nothing to fuel myself when when I was sweating that much. So it was tough. I'm never going back to the 1720s majors. But today we're gonna kind of mutilate this day to get the question of the day out of it. So follow me. Okay. Walk with me, okay? It's National Christmas Movie Marathon Day, but we're not going to focus on Christmas movies because the last time we did for the Great Christmas Movie Bracket, all it did was tear us apart.
I wasn't here. I didn't get to see that. See, and that's the bad thing. If I was here, it would have torn us apart because I'm one of those people that brings people together.
Exactly, you know? but then everybody else involved, and you know how Kevin is. He loves the chaos. He just wanted mutiny, and that's what we got. Especially on the fan text.
Yeah, that's what Kevin wants.
What is a movie series or TV series that you could just sit and binge a marathon all day? 877-881-1053. Because there's a few that end up on the living room TV in my house throughout the week.
Oh, yeah?
Just like a few big names and franchises. Harry Potter. Anytime there's a Harry Potter movie marathon, my dad is the first to grab the remote and put it on and leave it on all day just as background noise while we're cleaning or doing whatever. If Harry Potter is on and they're playing in consecutive order, you have to leave it on or he will look at you with a death stare.
Yeah, no, I'm so that they're one movie that if it's on, no matter what, my day is done. I will watch this movie until it's over, is Blue Streak. I love Blue Streak. It's not my favorite movie, but I love that movie to the end. Fletch and Fletch Lives. If I see the two Fletch movies on, I'm done. Also, Indiana Jones. So I'm a big Indiana Jones fan, and sometimes they'll have that whole thing on it. Was Paramount back in the day. They would have that where they'd play it all day long, and I would just watch those. I would watch I'd turn it on, and the whole house would be like, can I change it? I'd be like, no, nobody even knows where the remote is because I hid it from them because they're children, and they don't know how to find things.
Huh.
Children don't know how to find things, dude. Every question is, where is? And you're like, figure it out. Look for it.
But neither do I, so I can't really be too mad about it.
Last night, well, I'm a hypocrite then, because I ask Adrienne where things are all the time, and she's like, last night, Aunt Lucy was like, hey, where's my microphone? I want to sing. And I was like, it's on your dresser. And she said, no, it's not. I just looked. And I said, yes, it is. It was there whenever I put it there. And she said, it's not there. I said, if I get up out of this chair and go find it, I'm throwing it in the trash. And she looked at me and she goes, I'll be right back. And she went and found it. And she was like, I found it. And I said, give it to me so I can throw it in the trash. And she was like, that wasn't the agreement. I said, okay. Wow, she's a sharp one. So I appreciated that.
Huh. I'm guilty of the person that is like scrambling to find something that is literally within arm's reach.
Yes.
And I'm like, where is it? I do it with my phone all the time.
Holding it in your hand, and you're just like, where's my phone at?
Like I'm getting ready to go somewhere, and I'm like brushing the hair or whatever, and I set the phone like on the counter. And I usually set it, I don't know, like in my room or something and leave it to charge. And I'm like, where is my phone? It's not on the charger. It's where I just was, And so I'm like, I give up. I don't know where it is. I go back and I'm like, it was literally maybe 2.5 feet away from me because I'm just dumb. From the 817, that 70s show, even though a certain character is sort of tainted, I still watch. I agree. Separate the character that they are playing from the person that they actually are, because that 70s show is always hilarious to me. And if I see it on, I will sit and watch as if I haven't watched the entire series already. I loved it in high school. But let's see, from the 214, The Office and Parks and Rec, that's Trent and Salina getting in on the action. From the 425, Twilight. That is my sister's. Anytime it is on, it has to be watched as if it is brand new and has never been seen before, even though I was at every midnight premiere for all of the Twilight movies growing up, where they were doing the marathons that started at like 2 in the afternoon. We were there until midnight and then getting out at like 2 a.m. whenever the newest movie ended.
Nice.
So I'm just sick of it, even though the soundtracks are amazing. I will say chef's kiss to the soundtracks for that franchise, but I just can't sit and watch those anymore because of all the midnight premieres.
There was an agreement between me and the wife. If I watched them, we got to hang out and stuff. A lot of people saying Peaky Blinders. A lot of people saying Peaky Blinders, and if you haven't seen Peaky Blinders, that show's fantastic. I binged it during the holidays one year. That was how I did it, and I was like, I felt better about myself because I could understand all the words by like halfway through the day. I was like, okay, I'm getting this dialect here because they're all like Irish, and it's very strong Irish accents.
Yeah,
like,
that makes sense.
What the heck did they actually say? That worked out for me though. Peaky Blinders
Jacob,
good.
What do you say?
I'm gonna go with the Pirates of the Caribbean series. In college, you come home from class and Disney Plus is up on the TV, and you see you're halfway through a movie. It's like, let me finish that one, and am I gonna stop there? Probably not. Crack a couple brews, turns into a great day. So Pirates of the Caribbean's my go-to.
Yeah, I've often said Disney Plus and beer is my favorite combination. That's usually what I do. That might be the most Texas Tech thing I've ever heard, and I actually love it. And I might steal that page out of your book on Christmas Day, if we're being totally honest, after the game. That's kind of amazing. And those movies were great growing up, too. And I catch myself, I don't sit and watch all of them or watch the whole movie whenever I see them on TV. I do have to get like a couple minutes in, because Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow is one of my favorite character performances ever.
Yeah.
He's just brilliant. So I just have to get some of that nostalgia, and then I'm like, okay, I can continue with life.
Somebody said the Bond movie marathon starts in December and goes until Christmas. 25 days straight, locked in on every one of the Bond movies.
Wow.
I love Bond movies, dude. They're fantastic. I really enjoy them.
They're timeless, and I'm still intrigued to see what direction they go for the next iterations of that movie. From the 469 original Predator, from another 469, it's Lord of the Rings for me. Breaking Bad from the 469, Star Wars from the 214. There's Kevin Hagelin's and mine, if we're being honest.
I'll throw Star Wars on for sure. The kids love it. It's very family friendly.
Yeah.
And I still dig Star Wars to this day. I like the new ones.
Yeah.
Rogue One is actually I feel like as underrated as it can get, but people really like it a lot, and so I always love being like, no, we got to take in, and then it's like, all right, now do we need to go watch the cartoons? Do we need to go watch all the other stuff too? And the kids are like, let's do it. I'm like, all right, let's go.
Yeah, I don't mind the newer movies. I know they get a lot of crap. I don't mind them. I'm not saying they're great. I just don't think they were bad. Which is a hot take, and I get killed for saying that every single time. But I will say, since they are the weakest of all the franchise, great background noise movies.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Pew, pew, exactly, because all the sound elements going on, all the dialogue, and then the loud music and the mastery that is John Williams and his just orchestra magic that he always seems to put on, even at this age. I will never get tired of those soundtracks.
Are you in on the MCU?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot.
Yeah, that's something too. Like, I can watch any of those movies anytime.
Oh yeah.
And I have not gotten fatigue on it yet. And what's really bad though is now they know they got me. Now they know if they put out one of these crappy shows on Disney Plus, that even if it's not like to the level that I expect, I'm going to watch it because I want to see whatever that nugget is that connects it to everything else or that connects it to the next story. And that's how they get me.
Exactly. And they just put out the theatrical teaser that they've been putting out for Doomsday. It's out on Twitter now. So I'm already hyped for Doomsday all over again. I got hyped the day they announced it, and here I am like, oh my gosh, Avengers Doomsday is going to be the center of my universe a year from now, and I'm excited for that. Appreciate the interaction for today's question of the day, 877-881-1053. And real quick, Corey.
Yep.
We talked a lot going into the Jake Paul-Anthony Joshua fight about, like, if this thing goes any further than a couple rounds, it's fixed. Or, like, if this is a real fight, if we keep on saying if and whatnot going into it, Jake Paul and his lawyers are very busy right now because Paul instructed his team to sue anyone who says his fights are rigged.
Oh my gosh.
Saying, quote, after years of letting it slide as just, quote, haters being haters, I've asked my team to vigorously go after anyone who makes up lies about my boxing career. Expect to get served, you pigs, end quote. But he explained that all the conspiracy theories about his fight has hurt his reputation as a fighter, saying that he's dedicated his life to boxing now, and he is no longer letting those with a public profile harm him or the sport that he loves and respects without consequences. And obviously we know he got knocked out in the 6th round by AJ, but many have theorized that maybe Joshua carried Paul for a bunch of rounds. He didn't give it his best shot. And then he got that wide open look in the corner and just ended things right then and there. A lot of people speculating maybe he purposely did that to try to keep the fight going on as long as possible. I am not saying that, Jake Paul and your lawyers. I'm just spreading the word that if you're somebody like us that has any kind of platform and you're going to full chest say that it was rigged or staged, they are saying they're going to go after you. Are you going to get served papers? I don't know, but they're saying that.
Yeah, listen, I've always been very I don't know how the sausage was made. So I wasn't back there. I didn't see how they accomplished that, how they pulled it off. But I am always skeptical whenever it comes to that, because it's such an easy thing to do. Like you get two guys to agree, and then you can make something happen from there, and everybody's getting paid. It makes a lot of sense, but a lot of the fights that he's set up so far have looked like they were in his favor no matter what. And that's where I always was like, well, that makes a lot of sense that this guy needs a payday. It made sense, but I would never go out there and just be like, I know for a fact that this is how it's going to go. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for some gridiron gravy. This suspension won't be swatted. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a TD Tuesday. We got the Jake Farouk.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford, and we are hanging out at Freebirds in Addison, right here off of Beltline Road, having a good time with the Tolos. Love the family here as we get to the holidays rolling. Guys, it is time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
Dip it and rip it. Thank you. Again, I told you this is the stuff I love the most. Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. There you go.
How about Gridiron Gravy brought to you by
Men's Tea Clinic?
Men's Tea Clinic.
I love Men's Tea Clinic. Fantastic work. I'm getting back out there January 2nd to go say hi to them, show them how everything's rolling. So
let's go.
All right, guys. This is the story that we kind of were waiting on to find out what the process was going to be like. DK Metcalf suspended for 2 games. 2 games, which was what I predicted yesterday whenever Sean asked. Sean said that he should be suspended for those 2 games, not the playoffs, and then sometime in the regular season as well. Last time Sean and I had a disagreement on suspensions, he won a bet, and then I won a bet with him. So we've now won 2 bets. We did not bet on this one, though. This is, however, the intriguing part of it all. Everybody was very George Pickens' problem child. He could be a big problem here, and he has not been. Other than some people questioning effort, he has been a very good, straight-in-the-line player for the Cowboys. Maybe a couple moments, maybe 2 moments that we know of so far.
Here and there.
DK Metcalf has been fined twice already this year. Week 13, he was fined $14,000 for an obscene gesture. And in Week 8, he was fined $12,000 for striking, kicking, kneeing after he poked his finger in the face mask of Quay Walker and then grabbed Walker's face mask with his other hand. If this suspension is upheld, based on his contract, the suspension would allow the Steelers, if they choose, to void not just the rest of his salary for the season, but $45 million in future guarantees, $25 million fully guaranteed in 2026, and $20 million in 2027 injury guarantee per Ian Rappaport. If this suspension is upheld, which there's still some process to go there, it could be this is generational money right there that we're talking about, $45 million that could be nullified for him.
And it's a bigger finger point to me that these players really have no idea some of the language that gets written into these contracts. And I'm sure the agent was already aware of that, but they're like, oh no, my player is great.
Yeah.
He is the greatest human on the planet, so he is never going to get his money voided because he's never going to commit conduct detrimental to the league, which is exactly how it's written in the contract language where it can be voided. So it's he could have gotten fined or gotten in trouble for anything else, like the on-the-field stuff, the antics and that's fine. But the fact that very specific scenario just had to play out the way that it did, and now the team can void everything, and then he has to play those games to earn that money. It's the money can be earned, but the fact that nothing's guaranteed at that point because you got handsy with the fan, that's tough. That's got to be a tough place to be in because I know that there's obviously parts of that story that we don't know because we weren't there and we weren't DK Metcalf, and I never will be. That's a mammoth of a human. But we don't know the full story, but at the same time, one thing remains true. You should never put your hands on a fan.
That's true. Absolutely.
And that's what's going to lead to, if the Steelers decide to pursue that and void his money, then he's got to show up to work every single week to get that money. And if he gets hurt, he's done.
Yeah, that's toast, man. That is absolute toast right there, and he doesn't want that for sure. I think one of the other things to add to this part of the conversation is free agency. We want the Cowboys to be in it. The Cowboys are always, look, we're not going to go out and spend A money on a B player just because they're in free agency.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. I agree with shopping smartly. You don't know what's going to happen when you get a guy into your group. You don't know. Mickey always asks the question, why is he free? Most guys aren't going to be free if they're players that team wants to keep around. What's the reason? But then add to this is what the Cowboys are hoping. The Cowboys are hoping that by bringing Pickens in here, him being a great ambassador for what they wanted this trade to look like, and then either him getting paid by this team or another team proves to other people out there, I can go to the Cowboys, be on the biggest stage in the world. Everybody will be paying attention to what I'm doing. If I go to Jacksonville, nobody's caring about what I'm doing there. But if I go to the Cowboys, I can get that money that's going to be there for me. All I got to do is show up and stay in line and do my job. And I think that's one of the gambles the Cowboys were hoping on. And so far, it's going to be a success for Pickens and for the Cowboys.
I actually like that thought process that this is a great recruiting model. That if there are questions, concerns about who you are as a player, as a person, and Schottenheimer is the perfect guy to start using that sales pitch with, right? Because he's the culture guy, culture.
Yes, for sure.
And he's super likable. So if you take somebody that was like, he might not have been the best in the locker room or whatever, checks out and stuff, and you send him to Brian Schottenheimer, and it's like, well, he can fix anybody. If he fixed George Pickens, he can fix anybody. Then maybe you start seeing like the next Ndamukong Suh that is like, hey, nobody wants to pay me because they think I'm a bad person or whatever, or I'm not invested. I'm going to go play 1 year, like the Jadeveon Clowney deal. I'm going to go take that. I'm going to go play, and people are going to be like, oh, he is a likable person. Let's give him $20 million.
Yeah.
Cool.
And again, you're on a big stage. Now, again, it is a gamble, and the Cowboys do like to discount shop. They're like,
Exactly.
Hey, how do we get something on a discount and then turn that into something? So that is a reality. I don't want to leave that part of it out, but that's something that they're hoping on there. Last night, the result of the Colts and Niners game opened up the floodgates for AFC teams clinching playoff berths. The Bills, the Chargers, and the Jaguars each earned postseason spots following their wins Sunday and the Colts losing later last night. And so now we kind of pretty much have most of the playoff picture sealed up here, as we got a couple more teams in the hunt, the Panthers and Packers on the NFC side, and then on the AFC side, you still got the Steelers and Texans. It says Colts and the Ravens on the bubble. I just don't see any avenue for the Colts here. I know Phillip Rivers says it's been fun, but we need to win.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to work there. As you look at this playoff picture, has finally started to come into focus, and it looks kind of the way a lot of people expected about halfway through the season here.
Yeah, and for the Colts, it's too little too late to be introducing this new idea and this new person to this fold, where had this happened to Daniel Jones 4 weeks earlier, and you had more time to integrate him and you just had more time on the schedule left, I think that this is more than cute and fun. They actually would have gotten a little more respect from me. That the idea that they can sneak in and they can stay alive. It's just when you bring a guy off the couch to run the offense like that, I don't care if he's running the same offense at his high school that he's coaching at or whatever. You need time to acclimate. And like we joked about, he showed his age in that game. It's just your offense becomes a lot more predictable, especially in the AFC where the defenses are pretty good. I don't think that we're going to have many other surprises, especially in the AFC. I don't think we're going to have any surprises in the playoff picture going into it. I think that there are some teams that are going to get disrespected in the playoffs nationally, and they might surprise you with a win. But I think going into the playoffs, I think what we see now is what we're going to get, and I think it's going to stay relatively consistent.
The most hated by Alec Medford quarterback in the NFL is Tyler Shuck. That was before the season. He was like, he's a scrub. I don't even know why he's in the NFL. Carolina Panthers receiver Tetairoa McMillan remains the favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. However, Shuck now has thrown for 300-plus yards in the first time in his career. He's won 3 consecutive games, one against the Jets, the vaunted Jets, as we know.
Yeah.
And his play spearheading a team that looked lost in the wilderness early in the season has given him a shot to earn Rookie of the Year for the offense. Do you think, after Tetairoa McMillan, 924 yards, 65 catches, 7 touchdowns, it looks like a veteran season right there?
Yeah.
Or Tyler Shuck can finish out and be the offensive rookie of the year?
It'll be McMillan for sure, and he deserves it more. But I will eat crow on Tyler Shuck and say that I did put U.S. dollars on him last weekend.
U.S. dollars?
Did. And I took the more on underdog on his passing yards, and it hit. So he paid me, and I can't be mad. That's how much I've seen the light on him. But I will also say the New Orleans Saints are one of those teams, almost like the Cowboys. They love to start playing great football whenever it doesn't matter. They have been playing pretty decent football ever since they got mathematically eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
And Kellen Moore is starting to find his footing there. He's starting to find a foundation. And I will say, that offense looks like a Kellen Moore offense. It looks good. It's creative. It's smart. It is scheming guys open. But I think they've got something brewing there. Not anytime soon, but I think they might have found, Roots Day. I think they might have found the roots that they can plant.
There you go. That's Alec Medford. I'm Corey Majors. We're here at Freebirds in Addison right now, having a good time today with the Tolos out here. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, when do you start looking for a new playoff team to follow now that the Cowboys have been eliminated? Next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube,
And I'm sorry for that, Chicoline. He's
And
probably
Jacob.
Yeah, and Jacob. Sorry, Jacob. But I'm pulling for the Chicago Bears for a variety of reasons. Bobby Belt went in on Caleb Williams so hard for 2 years that I was just like, it's just it's unfair the way he's attacking this kid. He got attacked from a lot of different angles too, and I know he played this entitled role whenever he got to the NFL, and before he got to the NFL too, he had a little bit of entitlement to go along with it. I hated the fact that he left with Lincoln Riley from OU, which I root for OU. So Carter and I were hand in hand on that. We'll have Carter coming up in the Tuesday tailgate here in just a little bit. So I didn't like that. I like Ben Johnson. I really do. Listen, man, I'm glad that the Cowboys have Schottenheimer. I wanted Ben Johnson to get an interview.
Yeah.
He never got an interview, and that ticked me off. And they didn't even look his direction. But Ben Johnson going and saying, you know what, I'm going to go within the division. I'm going to go within the division. I'm with Detroit. I'm going to the Bears. I'm going just across there, and I'm going to call out Matt LaFleur. Even though he doesn't know I'm calling him out, I'm calling him out.
Such a boss.
And that defense has gotten better. They've been opportunistic. Al Harris doing some great work. I don't think he has a true love for any of his receivers yet, but that running game is exactly what Ben Johnson did in Detroit. Hey, I'm going to go with Monangai. I'm going to go with Swift. I'm going with both of these guys, and we're going to figure out ways to make this offense productive. They are an exciting offense whenever everything's going, and you just don't know how things are going to wrap up in a game with them. Now that they've proven they're willing to come back, they're willing to be in games all the time. The Bears have a struggle, but I'm pulling for Ben Johnson's group because that's a team that I've kept my eye on all year, and I had a lot of thoughts on what they were going to be doing.
And it's hard not to whenever you see the progress like every week. Because just remember going into the matchup with the Cowboys, there was a lot of conversation about that's a first-year head coach for sure. Mm-hmm. And that's a quarterback that is still learning this offense. That is a quarterback that is still refining some of his mechanics. There is a lot of conversation about they're kind of what we expected them to be. Mm-hmm. And then literally each week goes by and you see something changing. You see something progressing. And most of it is offensively where Ben Johnson specializes. And you just see a swagger, you see a confidence, and you see a poise in the pocket for Caleb Williams. And then he does every off schedule and every circus throw in the book. Yeah. We already knew that. But there's a confidence whenever he does have a three-step drop and he stands and holds the ball that I didn't see last year. I didn't even see that earlier this year. It felt like he was ready to run after his first read every single time. Now, that looks like a playoff team. Like you said, are they cursed? Absolutely. Yeah. Are they going to do anything this year? Probably not because of that. I wish they will, and I hope that they will, because I want to see good football and I want to see them thrive. And I just like parody. I've always been the Cinderella story guy, and I'm honest and true to it. I'm not saying it just to say it. I don't care about your TV ratings or any of that. I want to see something different. Mm-hmm. I want to see some change, and that's why the AFC picture really excites me this year with the Chiefs out of it. But I would love to see Caleb Williams in a playoff situation and see what he's made of mentally.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, I'm right there with you because, like you said, he's exciting. So that would be another addition to that. So I would love to see more of what he's got to go on. From the 903, Buffalo and Detroit, so they got two teams they're rocking with there. They want to see those. Probably got a little money riding on that, American dollars, as you like to say.
Yep.
The Bills from the A17, Broncos rooting for the Rams. I got a couple people here rooting for the Rams and Stafford. Maybe this could be a last run for Stafford. Do we always like that the guy's going out on a high? Could they do it for the old man kind of thing? He might be like, you know what, screw it, I'm playing for 10 more years. Whatever you guys think.
I have no idea. He tried to get out of that situation altogether and tried to look for a new team in the offseason. So I'm like, maybe he does have a couple more years. I don't know.
512 says it's usually the Chiefs for me as my backup team. From the 254, Waco Rob says going for old man Rivers now. So he's shooting for him. Root from the 972, root for the QB with the highest all-time passer rating and second all-time in yards per attempt. He was also the last pick of the draft, so they're going with Purdy on this one. Josh Allen getting a lot of love, obviously. I think he's one of those easy to root for. Somebody says they're going to root for against the Eagles and Packers, no matter who matches up. They're just whoever the matchup is with them, rooting against those guys. Tolo Sean says, I'm a Giant. He's a Giants fan. After week week 2, he knew the season was over, so he's waiting for the playoff teams, then putting in 14 teams. Whoever it is going to draw one and see who we rock with. I will say this, another team that is kind of on the radar for me is the Texans. Sure. Nick Caserio, I was listening to him, and I think it was Howie Long's kid. He was doing one of the podcasts with him, and they asked him, they were like, hey, do you guys actually draw or cross people off of your board if they don't work hard, if they don't hustle on every play? He said, absolutely. No matter who the talent is, if we see on film that they're taking plays off, we'll say, you know what, we'd rather have the guy that's out there working his butt off on every single play. That's the culture that DeMeco Ryans wants. He doesn't want the great necessarily just great talents out there, because that's whenever things are bad, you got to have somebody out there that's willing to go through it. And a lot of times, just because you're talented doesn't mean you've been tested and battle-worn like that, too.
Sure.
So lots of people, man, this is kind of crazy to see how many people are rooting for the Eagles. You should be ashamed of yourselves. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is now time for the Tuesday Tailgate with Carter Freeman, the final one with Carter, next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, Tolo's out there right now is the Chevy Red Tag event happening at Platinum Chevrolet. Here's what we got going for you. The 2026 Traverse in stock, up to $4,000 off MSRP, $2,500 Platinum discount, $1,500 Chevy bonus, and the 2026 Trax is here, ready to go under the tree. It is there for you. And the 2025 Tahoe, $7,000 off MSRP. And what do I always say about the Tahoes? Plenty of room to Tolo go. So that's what you're looking for there. I sent Kevin to Platinum Chevrolet a long time ago. I said, dude, these guys are going to Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. You are in the expressway, the lunch rush, if you will, ladies and gentlemen. It is 40 minutes of uninterrupted sports radio content in your ears holes. Yes, I did say ears holes. Also, Brian Schottenheimer coming up here allegedly at 12:45. Alec, we'll see if he sticks to the schedule or if he's off schedule, much like his quarterback can be sometimes with some of these throws that he has to be off schedule on. But right now it is the Tuesday tailgate featuring one Carter Freeman. It is the final Tuesday tailgate of Carter's life. Unless he comes up with that, for something else later down the road. But Carter Freeman, welcome to Freebirds in Addison.
Happy to be here. Not happy with Jacob Ray coming back with "Loser" by Beck as a shot at my Sooners.
Was that intentional?
I don't think it was, but sometimes the universe works out in funny ways like that.
You're Michael Jordan. Basically, you just got to create some conflict so that you can be great. That's what you're trying to do.
Yeah,
here.
get in my brain so next year OU can field an offense that's good for 12 games instead of 4.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That would be nice. And by the way, all right, let's go ahead and dive in on Oklahoma real quick then. Can they find another quarterback?
I'm really curious about that because, look, you saw flashes from John Mateer, the John Mateer that was very good at Washington State the year prior. But after his thumb injury, he definitely regressed as the season went along. And you wonder if a full offseason of working on his mechanics can help with that, getting in some, maybe a big-time portal receiver. There's a guy from Auburn who's not in the portal yet, but I really want to end up at Oklahoma. But you think there are things you can build on.
The dude that ate our lunch this year?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'd love to see him at OU.
Coaching change and all of that. My thought is, hey, maybe he'll hop in the portal, go somewhere else. Will it be OU? Will it be Texas? Will it be another big school? I don't know, but that's just me wishful thinking as a fan. But with Mateer, I think a full offseason of working on his mechanics some more would absolutely, you would have more confidence going into next season. And even with his struggles in the second half on offense this year, OU still won 10 games. And I think now going into Brent Venables' 5th year in Norman, you're pretty confident that the defense is going to be very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
So with that in mind, I think if you can incrementally improve from what you had this year, you're going to be in the conversation again for making the college football playoff.
When it comes to defense, the defensive side of the ball I feel like Kirby Smart's gotten this, everybody just kind of wants to play defense for Georgia, so that makes a lot of sense. Is Oklahoma above them in that respect, where if you're a great defensive player in the country, you want to go to Oklahoma?
Brent Venables has been one of the most revered defensive minds in the sport for, 25 years now, ever since he became defensive coordinator at Oklahoma in the late 1900s. Literally, it was the late 90s, right?
Yeah.
He's been a defensive mind that people have loved and wanted to play for, and you've seen, especially at the defensive tackle position, he had a bunch of those guys at OU when he was DC.
Tommy Harris,
had a bunch of guys at Clemson when he was DC there, and now he's bringing this year OU was 5 deep at defensive tackle. They had 5 guys that could start on any defensive line in the SEC. That's how good that particular position was. And one thing about a Venables defense is I don't think, at least not yet, you're not going to have a bunch of guys that are going to go in the top 10, going to go in the top 20, but the 11 of them on the field playing together are going to play together very, very well.
That was that's what I always grasped whenever he was here before. The Rocky Kalmuses and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You were like
Teddy Lehman.
Yeah, you're like, okay, is he an NFL dude? And then you see, not really. But what they did, the Roy Williams, they played well within the system so well that it made those defenses vaunted for sure. I saw KC Concepcion declared for the draft.
Yep.
And I saw the note from Dane Brugler that said, hey, this guy could be a first-round pick. Do you view him as that high of a pick, or is he what kind of receiver is he?
He's a kind of a do-everything guy. Even when he was at North Carolina State before this season, you saw flashes where you were like, he was one of the reasons in 2024 I was like, okay, NC State, they might actually be able to do something on a national stage. He was a big part of that. Obviously, that didn't work out there, but with A&M, Colin Klein, as offensive coordinator, really unlocked him, not just as a weapon on offense, but with special teams too. He was one of the best punt returners, kick returners in the country this year. So he's a weapon all across the field. And to watch him, from where he started to where he goes now, I have not done the deep dive on receivers or even, other than maybe the top couple guys like Fernando Mendoza, those type of players that, for this upcoming NFL draft yet. But he's a weapon. And I think no matter what round he goes in, whether it's first or if he's a day 2 guy, like you're going to see him make some plays, whatever team he ends up next year.
Dan Lanning was not happy with the effort by Oregon.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either.
Here's the quote.
They let James Madison cover.
They pummeled James Madison still, though.
Only by 17, though. They were 21-point favorites.
Then weren't they up by 28 at one point? And then James Madison was like, we got this.
James Madison didn't quit. And you got give them credit and give Tulane. I know Tulane did not put up the points, but Tulane was in Ole Miss territory like 6 out of their first 8 drives, and they came away with 3 points. So, like, those were not maybe the blowouts you might have thought. Yes, the margin was wide, but it's not like they didn't cross the 50. They had their chances. Teams just didn't capitalize on them.
He said there's a standard here. There's certainly a standard of performance. Our players know that, and they know what championship football looks like, and the second half didn't look like that at all. Does that team, do you think they say, all right, that wasn't our best effort? We did kind of slight James Madison, and now we got to step it up in the second round here?
I hope so, because, look, you got gifted because the ACC's tiebreaker rules are stupid, and because the conference itself was, not in a position to put its champion in the college football playoff, you got to play a group of 5 team. And I think James Madison was a very good team, but they're clearly on a different level than a potentially, Miami had they won the ACC, or even like a SMU or a Louisville. Those teams would have been better competition for them. So I think they got lucky in getting that draw. Same thing with Ole Miss. I mean, look at A&M and Ole Miss had the same record, and they bumped A&M behind Ole Miss after they lost to Texas. If A&M had the 6th seed, they would have played Tulane, and Ole Miss would have been stuck with the Miami team that ended up beating A&M. So you can talk about they got really good draws, and they took advantage of it. But, yeah, watching the second half of that game, was like there's no quit in James Madison. That's why they're a good team. They didn't just wilt. They have a coach that's leaving, too, and they didn't stop trying to score and stay in that game after Oregon started putting in backup players. So, yeah, it's absolutely not the standard at Oregon. It shouldn't be. And if they're going to not lock in, they got a much tougher test with what I think is the best maybe not the best defense in the country, one of the best defenses in the country in Texas Tech. And they've got about a week and a half off before the game. But that is a cross-country trip that they have to take. They're going from Oregon to South Florida. Mm-hmm. Like, what a classic Orange Bowl matchup of Texas Tech versus Oregon, right? It's a weird place to see those two teams play.
The other thing that he did throw that out there. He was like, this game should be played at Tech. It's ridiculous that our system can't get something together where they get a home game. We shouldn't be playing anywhere else, but they should have a home field advantage. Do you agree with them on that?
We'll eventually get there. I definitely think that I don't know if it's going to be next season, but when I do believe that the CFP will expand to 16 teams, and that will mean the top 8 seeds will play home games, because there's no way that Texas Tech, Georgia, Indiana, and Ohio State were sitting at home being like, we don't want that, ridiculous environment in Norman, in College Station, in, Eugene, and in Oxford. And getting to go to the OU game, the OU home game last Friday, I know my team lost, but that was the best environment I've been in that stadium in my life. And I've been to 30-plus, OU home games, since I started going, whenever I went to school there in the early 2010s, right? So, that's something those schools are going to want. I think eventually that's something those schools are going to get. And you've already seen a team like Notre Dame say, if we don't make the CFP, we're not going to play in your other bowl games. And is that going to be the death of the bowl system? Maybe in the way that we know it now. I think bowls will always exist for teams that are not in contention for the CFP, want something to play for afterwards. But yeah, eventually I think you'll see all of these first-round games. You'll see all the teams playing them, and they'll all be home games.
Something non-playoff related that I was intrigued to get your perspective on, the talks between North Carolina and Bobby Petrino as offensive coordinator. I forgot Bobby Petrino was still in football for a second. And then I see this, and I'm like, you know what? I don't hate it. I don't. Do you think it moves the needle for UNC very much, or is it just like, yeah, you had an obvious issue, you go get a veteran play caller, it's the right thing to do, yippee?
One thing I'll say about Bobby Petrino is, for as bad as Arkansas was this year, they could put up points.
Yeah.
I mean, that you saw them. They only lost by 3 to A&M. They put up like 42 in that one. On the road against Texas, they put up over 30. It was just their defense was so awful. They had basically no. It was kind of like the Cowboys this year, where they had to score on every possession to make up for the really poor defense. So No, I don't hate it at all. You got to give respect to Bobby Petrino. He's always been a good offensive mind, and if he's just going to coach the offense and not have to take over as head coach like he did at Arkansas earlier this year after they fired Sam Pittman, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. The stench of Bobby Petrino will never go away. I mean, it was funny, the Pete Thamel tweet about the interest there, because I don't believe it's a done deal yet. No. The tweet said, former coach of the Atlanta Falcons. And I'm like, I bet Bobby Petrino really doesn't want that to be included on his resume, but it is, because that's just the kind of guy he is. But as an offensive mind, I don't hate it either. I think it could work potentially in the long term better than it's not like UNC has that much further to go down, right?
That's a great point.
They have a lot of room to improve after a 4-8 season.
I'm trying to look at some of these other games we got rolling up here soon. Everything's kind of off until later on, later down the road here.
Well, we got the Bush's Baked Beans Bowl in Boca Raton today. We got a couple bowl games today. I will be at the Pop-Tarts Bowl, which is the hat I'm wearing, on Saturday, which is sold out. The Pop-Tarts Bowl has more or less become this de facto national championship for non-CFP games.
Are you serious?
Yes, because look, BYU and Georgia Tech are playing in it. That's a ranked matchup, and it's like the Big 12's second or third best non-CFP bowl. Same thing with the ACC. So last year you saw Miami with Cam Ward playing in that game against an Iowa State team that had played in the Big 12 title game. This year you get BYU, the Big 12 runner-up, versus Georgia Tech, who was in contention to not just win the ACC but go to the CFP, right? So it should be a really good matchup, and more importantly, both teams are adding sprinkles to the stripe on their helmet.
Yes.
So any team that gets involved in this Pop-Tarts Bowl, they get all the way involved, and I'm here for it.
You seem very excited about that.
Yes, because they already eat the dude at the end of the game.
Yeah, the Pop-Tart wants to be eaten. He wants to die.
Yeah.
I remember Anish Shroff in the first edition of this 2 years ago on the call was like, he will die, he will perish, and he will enjoy it, or something like that. So it's when these other bowl games lose their importance, right? When you have players that are not playing in it, when you have so many of them that it just people complain about the bowl system a lot. Well, this is your way to have fun with it. This is your way to be a little ridiculous. And in the Pop-Tarts Bowl case, it works out that it is high-ranking teams from the conferences with the tie-ins end up playing in it. And I don't think just as schools and programs, BYU and Georgia Tech are going to have a bunch of guys that don't play in this game. I think for pride and just for competition's sake, it's going to be a good, competitive, fun game, because the last two have been.
Miami, Mark Fletcher. That was. I'm not going to say that was a fun game to watch at all. That was not my. I was into it the entire time.
0-0 halftime.
It was ridiculous. I was like,
score in the fourth quarter.
Is this what Joel Klatt wants me to watch? He wants me to watch 0-0 all the time. I understood the two tough defenses, and I understood the weather. That was definitely affecting things. And Elko did his third down defense. They talked about it plenty. But Mark Fletcher had moments where he was like, guys, I'm taking this game over for you and doing it for Miami. That seems like that run game can carry throughout these playoffs.
Yes, but caveat. Beck cannot. And Beck, they've scaled back the offense at Miami, because when they lost to Louisville and SMU, Carson Beck was throwing picks like it was his job. So they kind of scaled back the offense, and Shannon Dawson, their OC, is a really, really good offensive mind. He's the guy who got Cam Ward into position to end up being the number 1 overall pick last year. They've had success with him as their OC, in years past. So what he's done with Carson Beck, kind of resuscitating his career after the way it ended at Georgia, how poor it was there, they've scaled back the offense. They've taken a little bit out of his hands. So you get to have guys like Mark Fletcher have big games. And my question is, Mark Fletcher had 170 yards on 17 carries. Why didn't he have more carries? That's the one thing with A&M's defense that we've harped on for a lot of the season is their run defense. Mm-hmm. You saw Texas with Quintrevion Wisner have a really good game in A&M's final regular season game. And so Miami only gives the guy who's gashing them, and I know he had the 50-yard run at the end of the game that really put Miami in position to win, but we're only giving him 17 carries. I like to talk a lot about how Mario Cristobal can lose you a game. And if not for Miami's heroic defense when you got Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain as your defensive ends, you're going to have a really good day on defense most days. But if not for them, we'd probably be talking about, why did he only get 17 carries?
Yeah.
Miami only ends up winning by 7 because their defense was so good. And Ohio State, who they're playing next, they got a much better defensive line, probably than pretty much anybody in the country. So I don't think the rushing yards are going to come as easy there. But on Saturday, it worked.
I saw Joey McGuire saying, "Hey, Notre Dame, it's tough, but become part of a conference, and you're going to be in." I saw that. I love Joey McGuire. You've had the chance to interview him. Is Texas Tech the fun favorite for this? Like the one that you're just like, I don't know. They're new to the NIL game, but they're doing it the right way, and they got the coach. They seem fun for anybody that's like doing what we just did a moment ago and trying to pick a team to pull for.
Probably for all of our non-local OU, Texas, A&M, Big 12 graduates, or UNT,
yeah.
SMU, all the local schools, Tarleton State as well. Of
course.
Maybe for non-fans of local schools, I think they would be, because I like what you said. And Jacob Rodriguez, their linebacker, also said after they won the Big 12, well, all they talked about was how we spent money, but if you're going to spend money, why not buy the best team?
Exactly.
That's what they did. They spent the money correctly for this season. So, look, I'm an OU grad, so I feel dirty saying this, but Texas Tech has been one of the best teams in the country. They have one of the best defenses. They're a two-headed monster at linebacker, two-headed monster at defensive end. I mean, it's top to bottom. Every level of their defense is phenomenal. My only concern with them as they get ready to play Oregon is they've had a lot of red zone struggles this season, scoring points. They're in the red zone a lot, though. That is one thing. It's like Texas from a couple years ago, or really under their entire time under Sark. From the 20s, in between the 20s, they're great. Once you get into the red zone, that's when things get a little confusing as to why they can't put the ball in the end zone as much. But look, they against BYU in the Big 12 title game, they got a lot of short fields that really helped them end up making that margin of victory that much bigger. And I'll be here pulling for them. They're the only local team we got left, right? So, but I think as far as the national team, that's got to be Indiana. I don't care if they're the 1 seed. They just play
They are fun.
Good old-fashioned smash-mouth Big Ten football, right? From a school that you rarely see that from. We haven't seen them play in this Rose Bowl since 1968, I think was the last year that they won the Big Ten and ended up playing in this game. So just as far as that goes, I'm all in on Indiana. They got the Heisman winner. And like you said, they play a fun style of football, and their defense is excellent.
Alec, I'm not sure how much time we have before Coach hops on. But I did want to ask Carter, and this is before you get all emotional and heartfelt about things.
And the Pop-Tart and the Tolo Go shirt.
The
Tolo Go shirt today.
Right in the middle of any type of crying that you might have, we'll have to go to a Schottenheimer presser. But
save me, Shotty.
This is the last one. You were going to no longer be with us after.
Dead?
Yeah, well, kind of. I mean, when you're
always trying to kill me.
Not really. You did this yourself.
No,
so
really. That's not a no.
But you've become a good friend to me. I've really enjoyed working with you. Since COVID, right around that time.
February 2020. Was when I started.
Yeah. So, wow. So we're 5 years into this thing.
Almost 6.
We've traveled together and had some fun.
Remember, we round up.
Yeah.
I've been rounding up to 6.
He protected me in Vegas whenever I really almost destroyed everything in my life one night.
I protected him. Go look at those pictures. I was in a very solid state of mind at that moment too.
But this station, as you've watched this station turn into what it is now too, and you've been a big part of that. As I call you, the treasure of all things fan.
Oh, you too, Kyle.
And Adrian does too, because you're the one. You watch videos. You heard it. You read, write, recite. You did that. And so you knew more about the inside jokes than a lot of people because you were creating them with those clips, the Bob Damalina videos, all the fun things that you've been able to see on Instagram and Twitter. That's what Carter's been adding, in addition to being our college football expert along the way, too. What's been your favorite part about working with this group of guys? Because I really like this group that we have here at the station a lot. It's not just because it's sappy holiday time.
It is sappy holiday time. You're making me feel like this is a speech at the end of a Hallmark Christmas movie or something.
I love it.
That. Look,
I'm big on those.
When I got started at the Fan, our digital side had existed in the website form, but not really. I was brought in to build the live streams, and just to be able to build that from our humble beginnings on just the website when I think maybe 5 people watched it during COVID, then moving to Twitch and then to YouTube. I mean, it's just grown into something bigger than I ever thought it would. And from, the live streaming, then adding the long form videos on YouTube and then the shorts, like you said, those are just so much fun to make. I mean, Mike Bassick, former host on The Fan, he was tweeting out one of his old live reads last night.
Yeah, I saw that.
Shorts, and I was like, just out of the blue, I was like, I remember making that one. So
what did it say? don't ever say that a Mike Bassick live read isn't entertaining.
Yes. So to be the czar of content is kind of how I viewed, what from us we've gotten to put out has been an honor. I mean, it's and the good content is still going to come. Like, that's just because I'm not here to produce it doesn't mean that the video content from the station isn't going to still be awesome. Sean and RJ still exist. KNC still exists. G-Bagger's still here. Fan After Dark they also exist. So there's going to be a lot of good content still coming from the station. But I mean, it's been the ride of a lifetime to build this video empire that we have here at the Fan, and to take that on the road to the Super Bowl, to Cowboys. Get content there. I mean, we all went to the Dodgers game earlier this summer.
That was a blast.
It's just as much fun as it's been to build all of this. It's been even more fun doing it with you, all the hosts here. So
2 of the 4 people from that Dodgers game are still going to be here. Ruben and Carter. So maybe you don't go to Dodgers games is what I'm learning here. I might lose Kevin very soon.
Yeah, with people you like at least. If there's anybody that you secretly don't like, be like, hey, we should go to a Dodgers game.
Yeah, just drag them out.
I'm thinking about this, dude. Like, you and I went to see Deadpool and Wolverine together.
We did, yeah.
We went to the Reagan Museum. We did that with the Dodgers game. I got out more because y'all were keeping me young. Y'all were just like, let's go do something. And I was like, that sounds fun.
Single father of none, so I'm like, look, if I'm in a new spot, I got to go out and do some fun stuff. And to me, fun stuff is presidential museums. This year in Oxnard, on my day off, I drove up to Anaheim and went to the Nixon one, which is an awesome museum. If you get the chance to go next year,
that's one too.
Yes, that hits up there with the Reagan one, man.
Really?
I could spend the next 20 minutes talking about those museums.
Dude,
the Nixon one was really, really
view
cool.
At the Reagan Museum, like, there's
hard to beat.
That is amazing. You're in the hills in California. There's a Air Force One overlooking this mountain ridge that you're about to take off onto, and then I just kind of stood there with my phone and zoomed in on somebody's pool down in the lower area.
Yep,
the lower ball. I was trying to see if anybody's swimming.
Is that legal?
I mean, they're down there. Like, who's
taking pictures of water?
Yeah,
I was just
cool. I love water and there were flowers around. And so I was just trying to see some of that stuff. What are you going to miss the most about this thing?
I mean, I never got into this expecting to talk, but I guess the more you're around microphones, the more that happens. So, and just for y'all to embrace me, to be able to come on and talk college football and, help me as I grew into talking, it's been an honor.
Thank you very much, Carter. Really appreciate it, man. Love you
guys.
Have a good one. Let's go to Brian Schottenheimer's press conference right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yes! So it distracted me.
They distracted my player? Tim Calishaw, Dallas Morning News beat writer from 1986 to 1994.
Nice run. Good to see you.
Well, there's a couple of years I kind of missed it. But anyway, first, your thoughts on the 5 Pro Bowl guys?
Yeah, man, I wish there was more. I wish CD would have got in there. I think, missing the 4 games certainly got him. But, again, what could you say about Brandon, and Tim, just the weapon he is for us and what he can create for us, the field position and the kicking game, and then obviously the ability to generate points. Dak, incredible year. He's playing great. Just, his accomplishments are not surprising. Tyler Smith, again, you speak to Tyler Smith, you just talk about going from left guard to left tackle. Certainly what he's done, this really entire year is just amazing. And then you get Q, who, again, we're just really fortunate to have. And I feel like, again, he's, hopefully trending to be back this week. And the last one was, I should know this, GP. Yeah, that's just GP. I think, he what he's done for us has been incredible, and but all those guys very deserving. And again, I think find a way to win a few more games, and we would have had more guys.
And along those lines, obviously more offense than defense. You may not agree with this. In your first year, as head coaches are either offensive guys or defensive guys, and they eventually become head coaches. You seem very willing to take responsibility on offense, a little less critical of the defense. Do you need to do anything, or do you see yourself doing anything to become more of a defensive guy next year, and where the defense has the same share of responsibility in your mind?
Yeah, I think the starting point, the answer is absolutely in every regard. Part of being the head coach of a football team is that you have to oversee everything. You're involved in personnel, you're involved in all really day-to-day operations, but when you talk about the actual football that goes on, it's really all 3 phases. It's not just offense, it's defense, it's special teams. As I look back on year one, and we'll evaluate this after the season goes, finding those pockets of time where you can go in and spend, more time with Nick and just talk about some of the plans for special teams. We, of course, have meetings. We talk about things, but there's probably, different ways to do that. And I'll certainly spend time this offseason talking to some of my mentors and people around the league that have been doing this for a while and just kind of see how they do it. But the answer is I'm always looking to grow, and, I want to take that next step.
Clarence DLS Cowboys. Going back to Pickens for a second. Obviously, the Pro Bowl is kind of an exclamation point on the type of season he's had. Did you expect him to do this, play this well? I mean, he's never made the Pro Bowl before. He's never had these numbers before. I know you had high hopes, but I don't know if you expected to go this well.
Yeah, I can't say that I really have thought about it. I knew we were getting a great player. I knew that the people that had talked about his past and what he was like, which to me, I'll start there. I always want to start there with George because he's just such a lovable guy and he's so fun to be around, and he's just GP. But I think the production, comes because of the way he's worked. I think his connection with Dak is awesome. But again, CD deserves a lot of credit as well, and that's why I think when I talked about CD earlier, I mean, these guys draw attention away from one another, and I think their relationship is very, very important. So I think the numbers speak for themselves, but I didn't have hey, he's going to go for 1,200, 1,400, whatever it is. I just knew we were getting a great player.
How do you balance things with GB? Because you've talked about him missing some things, or at least was late in Vegas, and I'm sure he's been fined for missing things. How do you balance disciplining for those things and the way he plays and with the rest of the team? Yeah, again, I'm the same guy every day. If you are late for something, you get fined. It doesn't matter whether your name is Pickens, Prescott, Smith, Osa. I mean, they all get fined the same. And we've got a pretty good process of how we do that. And, we're aware of when they're here and what they've got going on. And but my biggest thing, Clarence, is I just have real conversation with these guys. And I explain to them, look, I don't want to take your money. I'm really not taking your money. You're taking your money. And it's funny because different guys view it different ways. And I think but they appreciate the conversation, the honest conversation. And sometimes they have real reasons that they miss things, and sometimes they don't.
You want to tell us the ones that they don't have?
Yeah, that's a story for after the season.
Todd Archer.
Yeah, housekeeping. That's nice. Yeah.
Todd Archer with ESPN. You mentioned
the Glazer. The Glazer. Do you know what that means? I just learned that. I literally had to learn that. Yeah, my kids. Yeah.
You didn't know what it means?
Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, the players use it all the time. That's the only reason I know.
Lizzie Glazer. Nice.
Sorry. I know. It's like the soda yesterday. It's like the soda.
You mentioned CD and missing the games that he's missed. Can you imagine what the numbers he would have put up and the impact that would have had on wins and losses if he didn't miss those games?
Yeah, you think about it, because he's such a great player, and I'll say this too: he probably came back faster than he should have, and that shows you how much he loves this team. He loves this game. He wants to play, and nothing that he does surprises me. But yeah, it's scary to think. Was it 5 straight years? I think with over 1,000 yards. I think that's right. But yeah, missing 4 games, and the guy's just an incredible player.
And then stay in that position group. What's happened to Jalen Tolbert? He goes from 7 touchdown catches to now inactive and largely forgotten.
Yeah. Again, I think you look at the growth of the position. I love JT. I have, really good conversation with JT. This has been hard on him, honestly. Just share that with you guys. I love the young man. He certainly can play in this league, but I do think part of it is, we want to use Terp in some regards because of the speed and athleticism he has. And part of it is the fact that a guy like Ryan Flournoy has developed at a high rate, and, you can see the position battle that we have there. And so I tell these guys always be ready, and JT's a guy that will always be ready. And when he is given the call to play, if he's given the call to play, he'll be ready to go, and we won't hesitate to call his number.
John Machado with The Athletic. What would you say is the key to getting a team prepared in only really probably 2 days as opposed to having a full week?
Do what you do well. Try to carry over things that you've had up over the last couple weeks. Some you called, some you didn't. be smart with their bodies. We'll run for, like I said, 6 to 8 plays today, full speed to get them moving a little bit. But what you don't want to do is beat yourself by trying to scheme things up. We can't do that. They really can't do that, although they had the extra day and they don't have to travel. But I think it's that. You focus on execution and doing things you do well. And, you obviously have to have a plan to take care of their great players, which they've got a number of great players, whether it's Payne and, Wagner and Luvu or, McLaurin and Samuels. And certainly we have to stop the run. They're running the ball really, really well. But focus on us. Have a simple but tight plan that you can execute.
And then how much do you, if at all, go back to the Week 7 game and pull from that at all?
Yeah, it's different now. I mean, we look at some things, but, with DQ calling it now, you can still see Joe Witt's got a huge influence on what they're doing. Love both those guys, but we went back and we looked at it. But, again, it's been looking more at the stuff that DQ has started to call since he's taken over.
That is the Brian Schottenheimer press conference right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Freebirds and Addison. Also, stuff on our faces just a little bit. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the level of concern in the C Block. Next on The Fan.
Get your...
that you go to, and let us know, because maybe somebody out there isn't experiencing one of those moments. Jacob, are you one of those guys you're like, no, I plan everything perfectly, I've already gotten all my shopping done, or are you shopping late here?
So I got a notes tab, right, where I link all the stuff I'm going to buy. I actually got all my shopping done a month in advance. I went to work one day and at my other job, and I was just sitting there kind of waiting for the game to start, and I was like, you know what, now seems like a really good time to buy all the Christmas presents. So I did work for free. But, the two kind of canceled out, so it worked out.
I remember when I was working at the Cowboys website, the internet, shopping had just started. That was just becoming a thing that guys were starting to trust a little bit. And my job was to write a story about how the players were doing their shopping. Most of the players were like, my wife is doing it all. I don't have time for that. I got stuff to do. And I was like, I get it. That's their jobs anyway. But then there were a couple of them that were like, I've done all mine I was like, have you done any online? And they're like, no. You can shop online? And it was wild to watch these guys, their brains, they're just like, which websites can I go to? And I was like, I don't know, eBay. Dude, look something up. Amazon, Yahoo. I have no clue where to, because at the time I didn't. Now it's like Amazon's very easy to make sure you've taken care of your shopping. But they were like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I need to start ordering online. It was just wild to watch that transition, because now the brick and mortar stores take a big hit because of that.
Yeah.
Obviously because of what Amazon and just the ability to online shop. But you can order something online and get to the store and pick it up on curbside or whatever. It makes it easy. We got Ross Lubinsky here.
Well, and I just wanted to say real quick, I'm guilty of last-minute shopping this year.
Yep.
And I couldn't believe the prices of next day, arrive before Christmas shipping costs. I have to wonder if that's a big part of businesses now too.
Dude, you know what I saw recently too was my wife's big on the Black Friday shopping. She takes care of a lot of that stuff too. But I saw a video of Target. And Target, they'll be like, here's our Black Holiday sale for this TV. It's $429. And then you take the slide out, and behind it says regular price $429.
Yep.
And I was like, what is happening? And you could scratch off stickers, and they were the same price or even more expensive because they know you're there for the sale.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're going to jack the price up $10 on you. You're not even going to know. I was like, this is ridiculous.
I found that out when I was collecting wrestling action figures as a kid. And at Walmart, they would have clearance stickers. And the clearance would say, here's the new price, previous price. The previous price was higher than MSRP.
Dude.
So they were discounting. They were, but it was to MSRP, what it's supposed to be at every other store. So I was like, you guys aren't getting me. I'm going to pay regular price at any other place.
From the 817 James Avery. Always nice to rock in there. Get yourself actually, I got my wedding ring. This one right here looks just like a ring I got whenever Adrian and I were dating from James Avery. That's whenever we went to buy the wedding ring, I was like, just get the same thing. It's cool looking band. It's nice. Easy to rock with. From the they said they're heading there right now. Any major grocery store, candles, man. Candles,
yes. And thank you for the one you gave me. It is freaking incredible. It smells so good.
That's Adrian's favorite candle, too.
Yes, you have great taste, because I got home and immediately I was like, this is going under the candle warmer. I need to try this. As soon as I got home, and I was like, oh my gosh, this smells so good.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a really good balsam and pine. Throw that out there. Really good scent.
So good.
Spencer's in Town East Mall from the 972 finished Christmas shopping in 1977. Nice work there. I like that. I work for Amazon. I have 245 houses to deliver to in Dallas today. Ooh. Pray for me. Best of luck. We saw a UPS driver come in earlier. He's like, I'm Toloing all day. Really appreciate him.
That.
I think he won a prize, too, on his way out, so that was nice to see as well. But he was like, dude, I'm so busy right now. He said, pray for me, too. Man, lots of speaking of Amazon is my go-to place. Last-minute gift shopping, as last-minute as on the way to a party is Buc-ee's. That's a fantastic. Everybody loves Buc-ee's in Texas.
That's right.
What a great option there.
What a beautiful beaver.
I'm on my way. You said that.
I did.
You did say that.
It's honestly, there's a 4-foot tall statue outside. It's beautiful.
All right, let's go ahead and dive into some of the level of concern. Hit the music. Yeah, what a great intro song that Alec made there. I really appreciate it. All right, this was Jerry Jones this morning. He was rocking with Sean and RJ. Brought to you by Window Nation. This rewind, and he was asked why should fans believe change is coming for next season.
It has been. It has been different, and then sometimes it's worked better than others. But we've had different records over the last several years. We've had different personnels, and so it is. It's what it is. That's when you go hunting. There's a good chance that you won't get any game, or fishing. There's a good chance you might not catch some fish, but there's a chance that you can catch a fish. And we put it out there hard. We do things that can happen, that make things happen big time. I've done it. I've seen it happen. I know it works. And I've done it in a lot of things, not just football.
The level of concern that the Cowboys know that they are willing to change. I think they are willing to change. I don't think that their plan is ever ultra productive.
I like that. Because I believe most things Jerry and Steven say, right? Like when Jerry does the whole "I don't have enough time for a bad time" thing, I feel like he means that and he believes that. But their way of going about said things is just, the word you use is perfect. It's not productive. Mm-hmm. And yes, they are doing something. And that's what we were talking about, you and I, a little bit yesterday with the George Pickens trade. It was like here's the move you asked for, the move.
Right.
One move.
Exactly.
One thing that you're like, oh, they did something good. They did something right, something productive, cool. And then the rest of the moves, if they make any kind of substance, are not great. You look at the Kenneth Murray edition, and you're like, okay, that didn't go so great. Jack Sanborn, I'll eat crow on that one. I thought that was going to be a genius signing.
I was pretty well convinced of it.
It ended up not working out in any kind of fashion. So it usually ends up looking like that. You might get lucky in an offseason and have that move that you're like, yes, great job, and they're like, oh, everybody's happy. We're good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a tough place to be in, because I'd say my level of concern isn't high, but I don't think it's going to work in the way that we want.
Gotcha. Now let's go to cut 6 on this one. Has the defensive scheme let y'all down this season?
Not really. I think our pressure is a combination of execution. It's a combination of quote scheme, but you have to, when we talk about blitzing, for instance, or if you're going to run the press play, if you're on the other side of the football and you're trying to run that play, you've got to work at that for a lot of hours, and you've got to work at that during training camps, and you got to spend some time on it. You just can't come out there and say, we're going to blitz. Because you're not as apt at it, and the players aren't as apt at it. So it takes a lot of work, and to implement, let's say, and things that you emphasize in your scheme takes a lot of practice. So I can tell usually how we're going to really execute by how much we practiced it during the week. And so all of those things are part of it. So just to answer your question, it's not just scheme. It's execution.
On that, I heard that this morning, and I was like, my level of concern is that they don't practice enough. That they didn't get enough practice time in training camp, and they don't get enough practice time during the week, obviously, based on what I'm seeing on the product on the field on Sundays. I want to go to cut 8 here, too. Cut 8. What has been your impression of defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton?
Again, I don't specifically address him, but I will say that I was excited about getting Quentin Williams in, because they had time and experience together.
Right, you can
and
stop right there,
one of
Jacob.
the biggest influences.
But here's my level of concern. He does not talk to Aaron Whitecotton. He was the whole story is I knew that they had a relationship, him and Quentin Williams, and I wanted that relationship to carry over to here, and that's why we wanted to get him. But I do not talk to Aaron Whitecotton because I talk to Shoddy. And then I go listen to those defensive coordinators in the meetings, and that's about the extent of that. He's a busy man. I get it. He's got a lot of things going on. But that one right there was one of my levels of concern. But this is the last one here. I wanted to go to cut 11, and I hope they got the whole story here. Because the story that Jerry tells, I laughed in my car. This is when was the last time you mounted a TV?
Well, I haven't hung a TV lately. I buy if you've got that thing above your head and you're trying to work with two hands and you're trying to do all that at the same time. I will say that thing would hurt if it fell back and hit you in the head or the nose, and that's apparently what happened. But I can buy that you have to hang something. Can get in a situation where you're hanging some TVs. I'll never forget. When I was in about the 9th grade, I was working in at night, working in like a 7-Eleven, and my folks would pick me up about 9 o'clock at night, and because of school, and out behind the store is the tallest point in central Arkansas. It's a huge tower that all broadcasters broadcast off of. It had a fence that looked like it was around a prison. You couldn't climb the fence, and it had the barbs and everything coming back to prevent you from going. That bothered me, and finally one night I closed the store and went out there and climbed that fence. And I climbed that whole tower all the way to the top.
Whoa. Wow.
And when I got up there, I froze. I couldn't come down. Well, it looked like that there had been a fire that wiped out that entire part of town by the time the fire trucks and the police and everybody got out there. But they had to come up that tower to get me out. It was the tallest spot in central Arkansas. I know this, that my father liked to have killed me. And on the way home, he was driving, and he said, why did you, what were you thinking? And so I just answered him truthfully. I said, well, Dad, it was just there, and it was bothering me. I had to do it. And I'm telling you, he almost wrecked that car swinging at me over there trying to pop me for even answering the question to begin with. But
that is that story this morning and here's the reason. Listen, man, I know everybody gets bent out of shape by things that Jerry says about this team and all that, but I think everybody's been able to relate to that moment where we did something dumb and our parent looked at us like, what in the hell were you thinking? And they almost swatted at you like DK Metcalf. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, power ranking, the NFL power rankings, and the Stars head north for some action. We do it next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, man, I love being out here for the Friday football feast, and it's been so much fun all season long, going all over. Freebirds, Taco Bueno, Uncle Julio's. We've had so much fun with all the Tolos out there, and you know what? All the Tolos that show up, thank you so much to you. I know you're listening right now. If you're not here, we really appreciate you. It's been a fun season. We got one more of these, I do believe. Next week, we'll be rolling that one out there for the Friday football feast. Having a good time with it. Right now, we're at 5000 Beltline Road at Freebirds, and we also have some Tolo trinkets to give away, some Tolo flasks. We got a lot of other stuff going on here, and you can come out here and see Alec Medford for your first time, maybe for the multiple time that you've ever seen him. Come on out, see us Friday football.
Chiefs Broncos was supposed to be one of the best games of the season.
It could be the decider. That could decide the entire division, the entire AFC.
On Christmas night
Yes.
of all nights, like making everything chaotic and fun and holiday-ish. And it was supposed to be a big deal. And the NFL and the executives on the broadcast side have to be absolutely just defeated looking at this lineup.
Are you still 877-881-1053? Are you still going to be one of those that just says, I'm turning on the football games on Netflix and Prime? I'll turn the games on. They'll be on in the background. We're going to be doing our things throughout the day. My Christmas Day plans have changed a little bit, so I know I'm going to be at the house. But I have to head out later that evening. But that's going to be one of those where I'm like, all right, I'll have it on, but I don't know if I'm going to sit down and be all excited about it. The slate itself, it's unfortunate, but that's what the NFL's done. They're taking every day. Jerry was talking about that this morning. He loved playing on Thanksgiving because it felt festive whenever they were playing a Thanksgiving Day game. And I totally understand that. There's something about the vibe whenever you're playing in that game. But the NFL's like, look, NBA, y'all wanted Christmas Day? Sorry. NBA, y'all wanted Saturday, or NFL, y'all wanted Saturdays for your college football playoff? Sorry, we're putting games on that. And they just consume everything. And it doesn't even have to be the better product. A lot of times it just has to be a product.
And it's funny because remember Goodell said a few months ago, he was like, the other leagues aren't our competition.
Yeah.
It's like Apple
and Google
and just some of the biggest Fortune 500 companies on the planet, and that's why. Is because they have that power, because I guarantee you it wasn't a counter-programming thing. It was we can afford to do that, and we can afford to say that Christmas is now a football holiday. Just the way we look at Thanksgiving, they have the power and the ability to do that. So I don't even think they were saying, let's try to screw over the NBA and be like, nope, that's our thing now. It's more specifically, hey, we can, so we will.
Mm-hmm. The other thing, too, is the Vikings have not ruled out Jordan Mason for Thursday, but he is considered a long shot as of now, according to Jeremy Fowler. So that's another, I know, fantasy implications are coming down on that, so keep an ear out on that. And also, Adam Schefter's reporting Jordan Love, Malik Willis will both be limited during practice. So that's both of their quarterback. Again, more quarterback, just trauma that they're having to deal with in the quarterback world right now. All right, it is time for Power Ranking, the Power Rankings. Gentlemen, who is the worst football team in all of the NFL?
Ooh.
According to CBS Sports.
CBS, okay. I'm trying to pick up on their tendencies as we alternate between the different outlets, and I think I have to go with, because it's not even fun to watch at this point, I have to go with the Raiders.
Yeah. Jacob, do you agree with the Raiders as the worst NFL team?
I was going to go with the Raiders just because everything up into this past week. But, whenever Ashton Genty's playing well, he's a lot of fun to watch. So I'm actually going to go with the Jets.
The Jets. The 3-12 Jets are actually 29th. The Raiders are, in fact, number 32.
Let's go.
The Browns at 31. The Giants at 30. And the Jets at 29. And then the Titans moving up, baby. Moving up 2 spots after defeating the very vaunted Kansas City Chiefs offense and defense this week without Patrick Mahomes. Man, look at what that team is without Patrick Mahomes. Now, obviously, they were also eliminated from the playoffs. Their minds were kind of different on everything. But without Mahomes on the field, that team does not look anywhere near the same, and that's fascinating at this point.
Yeah.
Tells you what kind of talent they have right now. Where would you put the Cowboys in the mix right now?
They're slipping lower and lower. I would put them, I think they're out of the teens at this point. I'd say 20.
Okay. Jacob, where do you have the Cowboys? If you say 1, you will get punched.
We're going to go 19.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, just to undercut me.
The Vikings are at 19. The Cowboys, indeed, are at 20.
Let's go.
That is the combination. They're right there in the mix, right behind the Colts, just ahead of the Bengals and Falcons. And that's not the place you want to be at 6-8-1 this year. They got to figure things out for the. It would be nice for them to finish 8-8-1. That would be a nice thing. But this is just a. it's a bad feel for a team that's that had higher expectations, but when reality, fans knew what their defense was going into this thing. I think we were more curious of what the offense was going to show us.
Yeah,
we were like, okay, the offense should be good. We kind of had our ideas on. We know what CeeDee Lamb is. We have zero clue how they're going to use Pickens.
Yeah,
Javonte was a big question mark. Turns out this offense turned out to be the right thing for this team. It was just the defense all along that we had big question marks for. All right, who are your top 5 teams in the NFL right now? Who is the number 1 team in the NFL?
I'm trying to think how CBS thinks. I would have the Patriots there, but I don't think because of the recent loss a couple weeks ago, they're there. I would say they probably, after the crazy win this week, went with Seattle. And it would make sense to me. I would disagree, but I would understand it.
Okay. Jacob?
I agree, Seattle, but I think it should be the Rams.
Okay.
Ooh.
The Rams fall in at number 5.
Wow.
And I think that obviously that loss to Seattle is the kind of swap that you would put there in the chaos way that game ended for sure. The Seattle Seahawks do indeed fall in at number 1, which is fascinating because Kevin's been pointing out for the last 2 months that nobody's paying attention to the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
He's like, everybody's like, oh yeah, it's Sam Darnold and he's doing what he's doing out there, but nobody was paying attention to the fact that their defense is stout. Their run game is also as productive as it's been, and this is a good, well-rounded team. It's whether or not you get good pressure on Sam Darnold. If you can do what Brian Flores did, which Brian Flores is kind of the only one that can do what Brian Flores does.
Yeah.
If you can do that, though, and get that kind of pressure on Sam Darnold, you force him into all sorts of chaos and trying to figure out exactly what's going on, and that team looks very different. But right now, the Seattle Seahawks, they are a fantastic team. The Patriots fall in at number 2, Jaguars, and then the Bears at number 4. The Broncos and Niners are at 6 and 7. Because remember, we said the Rams were at 5. But the Niners have been kind of in this weird place all season long where they're like, you're just good enough.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, dude, I'm more scared of what they can do in the playoffs because they've just been biding their time waiting to get to that spot.
They are the most nonsensical team that is still left in the fight. I don't understand anything about them other than the fact that Christian McCaffrey has stayed healthy, and that usually means good things. I thought that Mac Jones having to start multiple games for them was going to be a kiss of death. And then Kyle Shanahan reminds you that, hey, I'm very specific with the quarterbacks I have on this roster. They are only guys that I can teach and guys that work within my system. So he goes in, he impresses and keeps them alive. Like I mentioned, I feel like the football gods were just making sacrifices injury-wise, saying, hey, second-string defensive lineman, you're going to miss 2 games so Christian McCaffrey can be healthy this week. And then the next week, it's, hey, a wide receiver is going to go down. Christian McCaffrey is going to be healthy, though. The football gods were like, it's a better place when Christian McCaffrey is healthy. And he has been Christian McCaffrey this season. George Kittle takes a beating every single game, but he shows up every single game in big moments, and Brock Purdy is finding his stride again after the injury that he had earlier this year that caused him to miss time. It looks like Brock Purdy missed no time. Like, that team, they're just such a status quo team where when everything is the way it's supposed to be, they're going to play impressive football. And right now, things are the way it's supposed to be. Their quarterback is healthy. Their running back is healthy. They got Robert Saleh back calling plays for them, which I didn't think was ever going to happen.
I didn't either, yeah.
Thought he was going to be a head coach for the rest of his career. So they got a blessing in disguise there. The 49ers make no sense whatsoever. But it's making the NFC picture a little bit more intriguing because it did feel like 2 top dogs.
I feel like the Seahawks, I understand the Patriots. I'm now understanding the Jaguars more of what they're trying to accomplish, the Bears, Rams, and Broncos. The Niners are showing us what they are. They're showing us they're just kind of back in that. The teams I can't make any sense of. The Bills, because you're an 11-4 team that's had some trip and falls that you're like, what's going on there?
Yeah.
The Packers. I have no clue what to think of the Packers, because 1 minute you're like, that might be the most explosive offense in all of the NFL history, and then all of a sudden their offense can't do anything, and then you're like, this defense though keeps them in games, and then their defense gives up important drives that set them off. I can't understand the Packers, and I don't quite know what the Steelers are. The Steelers and Ravens I feel like are done, but the Steelers are one of those teams where you're like, Aaron Rodgers is on his last leg.
Yeah.
His ability to throw is still kind of there. His ability to escape is not. The offense just looks clunky all the time. They'll do 3 and outs. They don't have T.J. Watt, and they're 2-0 without him for the first time. They were always losing without him, and now they're 2-0 without him. That's a team right there that I just can't make any sense of. I wanted to hit this with the Stars real quick. I don't know if you saw this or not. The Maple Leafs fired their assistant coach Mark Savard last night. He was in charge of their power play. Their power play, this is a stat that is going to live in my mind forever. So their power play was ranked dead last in the NHL at 13.3%. The entire roster of the Maple Leafs had 12 goals on power play. Wyatt Johnston has 13 himself. And so, that number right there, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that Glenn Gulletson has this beautiful mind when it comes to the power play.
Yeah.
And he knows exactly what he wants with Wyatt Johnston and how to, execute that and pull that off. It obviously is a big deal with that. But and obviously Wyatt Johnston's a talented player.
Yeah.
On a team surrounded by other very talented players. Mikko, who we talk about, has so much gravity that it just takes away and allows guys like Robertson and Wyatt Johnston to deliver. But man, whenever you look at that and you say that one dude on that special teams has more power play goals than the entire other roster, and that's why the Stars went out and rolled them the other night. It was nice to see. So Stars heading up to Detroit tonight, and looking forward to seeing them take down the Red Wings. Your feelings on? I'm going to be locked into this one tonight.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be too. And back to the Maple Leafs thing real quick, I think it's just a big indicator of how, at least here in this generation, I guess, of hockey, the power play has become the most important asset. We're not saying that it hasn't been in the past, but that shows you, and you see the reason that Glenn Gulletson got a second go around here in Dallas is because he was credited as essentially being the king of the power play.
With Edmonton, for sure.
Yeah, with Edmonton. The things that he did, and the way it was almost automatic.
Yeah.
The last couple of years with Edmonton, where if you
it was disgusting.
If you committed any kind of penalty, you knew that there was a chance you were going to lose that game just because they were going to put up a point.
Yeah, you're walking on ice.
Literally,
yeah.
And the ice gets thinner whenever Connor McDavid has something to say about it. So it just shows to me that the league really, really has trended towards the idea that if you cannot coach a power play unit, a special teams unit, you are not useful in today's NHL. And that's why Glenn Gulletson gets a second chance. And then in Toronto's case, you don't get many chances when things are that bad, and that's why they only have 35 points on the season.
Yeah. By the way, the Pittsburgh Pirates dip into their piggy bank, according to Bob Nightingale, signed first baseman Ryan O'Hearn to a 2-year, $29 million contract. They added Brandon Lowe earlier, and so that is, look at this, them trying to steal a World Series right before they go into a lockout. Smart job on the Pirates' part. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Stars and Mavs recap power rankings at 8, and chop it up.
biggest burrito they have. And then,
Super Monster?
I think I'm going to order. I'm not going to sit down and eat it in front of y'all. That would be ridiculous. I can turn that into like 2 or 3 meals. All right, so
okay,
but
that's fair.
I'm definitely going to take something home. Kids, I got a kid right now. He's out there shopping in the world. And he's probably going to be very hungry whenever he gets back because it's so much work to do stuff like that. But let's welcome in the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how we doing today?
Tremendous, Corey. Thank you so much for asking. How the hell are you guys? I'm jealous and envious of you with all the delicious Freebirds you've been having.
Smells so good. It smells so amazing in this
I took
place
down
right
one
now.
burrito already. I might take down 2.
Go ahead. Take 2 or 3 with you.
Is there
if you
a
wanna go.
way? Is there a special way to eat those burritos? Are you guys the peel the foil off kind of guys? I think I've watched some YouTube videos on this.
Yeah,
there's ways you take the foil off. To make sure that you can hold it together. Am I wrong about this? I've watched videos.
Not at all.
That is the exact way to do it, Broadus. What you do is you peel off that, you set it down right in front of you, actually, because it's flat.
Yeah.
It's flat on the ends,
right?
So you can set it down right in front of you and stand it up straight, not even holding it.
Right.
And then you just peel off that top part, and you peel off enough to bite. And then the more you eat, the more you can. And if you're smart with it, you don't peel it like tear it off. You peel it so it just kind of unfolds.
Yes.
And then if you don't want to eat the whole thing right there, which some people don't, I know Chia Follow is probably against that.
Yeah, way against that.
You just take the cover and you go right back over the top and you cover it back up and you have to save it for later.
See, and this is not a fake story. I'm so serious.
I just
when
watched
say,
you do that, too.
Yes, the last time I had a Freebirds burrito with my dad, we were sitting at the table, and I sat it on the bottom, just like Corey said, and I kind of unwound the foil, and I never picked up the burrito. I just ate it from the table while holding it. And my dad's like, are you eating it that fast that you're not even picking up the burrito until there's maybe a quarter of it left? I'm like, yes. Yes, I am. So I am a unit. You have to appreciate that.
Yeah.
Stop judging me. I'm eating the food that you paid for. You should be appreciative instead of judgmental.
Yeah, so there's a technique to do this, and a guy like me who doesn't, I've studied it, probably can't perfect it. By the end of it, the thing is a mess. I'm trying to fold corners, and I get too much, and I don't think that's possible. But everything that they ask you to put on it, I basically say yes.
Yeah, I'm with you,
yeah.
Broadus.
I say yes. Yeah. So, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, would you
Thank
like,
you.
Yes. Yes.
Extra.
Yeah. Extra. Yes. I put it all on there.
Two
More
scoops, please.
And the vessel not good enough at times. The vessel that carries it. Sometimes it lets me down. But I think this foil technique is a must if you're going to eat one of these things.
Yeah, no, it keeps everything. It's kind of like Spanx for women. They have men's Spanx. Yeah, it keeps everything tight, keeps everything kind of packed in together. Then what happens whenever you get home?
That's a real name. That's a real name of a clothing line, huh?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Is it really?
It is, Broadus. Huh. Yeah. So here's what the women do, and some men. There's also Spanx for men, I believe. But basically, you put this on, and it goes from like the right above the knee. And it's kind of like a bodysuit kind of thing. It goes right above the knee, all the way up to under the chesticles.
The chesticles.
It goes. Or I think they can actually. They have the one that goes over the shoulder too. But basically, it's tight. It's real tight. So women that want to wear those super tight dresses and they don't quite have that body for it, they put those on, and it's called Spanx.
I could use the over
Do you
the
get a
shoulders.
crowbar with that thing?
Yeah.
I mean, how do you seriously? How do you fit? Do you baby powder that thing up? How do you get that on? Is it plastic? What are we dealing with? Rubber? Is this like a scuba suit? What are we doing
I
here?
think it's
Is it wet?
Honestly, I think it's just like super tightly wound
Spandex?
elastic clothing.
It's like
spandex. Yeah, super
elastic
tight
clothing.
spandex.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
You just naturally put it on the skin and it slides right on, or is this a struggle? Are we losing weight while putting it on?
I will admit I have seen somebody put it on before.
Oh.
It's not the easiest thing, but Broadus, it looks fantastic. Like it's kind of cheating. It's kind of like lying to it's false advertisement.
Okay, we're into now like just fooling everybody, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Like, hey, she looks she looks good, but in real life, do you have those thoughts? You say she might be wearing Spanx. And how hard is that going to get off at the end of the night? That might deter me from talking to her.
If it's going to take too long to remove
if
that.
If I have to have any kind of effort to do this, and by the way, the older you get, it used to be you used to now you buy women's clothing for them. It used to be you were always trying to get them out of the clothing. So the older you get, the more that's flipped now. That's flipped is what that's doing.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, no, I'm totally with you on that one, bro.
No, don't
totally
be hiding. Just let it flaunt.
Yeah, I want to see the real you. I'm all
Show
about
it, baby.
the real version of that you are is what I'm about.
That's right.
Hey, we did have a question like.
Don't have time, Heggy. Majors, Heggy, Majors.
Oh, who the hell are you? What's your name?
It's Medford, gentlemen. That's the name.
Little Red.
Right. Do y'all have a last minute go-to store for shopping?
Yes.
Whenever it's like, oh crap, I got to get something.
RS Diamond Broker. That is the last minute store that I love to go to. They'll make sure they treat you right, take care of you, and get it real fast.
Any kind of diamonds?
Anything you need, absolutely anything. You need some earrings, necklaces, bracelets, diamonds, lab grown, mined. They got it for you there at RS Diamond Broker. Watches, whatever you need, boom, they'll take care of you on the spot.
I'll take a watch.
Broadus?
I'll tell you what, the diamond, I think my man's right.
I got you.
Absolutely, that sounds like a great place to shop.
I love
Otherwise,
that
the Dollar Tree.
Yeah, Dollar Tree.
Dude, hey man, I got the Dollar Tree and Dollar General right next to my house. Those come in so handy on so many different occasions, and the kids love going there to shop. So I'm like, yeah, go ahead. It costs $1 or $5. Sometimes
Or
they lie
$5.
about
Yeah.
that too. Yeah.
Could Buc-ee's be a place if you had to do something?
Yeah.
Buc-ee's is a brilliant.
You can find some good stuff.
100%.
Everybody loves Buc-ee's too. They're going to see that beaver and they're going to be excited, right, Al?
Oh yeah, the big beautiful beaver that's just
beaver.
waiting to greet you as soon as you walk up. I like that alone.
for
I feel like the
Friday,
experience.
that all needs to be pulled right there.
Yeah, says the man that's talking about taking women's clothes off and stuff. Don't worry about it. I already texted Jacob to grab that.
You guys, Jacob, that right there, all that little discussion that they just had, both of them, pull that for Friday. I'm voting for it.
Why?
Fantastic
You
stuff.
care to explain?
Fantastic stuff right there. Gentlemen, what do y'all have coming up on the show, Graham, today?
Pure gold, as always. Thank you so much for asking. We actually have a loaded lineup. David Hellman, The Athletic, joining us at 3 o'clock. We've got Ian Eagle, who's going to be on the call for Commanders Cowboys on Netflix at 4:20. Mark Schlereth at 4:40, and the Jake Ferguson Show at 5:15. It's going to be a party here on a TD Tuesday.
That is great stuff right there. That's the G-Bag Nation. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back at you tomorrow for the Christmas Eve special. Until then, you've been Masterpieced.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Liddell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tonight we get to see my new favorite rivalry, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder, the reigning defending NBA champions, taking on Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. And there have been some comments in the media recently between Wemby, Chet Holmgren, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Tonight they put it all on the hardwood, and I'm ready to watch another installment of the NBA's next great rivalry. I'm Liddell Willingham.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit biglou.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-5...
line.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance?
Football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We have liftoff, hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Am I a worst take of the week nominee? We're going to get to that in just a moment. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. We've got Lucius Alexander rocking with us as always. And you are Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. Hashtag Total. Make sure you're joining the conversation. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com. Fan text. Love having you with us here in the nation. Gavin out in Oregon with the family. Eric taking some holiday family time as well. And I think Carter will be back with us tomorrow for his final day, but he's coordinating the video from home, I think. But Brian, how the hell you doing, man? Happy Tuesday.
I'm doing well. Hey, happy Tuesday to you as well, man. It's a good thing we have a quality group that we work with, but I'm excited about the configuration today. You love working with Lucius, you know that.
We wouldn't be able to survive without
We would not be able. This show would be nothing without him.
No.
So excited that we can all bring it together today.
So a couple of quick updates. Cowboys out practicing. It does look like Tyler Guyton has been doing more rehab on the ankle.
There we go.
So he's out there. He's got those umbilical cords, as I like to call them.
The umbilical cords.
But they're really just the resistance bands.
I can say that,
whatever.
right?
Yes.
Brett Brown and him working together today.
Ryan Flanoy working with the rehab group as well. He's got a brace on his right leg. So he was listed as limited yesterday. I know Shadi had mentioned hopefully he could go. Ryan Flanoy talked to the media, said hopefully he could go. But this is going to be tight, man, for Thursday.
Yeah, I was talking to some people in the organization, not named Schottenheimer or anybody else, but I was talking to some people that I was thinking, hey, will this kind of be, we've seen the end of Ryan Flanoy, and my guy goes, no, there's a chance he could play this week. And I was like going, okay, that's a good deal.
That's my guy.
Yeah, because like you say, you need to attack this Washington group. I think offensively, there's still some pieces that are going to give the Cowboys problems. But defensively, that's where teams have really got after them, especially their secondary.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Philadelphia was able to do for the most part after the first quarter, whatever they wanted. We saw J.J. McCarthy prior to the Cowboys game. He had a career day against Washington. So they're definitely banged up. And, man, Bobby Wagner, in Father Time might have finally hit him now. he has not been the same version that he has been throughout his career. Last year, that was one of the big stories on their turnaround was how good he was, but specifically in pass coverage. Bobby Wagner has struggled a big time for Washington. We did get the Cowboys Pro Bowlers. Congratulations to the 5 Cowboys Pro Bowlers that were announced today. Dak Prescott, Tyler Smith, Brandon Aubrey, Quinnen Williams, and George Pickens, who has set career highs in catches, yards, and touchdowns. It's going to be his first Pro Bowl in his first season with the Cowboys, the only first-time selection in the group. So congratulations to GP3. Shoddy in his presser noting CeeDee Lamb, he was hopeful he could get in there, and maybe CeeDee will be one of the alternates. I mean, now I think it's more so just the honor. You know, I don't know how many players care about going, especially they're not even doing the game anymore, but the honor of
playing
being a
tug
Pro
of
Bowler.
war.
Yeah.
Little Foursquare.
Dodgeball.
Yeah.
Strange.
I am amazed, though, the effort that Zeke put into dodgeball. I mean, he was getting into it, you know? And, I think you're right, though, Lucius, the tug of war part of it. It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, we play a Foursquare and skip it and everything.
Trivia.
Come on, man, do something,
we had
bro.
a trivia contest one time, didn't we? Do we have some trivia? We acted like we were playing on the Family Feud or something like that.
Family Feud?
We're doing ridiculous things.
Some of the stuff they've done with the kicking contests is crazy. They're going out on like the beach and seeing how, hey, who can hit XYZ over here with the kicks. It's nuts what they're doing.
How about shoot footballs in the air and see how many you can catch?
Oh,
yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
The guy, the punt returner, you're catching like 8 balls.
That can get kind of funny. Yeah. I do like watching that. You got like 6 balls. This guy's trying to juggle and see if he can catch the other one.
Let's make a relay of something happen serious here. I want to see who the fastest man in NFL is or something like that. Stop playing with me.
Relays, the strongest man competitions. They used to do that. They used to do the relays. They got rid of that one. But I think now they do like an obstacle course that they try and go through. Micah was super competitive on that.
I would take I would take an NFL Pro Bowl edition of the Gladiators. I mean, I'm talking about like not like in the sand with the chain mesh and all that. I'm talking like okay, you're on the balance beam with clubs.
The joust. Yeah, we can joust each other.
Yeah. And then tennis ball avoid, you get to the, you're trying.
These are great athletes, and see how good of an athlete you are.
I would love to see that more than I would. I would love to, I have nothing. The game is ridiculous, but I would like to see like the Gladiator show.
Put them on some of those wiped out courses.
Yeah. Yeah, see if they can run through the obstacle course, do some pull-ups to get to the next bar.
You got to duck over this thing that's trying to come and wipe you off.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome. Yeah. I would love to see that, too. Maybe I think that they're workshopping all kinds of ideas for this Pro Bowl now that they're not doing the game.
What was that show that we used to watch where the people biggest fear? I like to see
the Fear Factor.
Fear Factor. Evidently, fear is not a factor.
Ryder wants them to eat something.
Are they bringing Fear Factor back?
Yeah. I think the Jackass guy's hosting it.
Oh my gosh.
I forget his name right now, but
I know, I'm blanking on his name right now as well. I'm going to figure this out.
Johnny Knoxville.
Johnny Knoxville. Yes,
look at
Brian.
Yes, okay, listen, I knew the name Johnny Knoxville.
Johnny Knoxville.
I'm not going to lie. I thought he was no longer with us.
No, he is. We did lose Ryan Dunn.
I was a little worried that maybe Johnny Knoxville had done one stunt too many. And maybe he wasn't with us.
I don't know how with us he is, but Johnny is still here.
Okay,
physically,
but he's the host.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Joe Rogan used to be the host for that, right?
Yes,
that was Joe.
I think Ludacris did a series or something like that. Not sure.
Man,
like hanging off the side of a helicopter. Let's go. Let's do it.
It was always the food though, Lucius, like having to eat some like spiders or that was always what got people on that. But man,
I would be successful.
If you could eat a tray of roaches, here's $100,000.
It's worth it for the money. I mean, is there anything you wouldn't eat, Brian? You've got the stomach and the iron stomach. I don't think you turn anything down.
I could eat a boiled egg.
Oh, that's right.
If you said, listen,
you would do it though. Like if money were on the line, you just don't like it.
If say 50,000 was on the line, I would eat a boiled egg. I just hate the texture of a boiled egg. I hate fried eggs too. I'm sorry. I know all these people love the fried egg on the.
It's one of the greatest foods of all time. The darn eggs. Shout out to the chicken.
The egg
is coming for you, dog.
I'm a fan of the egg. when it comes to the omelet form.
The rubbery texture there.
Yeah, and if you could put some diced ham or sausage in it, or even one of my favorite things is to do biscuits and gravy inside the omelet.
Oh my gosh, that is
now
divine.
You're talking. But if you ask me to eat a fried egg, if you put a fried egg on a burger, I am raking that thing off in a heartbeat.
It's such a shame because the yolk. You get the runny yolk on there and everything stripping down your hand. That's it's the good stuff right there, man. 214 said Ultimate Football Ninja Warrior. That could be fun. 817, remember the old ABC Wild World of Sports show called Superstars?
Superstars. That's from my era. That's when I watched like Wayne Gretzky outrun. Like
they sure did.
Like Wayne Gretzky, they used to have a 40-yard dash.
Yeah,
he sure did.
And Wayne Gretzky like smoked some NFL players. Like the superstar thing used to be, and it used to be Battle of the Network Superstars.
Yeah.
So you'd have ABC versus NBC. Yeah, and so like that was pretty cool. But then they had the actual superstars, and you had to use certain events you picked. So if you didn't want to be weightlifter guy, or you didn't want to be sprinter guy or swimmer guy, you could pick the events. But Wayne Gretzky. Google that thing.
Yeah, he's fast, bro. Who'd have thought?
My man ran like a 4.540.
He was running. This wasn't like wearing skates or anything.
No. He was scooting.
Yeah, all that hockey gear apparently made him faster, dog.
Yeah.
But without that stuff out, he was zooming out there,
I'll tell you
man.
what, though, we had some terrible outfits that day. Yeah. We wore some bad gear. We had bad gear in the 70s.
Yeah, that's those hip cut on the shorts.
It was
how they cut into the hip for some reason on guys.
You know how?
What are we doing?
You know how some of the issues we're having with some of the track guys with some stuff going on. Battle of the superstar, whatever.
I love this idea for the Pro Bowl. I think this would be fun. We can ask Jake Ferguson about this.
Okay.
Not that Jake didn't go this year, but he has been before. So maybe Ferg will have. We'll see what his Pro Bowl memories were, and if he thinks that this would be a fun idea. Because I'm all for it. Because they're not going to play the game. Like they got rid of the game.
Yeah,
they're not doing it. The flag football.
It's
thing,
ridiculous. The game is ridiculous.
It's silly. There's really no need. We'll hear more of what Jerry Jones had to say this morning with Sean and RJ a little bit later. But in his approach to free agency, how active will he be? Bobby asked me, said, quote, I don't know. We'll see where we are with our own players. We'll be active, but the question is the degree of activity. I can't imagine not doing things in free agency. Well, I can't imagine them not doing anything in free agency either, but that will be the big question. Is it still, we're bottom fishing here? We're going for our $2 million former first, second round picks that we liked and hoping we can catch lightning in a bottle, which did work for Javonte Williams. But otherwise, Peyton Turner, he hadn't played this year. Kenneth Murray didn't really work out, although that was a trade. And then the defensive struggles, quote, we're not executing. We are not getting done what we even run as a scheme. And so that's very critical. To be trite, again, there's no evasive.
Be trite.
To the point is it's a combination of many things when you can't get pressure or stop the run. It just does not sound like there's much positivity about Matt Eberflus right now, and they're not trying to hide it.
No,
it's a shame.
No, and they're really not. But listen, Jerry Jones, if you're driving around, sir, good day. But
good day.
But be honest, him, Steven, anybody that had a hand in the shaping of this staff, hey, congratulations. Look, you might have got a guy in Eberflus, in Shoddy that looks like that he could do some quality things for you. All the things he's endured. But man, they had a hand in bringing Eberflus here. So, you could be disappointed and all that, but just look at yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Look at yourself. And you know what? You have a great opportunity here. Hopefully this team, and listen, I'm going to take it from the approach of what they want to do, not what I want to do. I want to lose games and have a better draft pick. That's what I want to do. That's the media member now, the former scout, the guy who wants the better draft pick, because then you and I can talk about it with others and like, hey, how about this player at 12? Yeah. How about this player at 12? How about this player? I want the better pick.
With you?
The guy who used to be in that chair over there, I need to win these last two games. I need to be 8-1. That actually means something to me. And I think it means something to Jerry and them. And if, in fact, that they get to 8-1,
sure.
You know what he needs to do? He needs to say, okay, we need to move on from the defensive coordinator, and now we need to go spend some money and build this team. I would hate for them to not have any flexibility with those those 2 picks.
No,
I'd hate it.
And that's why I think, and you've talked about this plenty, they've got it. That's got to be a change. Like, they actually made some trades. Awesome. That's fantastic. They did the Pickens thing. That's worked out. I love them being aggressive and going to get Quinnen Williams. I think a lot of that had to do with you did have an extra first-round pick you were able to utilize there.
Yep.
But you've got to prove that you will be actually more aggressive in free agency, and it's not just tier 4 or 5 guys. It is, all right, you don't want to go for the first day.
Fish.
Fine.
Yeah.
But let's get a tier 2 player.
Yeah.
Let's try and be a little bit more aggressive to go ahead and fill out this roster here. And I get it, 903. Shame might have been a bad word to use. I'm totally out on the Eberflus experiment. I think for both parties now, much like with Diggs, I think it's good for a separation. I think it'll be good for Flus. Take a year off, man. Recoup, recalibrate, and maybe come back stronger. And for the Cowboys, this clearly has not been a good fit. Last night, though, the more hit, baby. Phillip Rivers, 277 yards.
How about that?
He hit the more on the 140.5. He started off cooking. 23 of 35, 277, a couple of touchdowns, and the interception. But Brock Purdy was unbelievable. 5 touchdowns. McCaffrey added 117 on the ground. Niners at 11-4. They got a big game on Sunday night against the Bears. They win that. You're looking at a possible 1-seed matchup in the finale against Seattle. Pretty crazy given all the injuries this Niners team has had. And I mentioned it last week. I think this is the best coaching job Kyle Shanahan has done in his career. I've been very critical of him, at times called him overrated, because he hadn't been able to do what he's done this year. When they've had injuries like this, they've had the 6-10 type of year, but they've been able to overcome a lot of that. The key cogs, Trent Williams and McCaffrey, have been there, but no Purdy for an extended time, no Bosa. Fred Warner's been out. Kittle's been in and out of the lineup. They've been finding ways to win, so big-time victory. But last night I put out, in the second half, like, as great of a start as it was for Phillip Rivers, you could see it right before halftime. The poor guy's laboring to push the ball down the field.
Sure he is.
Like, it's incredible what he's done. At 44 years old, he comes off the couch, hasn't played in 5 years.
With a double chin, bro.
Yes.
Out there working with a double chin. I feel so inspired.
I mean, he's looking very, very frumpy.
Yep.
He looks like a guy off the couch.
He does, legitimately. Like, he looks like, okay, we're playing like a beer league football game right now in uniform. It's amazing. It's an incredible story. But the Colts are eliminated now. Like, I think we need to be done with the Phillip Rivers thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him get hurt. I don't want to see anything bad happen. Maybe they technically haven't been eliminated, but they're 8-7. They're not getting in. So to me, I wanted.
How about that?
It was
that
a fun 2 games.
That team started off, though. Were they like?
I think they were 7-1.
7-1.
Yeah.
And just completely. Fall apart.
They did.
To the point where maybe you thought that that our guys there were going to get extensions and all that.
Yeah.
And that lady owner's on the sidelines now, so she knows what's going on. She's hearing it all, but she's probably looking at like, okay,
It's a big, I mean, hey, I get it. The Daniel Jones stuff stunk. He was playing so well. He gets hurt. Then he's out for the year. But they're running. And in the offensive line, they've had a couple of injuries. But that's what Jonathan Taylor was an MVP candidate the first 10 weeks of the season. He has totally fallen off. But the defense in the running game gave Phillip Rivers no help.
Yeah, Chris Ballard, is a guy that kind of was maybe on the, him
and Steichen
kind of fighting for their jobs. And I don't. Maybe the lady owner will understand that that
give him a mulligan.
Give him a mulligan
because
they
did start so well.
I like to ask you this: are you guys cool with her being on the sidelines and having a headset on and stuff?
I think it's awesome.
I do too.
I think it's really
like
awesome.
I do think, though, having grown up in the Metroplex, being a Cowboy fan, like that's
Jerry
something.
took a lot of grief for that.
Got toasted.
I used to love when Jerry do that too, especially because Cowboys usually losing when he went out there.
Yeah,
like the fire in their behinds. Yeah, I used to love that. They scream at the
Jerry
TV.
trying to rally the troops.
Yeah,
you
man.
see him arms folded, standing there on the sideline in the fourth quarter.
He's like General Bradley coming from the back to lead the troops out front.
I used to love that. Or if it's a butt whooping, he'll go out there and start high fiving.
Yeah,
I used to love that too. Like, it's over. That's victory formation. Jerry on the sideline.
I kind of, it's like Red Auerbach and a cigar. I kind of like the fact that she's out there. And I like the fact that she cares and is paying attention to her team. And
they galvanized behind her too. They started wearing shirts with their faces on it.
She's a little different. She's a little different, but I'm okay. Like her dad was a little different. Well, not a little, a lot different. But I like
yeah,
the
he was
fact,
a lot different.
I like the fact that she's down there caring about her team.
Yeah, I think it has been cool. I wonder if she's going to continue to do this forever. Like, there's an element of it. She's learning the team. She's kind of learning the ropes.
You sound very like you're hating on her right now.
No, I'm not hating on it. I think that it's cool right now. I just wonder, is it going to be cool in 5 years if she's still doing it?
If she's learning about her team?
She can learn about the team in other ways. I don't know. I'm just trying not to be hypocritical here, because I was a guy that definitely was like, "What the hell's our owner doing on the sideline all the damn time?"
you were never a.
Well, I think it fit into the whole meddling conversation. Like, are you overly involved? Are you trying to coach the team? Should we just put a headset on you and give you a play call sheet? Should you just be calling the offense and the defense right now?
I don't know, man.
You know,
we saw.
I don't think she's going to do that. But
we saw Stephen Jones with the walkie-talkie. What are we doing? I mean, my gosh.
But clearly, for the Colts, gosh, they were such a great story this year, but then it fell apart. It fell apart for our Mavericks as well. That was a disgusting watch in the fourth quarter. Anthony Davis was crushing it, and then they just have turnovers. The fourth quarter, they get dominated by the Pelicans. Pelicans get their fifth straight victory. They're now 8-22. Mavs going to be back at it tonight, and the injury report's not looking great for them already heading into this back-to-back. Klay Thompson's doubtful.
Nuggets in town, eh?
Boy, he had a great start to the game last night, did Klay. PJ's questionable with a foot injury. Max Christie's still doubtful with the illness. So, we'll talk more Mavericks a little bit later on the show. But let's get to our G-Bag of the Day. Champ, plus we got our top 10. Who are the top 10 head coaching candidates for 2026? The Ringer has put a list together. That's next in the nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or
Nationwide is so much more than a
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
If you've been diagnosed with
national nonprofit that builds and gifts mortgage-free homes to these heroes and their families. Learn more and support a hero in need at buildinghomesforheroes.org. With a 4-star charity navigator rating, 96% of every dollar raised goes directly towards the mission. Donate today at buildinghomesforheroes.org.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Nick Harris said he could be wrong, but might be a new visor for linebacker Kenneth Murray out there today. So, hey, I don't know. Maybe that's a sign of things to come. He did put out that he just lives with his head buried in the sand. He's not paying attention to any of the outside noise. Doesn't know what people are saying about him.
That's unfortunate that he's trying to talk himself into that.
Yeah.
It's not true.
Oh, you think he is hearing all the noise?
Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
How could he not?
You and I do, Lucius, we all do a lot of work. You know, if people want to say something negative about us, they could do it. We'll hear about it. We'll see it. You know, you can't just live your life like that. I mean, trust me, it's sad. It's sad. It may be the only job that you have where every day, well, maybe the president and government and stuff like that. It's the only job every day where you go to work and you see how your performance is in the paper or on news programs or talk shows every single day. But when a player or a coach tells you they don't hear that,
yes,
there's a family member that if they tried, there's probably a family member that said, "Hey, honey, this is awful. We need to move on. We need to go to another place next year. These people are. This is not. That's." Somebody in your family is going to tell you.
Yeah, the comments are pretty bad.
Or you're going to find out one way or another. But to say that you don't hear it and you block all that out, you're fooling yourself.
Yeah, some of the comments here are like, is it going to help with football, et cetera, et cetera.
That's what I'm saying. He got a new visor. I was so curious about this. Is it prescribed or something?
Yeah. Was he going to help?
It's got like the bifocal joints at the bottom and another at the top.
Wow, I can see. It's like what was our guy like Turpin?
Oh, Turpin had to get LASIK eye surgery.
Yeah, I'm saying, bro. Yeah. I'm laying on everything right now. Like I couldn't see it coming, Coach.
Yeah,
it wasn't my fault.
It wasn't me,
I
man.
was blind.
Who was our coach with the Buccaneers back in the day? Bruce Arians.
Yeah.
Like Jameis Winston said, he thought Bruce Arians was a black guy.
That's how bad his eyesight was?
Yeah, he goes, man, I went all these years thinking that Bruce Arians was a black guy.
You'd never be a pilot.
No, he could not be a pilot.
Colors, bro.
He could just be, I don't know, colorblind in that case, but I guess he sees better now. Yeah. All right, let's get our G-Bag of the Day champion. Let's send it back into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, Mr. Brothers. People do say some negative things about us, and we just have to just keep going about our job. We just got to keep hustling, right?
Just power through.
One time I seen something not too long ago. Somebody said something highly flammable about me, and it just wasn't what they said.
Yeah.
It was all the likes, bro. I was like,
other people agree. Yeah, because if it's just one person, like maybe that's just one person.
It was the likes. I was like, come on, man. Y'all capping.
Oh, no.
It must be bots.
No,
it's the bots.
It's the bots.
It's the bots, Lucius.
Help me sleep at night.
Just power on.
Yeah.
I mean, there are more positive ones than bad ones. But you always seem to find the one that's negative.
It's always how it is.
It's always the one that shows up, and you're like, okay.
Yeah. All right, our winner and champ of G Bag of the day so far, which happens at 5:30. Stick around. I got some John Blaze for you. I do. On a holiday week. We got a Chi-Town couple right here that witnessed a road rage incident. It got crazy and heated, but it's their commentary to the police. They called 911. Commentary is brilliant.
Yeah, we're in Archer and Meade, and there's an accident here, and a guy's out of his car, one's in his car. There's a huge fight going on right now. Yes, that's the white one. Yeah, he just threw a hammer at him.
Oh, no, it's an axe. It's an axe.
He just threw an axe at him. Oh, he just hit his car.
Car.
Archer and Meade, you got to get here in a hurry.
Oh, God, they're probably going to kill each other.
He just rear-ended the pickup truck, and his bags went off.
He's getting out. Oh, no.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's getting in his car now.
Oh, he's
Holy
Oh. Everybody's ass is out. Wait, don't get out, Tom. Do not get out.
Everybody's ass is out.
Oh, gosh.
That's incredible.
Yeah, man, you should see the video. It's really wild.
Everybody's ass is out. Okay, let's get into the Wooly Billy Top 10. 877-881-1053. There wasn't really a great national day today, and I saw this list of the top 10 head coaching candidates. Now, this is courtesy
This
of
ought
the
to be
Ringer.
exciting.
It's who... Some of these names are like, really? We're doing this again?
These are coaches for NFL jobs?
For NFL head coaching jobs.
All right.
Yep, these are some of the candidates.
By the way, can I say something real quick?
Please do.
Lucius, I went back.
Oh, no.
There's these... I can't help ordering stuff online.
Okay, what you buy now?
There's a company called Authentic Brand Merchandise that do like bands.
Hey-o.
And they do music groups and tours and stuff like that. I went back and got me the MTV. Lucius, you inspired me to do this. You have an MTV hat.
Yeah, that dad hat MTV.
Yeah,
I wear with my Michael Jackson shirt sometimes. I'm on my Madonna shirt.
Good look.
Lucius brought me back. I saw that hat and I'm like, man, I kind of like that look. So I went and I ordered an MTV eye-catching T-shirt. It's a Spring Break 1987 logo.
Nice.
From back when I was at LSU.
Nice.
But they had this like when they were doing all that. If you've never seen MTV Spring Break.
Oh, yeah.
They had it on.
It was great. It was fantastic, bro.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, I used to sit against the door so my mom just couldn't walk in as I'm watching it because there's girls dancing in bikinis on the beach.
It was crazy. It was crazy what they did. Ed Lover and all. I mean, they had quite a.
And
crew.
the cameraman went to work. He was on his knees and everything, getting shots for you.
He knew what he was doing.
They got it all. They got it all, but see, I had to order because Lucius's hat. I said, man, I got to get me something from MTV. So I went and ordered the 1987 Spring Break shirt as a throwback.
When are you going to wear it?
I might wear it. It's here.
You got to wear it on vacation when you're good and tanned up.
I
kind of liquored up when you got that shirt on.
Kind of liquored up. I might
Some
wear it.
fireball shots?
I'll tell you what I do. I might wear it at the. I don't want to jinx the
spring training.
No, I don't want to jinx the hockey team. I was going to say something. I don't want to say because I'm thinking
if that happens
of that. Yeah, that parade. You know,
I get that. Yeah,
so I'm not going to jinx them.
Hopefully,
I might break it out for that if we win.
Stars, by the way, in action tonight against the Red Wings.
Yep.
Playing Detroit. That's an early puck drop. I think it's a 5:30 puck drop at Little Caesars Arena. So we'll be able to watch the beginning of that one. Well, yeah, I think we can get that one on here. All right, here are here are the Ringer's top 10 head coaching candidates. Now, honorable mentions here. They did have Clayton Adams of your Cowboys. He was on this list. I would hate to lose him.
I would too.
I would not be happy about that.
But that'd be a good hire for somebody because it seems like he knows what the hell he's doing.
He does seem like he knows what he's doing. Now,
he's pretty honest up there at the media about, like, we're not very good right now. We got to get better, you know. There we go.
Now they do say if the Cowboys are winning more games, it might be easier to overlook Adams' complete lack of play calling experience. But that's typically what teams are looking for when they hire an offensive-minded head coach. Adams hasn't called plays, but he has helped build solid offensive lines in multiple stops in his coaching career. Pass pro and run blocking can be just as vital to offensive success as quarterback play.
Generally, these offensive line coaches make pretty good head coaches. I know we've had some that haven't been so successful, but
they, yes.
But there has been.
Mike Munchak.
Yeah, but like I remember like Bill Callahan, when Bill Callahan was with the Raiders, and then, he went on to some other places. But, I mean, there's been some guys. I remember like Joe Bugle was bad for Arizona. Joe Bugle. And he was the line coach for the Hawks in Washington back in the day. Yeah.
John Runyon days.
No. Like way back in the day. Mark May, like in the 70s.
Okay.
Yeah. Like he was a line coach.
Damn.
Joe Bugle.
Didn't work out. Arthur Smith is an honorable mention on here. Like, I don't get that. Arthur Smith with the Steelers. He failed with Atlanta. He was with the Titans before. Like,
some people are saying that maybe he's kind of figuring some things out. Probably not.
Really?
I don't.
He is a fogey.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that'd be an absolute awful hire. But who knows? Sometimes when you say that, it ends up being good. Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. He should be higher. I think Marcus Freeman's a stud.
I think Marcus Freeman is very good, man.
Star.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, that it'd be interesting to see. I think the players would like playing for him.
The college to the pro deal.
Yeah. Maybe
it's a jump, and not everybody's had success.
Maybe he's got some Jimmy Johnson to him that way.
Might. Clint Kubiak. Boy, were we talking Clint Kubiak's name last year, especially after that New Orleans game. He's been in Seattle, and that offense in Seattle has been absolutely fantastic. When he was with the Vikings for one season in 2021, then he took the job in Denver. That, of course, that entire staff gets blown out. Eventually gets to New Orleans. They had a good year until they all got hurt last year, started 3-0. And then this year in Seattle, they've been humming along. JSN's been fantastic.
So
Sam
he
Darnold.
went from being fired to finding his feet in Seattle.
Yep.
And then now he's a head coaching
Number
candidate.
12 on this list.
Wow.
And then Jeff Hafley of the Packers is the last overall.
He actually has head coaching experience. He was at Boston College.
Yes, he was the defensive coordinator at Boston College and head coach. And they're 7th in the league now.
Yeah.
I mean, it has been a really good defense there with Green Bay. I mean, he's done a good job the last couple of years. He's been there since 2024. Top 10 in sack rate, expected points added, pass rush success rate.
We'll see how good he is without Micah Parsons.
That'll be a big question. Yeah. And I hope it's not very good. I hope they lose out this year. That'd be nice. Anthony Weaver at number 10. I think that's also a retread head coach.
Yeah. Anthony Weaver was a head coach somewhere?
I think he was. Wasn't he in Denver?
He was a head coach?
Yeah, I think he was.
I don't think
or maybe it was an interim.
Was he? We need to look that one up. I didn't think Anthony Weaver would have been.
I thought he might have spent time as one. He's been a 3-4 defense guy, 14 seasons in the league. He's Miami's defensive coordinator. I mean, has Miami's defense really shown you enough to go and get Anthony Weaver here? I don't know. I mean, they have been playing better lately. I'll say that.
What's the text saying? Is text saying he was a head coach?
The text just shouting out spring breakers right now, which I don't blame you. Keep that going. He was with Miami. He was the assistant head coach, D-line coach with the Ravens, D-line coach with the Browns. Oh, he was our North Texas linebackers coach in 2011. Let's go, baby. UNT.
And then bounced back into the league, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Right after that, he came over to the Jets as the assistant defensive line coach. He has had a lot of stops here.
Yeah.
But run game coordinator, I think assistant head coach is all he's been.
All right.
Maybe Anthony Lynn, I think, is who I was thinking.
You were thinking of Anthony Lynn.
Anthony Lynn was with Denver.
That would be correct.
Yep. Will Chambers actually just texted me and said, you're thinking of Anthony Lynn. He was in Denver.
Go back to drinking, Will.
Lou Anarumo coming in at number 9.
Okay, you know why people like him?
Yeah?
He's never been a head coach.
He's not a crazy flip because he gets fired from Cincinnati. Yeah. Now, obviously, that might not have been him. That defense is still really bad.
Yeah.
And then they've been much better with the Colts.
They were thinking about Al Golden and all that. They were enamored with him, and that has not worked out one bit. But they like Lou a lot because he hasn't had that. He doesn't have the stain of a guy being fired as a head coach.
Yeah. Like the work husband.
Yeah.
He's better than the actual husband because he's never making the mistakes that the actual husband makes.
Yeah.
He's not leaving his shoes and stuff everywhere for you to be upset about. He's always got a sandwich for you.
Always has the sandwich ready.
Yeah, where my hug?
Hey, what do you need? Where's my hug at?
Does the work husband? He's a killer, right, for relationships, right? The work husband.
Yeah, he can be for sure.
Over time.
Yeah.
Just kind of waits for the right moment.
Yeah.
If you see the
Jody? Yeah, you got to watch out for Jody.
If you see the work husband at the holiday party, do you take a swing at him if you find out?
Nope. Unless he knows you, unless you know this guy, y'all have hung out, y'all have bowled or something, y'all have done some couple thing, then you can confront him. But if you don't know this guy, it is what it is. That's on your old lady. That's on your significant other.
That's on her, huh?
Yeah. And they're good at it, too. They'll introduce you to the guy. And this is Fred. He's real nice. And you're driving home like, yeah, I like that Fred guy.
So sweet.
Whole time, that's the work husband.
Hey, yeah, let's go get a beer sometime.
Man, he's so sweet, man. He loves the Steelers.
So, like, does work husband, like, could he be too nice to kind of protect himself? Like, do you think, like, work husband not to the lady, but, like, to the husband? Like, be real nice? Like, oh, he'll never think of me if I'm really nice to him or something like that.
Yeah, I watch that too. I would. I watch it all.
Can you tell, Lucius?
I don't know.
I don't know. I think you can be suspicious. Sometimes people are just a little too friendly. Like, is something going on there?
All of my wife's friends are like old guys or gay guys.
Yeah.
So I can't ever tell.
Are you
old
sure?
Gay guys.
Old gay guys.
Or is this like an apprenticeship to Chuck and Larry, where they're just pretending to
playing
be
the game? Boy, it's a hell of a ruse they're pulling on me. I'll tell you if that's
Next
what they're
thing
doing.
You know, hey, I'll try on this lingerie in front of you.
The old gay guys
zip you up.
The old gay guys is quite a pair when you see them. You wonder. You just want. You're like, oh, that's cute.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Yeah. Statistically, most affairs start at the workplace, says the 979. And Will is back with the fan. You can hear him on the
Will
weekends
is back with the fan.
Filling in sometimes the 817.
I think he's working. He's working New Year's Day.
There you go. It didn't. I knew Will would get his way back in radio. He's just too good. Brian Flores comes in at 8. I'm sure he is going to generate some interest. Yeah. Todd Monken, surprise, because the Ravens have not been good this year. He comes in at number 7. He's their offensive coordinator.
I kind of think that's kind of from days gone by.
Just longevity?
Yeah.
Then you got Jesse Minter with the Chargers.
I'll tell you what, that son of a gun, he's pretty sharp. Now, the stain on him is how much does he know about all the stuff that went on Michigan? You know, that's something you got to kind of dig in on him.
Spags coming in at 5. I wonder if he's going to get another shot.
Spags needs to just stay being
just be a defensive coordinator. Joe Brady, former Tiger, coming in number 4.
I'll tell you what, Joe Brady might be okay. I thought Joe Brady was going to get the Penn State job. I really did.
Yeah.
I thought he had a chance. When that thing kept going and going and going, I kind of felt like that maybe he had a shot at it.
Cliff comes in at 3. Mike McCarthy at 2.
Huh.
Whew, but number 1 is Robert Saleh.
Bob Saleh.
A lot of momentum that Bob Saleh is going to get back, get himself a head coaching opportunity. I mean, look, that Jets defense was good and then has been atrocious.
I think Bob Saleh knows what he's doing.
He definitely does on the defensive side of the ball. And look, it's hard to win in New York. Nobody's really had success with that. All right, there is the top 10. Let's get a college football dart in, shall we? A rivalry in jeopardy. More games on campus. And our guy taking shots at Notre Dame. That's next in the nation. But let's chat Trajan Wealth, shall we? That's TRAJA. And you're going to start the new year off right with a game-changing financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth.
#1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, LA. Halftime of the Boca Raton Bowl. This is the Bush's Baked Beans Boca Raton Bowl, where if you brought a can of Bush's Baked Beans, you got in for free. It's a big part of trying to get people to go and check out Louisville versus Toledo. Holy Toledo, 7-3. Louisville up at half.
Yeah, I think we got a bowl game in Frisco tonight, too.
Scooter's Coffee Frisco Bowl.
Ohio's involved, right?
UNLV.
UNLV.
He's playing Ohio.
Dan Mullen in town.
Mullen. Yep.
Dan Mullen in
the
town.
Fighting Dan Mullins. It's going to be 8 o'clock. We got the New Orleans Bowl coming up after this Bush's Boca Raton Bowl.
Is that the RL Carriers Bowl? Is that still doing that?
I think that's it does not have
no sponsor?
A sponsor right now. It's just the New Orleans Bowl.
Oh,
so
wow.
maybe RL Carriers dropped out.
Remember when you guys like in North Texas were like going down there? I thought it was
we lost to Troy.
Yeah.
Who was head coach? The head coach was Neil Brown. He's now our head coach.
Yeah.
So it all came full circle for the North Texas being green, Western Kentucky and Southern Miss playing in that one. But before we get to David Hellman at the top of the hour, let's get into a college football darty.
Oh, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke. I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get the brain man, Cole.
Texas A&M wide receiver KC Concepcion. He has declared for the NFL draft.
He is a good player.
He is the former NC State Wildcat transferring to A&M, and he had a tremendous year. 61 catches, 919 yards, 9 touchdowns, big weapon in the return game. Super explosive, fluid athlete, and right now generating some first-round buzz. I'm excited to see how he tests because he could have a blazing 40 time potentially there in Indy, but the Aggies will be losing quite a weapon there with KC Concepcion.
I'll tell you what I really liked about him. I saw him play against Mississippi State. Mm-hmm. They threw him the ball on the 4-yard line going in, and it's like Mississippi State had all kinds of tacklers in position. He just powered through those guys.
Yeah.
I believe he's like 5'11", 190 pounds. He's kind of that perfect height and weight but man, he has got some serious skills with ball in hand.
Super special.
Yeah.
He really, really is. Yep. And with the return game element of it as well, I think somebody will probably covet him right now, maybe bottom of the first round. We'll see. His stock could end up improving. Now, Joey McGuire, we've got all the coaches are doing their press conferences now, getting ready for the quarterfinal. Joey was asked about the current college football playoff and the format, and, well, he had these comments. I think he's made great comments overall, but I know Notre Dame fans didn't love this.
But I do think that when you have a criteria of where you're going to select a team, everybody should be in that same criteria. So, and I'm going to make Notre Dame mad, but being a conference and you're in the playoffs. I mean, they're in the ACC, they're in the playoffs. And that's nothing against. Like Marcus Freeman, I think he's an absolute rock star. I would want my son to play for Marcus Freeman. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about, like, let's make it across the board that everybody's measured the same.
I think that's interesting and a good point. He went on to say, maybe the group of 6, group of 5, much like we talked about Danny Cannell last week. Like, do they eventually end up just doing their own playoff, right? Because, again, if we're following the same criteria, their schedules maybe a little bit it is easier than going through a full SEC or a Big 12 or a Big 10 schedule. So he mentions this about Notre Dame, and there are teams like BYU and USC now who are ending their rivalries with Notre Dame because they're independent, and now they got the okay from the committee that they'd be an automatic qualifier for the 12-team CFP.
If they're in the 12.
If they're ranked in the top 12.
Right.
If they're ranked in the top 12, since they're not in a conference. So now USC is pulling from their agreement, and Notre Dame also announced it's filled its open date in 2026 now with BYU is what it was. So effectively that's ending the rivalry with USC, and now you're not looking at getting it back until maybe the 2030s. And USC people are upset about this. Like Keyshawn Johnson put out on social media, former USC Trojan, number 1 overall pick in the draft, Dallas Cowboy. He took shots at Lincoln Riley. He's like, I don't know what the F is going on with our athletic department. We got people in there that are not Trojans, that don't know anything about being a Trojan running our athletic department. Right. We got a head coach that knows nothing about being a Trojan. Why don't we just not play football? How about that? We're not going to play Notre Dame again until possibly 2030 is what I'm understanding. That doesn't make any sense. I grew up on the Notre Dame-USC rivalry, and I'm not one to go in on my athletic department, nor am I one to go in my head coach. But if I can remember correctly, I had Lincoln Riley saying, well, I don't know if I want to play them in the future. You ain't going to be here in the future, said Keyshawn.
This is interesting because the Notre Dame-USC rivalry goes back to Newt Rockne. It goes back that far.
A lot of tradition.
And then it was a way for Notre Dame to play a game on the West Coast. And USC was that team. And so this is really, in a way, I think there's got to be better ways of doing this. This whole, the Power 5 and all that. What if they had a play-in game for the 12th spot? What if whoever team number 12 was, the last team, you have to have say Power 5 team is already or the 13th team. You're not in. You're not in. But you have to play number 12 to get in. So if you could beat number 12, you're in.
Okay.
If not,
you're out.
And then 12 gets to play, then you get that game. Yeah. There's got to be a way to make it to where, it's like you're giving the Power 5 a chance, but you got to win your way in.
It's not just a guarantee, hey, you're in.
It's just not a guarantee.
Yeah, you don't get the automatic bid.
You don't get the automatic bid.
I can see that.
You have to play your way in. What I think would be the best way to do. I don't know. It's just there's so much money involved, and I don't blame these athletic departments and presidents of universities and stuff for the way they schedule now and stuff like that. Because really, it is about the money. You've got to
for sure.
Your budget now for what you have to pay for your athletic department with NIL and the guarantee of money for athletes to come in and all that.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It is.
So any money grab they're going to go for, I can't say you're wrong about that.
No, I mean, the Notre Dame thing, I don't think they are going to ever join a conference. I do think their scheduling, if that's their case, they need to schedule a stronger schedule.
Well,
the last years they've kind of had cakewalks minus the first 2 games of the season.
They used to play the Big Ten all the time. Michigan would play them. Michigan State would play them. Purdue would play them. They had more games.
And now it's just been the ACC, which has just been a down conference.
Well, they have to play the ACC because
they're a basketball school, right?
Well, the ACC houses all their other Olympic sports.
There you go.
So everything that Notre Dame needs, like the SEC wouldn't take Notre Dame and say, okay, we'll take all your sports, but no to football. The Big Ten's not going to say no. Well, they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
The ACC actually says, sure, we'll take your Olympic sports, and fine, you could be an independent and play a few of our ACC teams, but actually Notre Dame needs the ACC more than. But if I told you this, if Notre Dame were to join the ACC would become a powerful conference.
Agreed.
Because you have Notre Dame.
The power of Notre Dame football.
The power of Notre Dame football.
No question.
Yeah.
Ryan Day is going to assume Ohio State play calling duties because Brian Hartline's now left.
Yeah.
So he's going to do the USF job. And, of course, Ryan Day's been one of the best play callers in all of college football. I don't think that's going to be a negative there for Ohio State. The last thing we'll get to here in the Darty, just because it's a quick cut, we'll get back to more when we do the finest at 5. We got Football Fix at 4. But Jeremiah Smith. Oh, this is going to be fun. So Jeremiah Smith is a Florida kid. We have Ohio State hosting Miami here at the Cotton Bowl New Year's Eve. And here was Jeremiah Smith asked about that 2002 game. They still talking about that in Miami?
I mean, you see it all over the internet, all over Twitter. They still talking about that, 20 years later, but they still worry about it. But we got something for them come New Year's Eve.
It's going to be fun. Like the trash talk between these two schools, the fan bases. Miami's been waiting 20-plus years to get their shot back at the Buckeyes. I can't wait for this. This is going to be a lot of fun. We'll get more college football for you, of course, coming up later on in the show. We got our buddy David Hellman, co-host of the Athletic Football Show, joining us on the other side. That's next year on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the honest.
San Francisco 49ers, for my money, best coach in the NFL. What a performance last night. Brock Purdy throwing 5 touchdown passes. San Fran dispatched of Indianapolis, and Phillip Rivers 48-27. All they do is win. Yes, they have a favorable schedule, but there's been no slippage. They win, and they'll be dangerous come playoff time in the NFC. I'm Mark Malusis.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com, powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing-at-terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Christmas is just around the corner, and if you still have gifts to buy, the best place to do that is Macy's Great Gift Sale. Get amazing deals on last-minute gifts like fine jewelry and fragrance sets, boxed and ready to give. And everything from designer bags to Nespresso coffee makers at 30 to 60% off. Plus, your Macy's is the most festive place this holiday, so come in and find everything left on your list all in one place. The Great Gift Sale ends Wednesday at Macy's. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
'Tis the season, and Quick Trip is turning your phone into the gift that keeps on giving and giving and giving with QT's Holidays. From now till the end of the season, when you open the QT app, you'll automatically get one free gift per day. We're talking classic QT treats like coffee, pizza, or donuts, ready to make your taste buds sing carols of joy. Plus, exclusive deals from your favorite brands. With a new surprise waiting for you every day, your phone will be stuffed with more treats than your stocking. QT's Holidays. Open the QT app for your daily gift.
Tolos, we're back on the road for a special edition of 105.3 The Fan's Friday Football Feast on Tuesday.
Come join me and Kevin broadcasting live from the official burrito of the Dallas Stars, Freebirds, 5000 Beltline Road, Suite 350 in Dallas from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be previewing the upcoming games and doing giveaways every hour. Come get your pre-Christmas weekend started right at Freebirds at 5000 Beltline Road, Suite 350 in Dallas this Tuesday from 10 to 2.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An honest
in his office, he's probably pointing at exactly what I just said. I mean, your hands are tied from a personnel perspective before you even come into the season. I mean, the secondary was not up to snuff. We knew that before the preseason was even done.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you trade away your best shot to have a special pass rush. And look, we don't have to relitigate the Micah thing every single time we do this. What's done is done. But the bottom line is he's the type of player that can make a bad secondary look passable.
Okay, well then I appreciate you saying it that way. Does Matt Eberflus look at his situation and said, I was really inflexible with the talent that we did have, I didn't do good enough. I didn't do a good enough job of using it, or I didn't put it in a position to have success. Should he take some blame in what's happening here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't get to a point where opponents are scoring 34 points 6 times in a season without a little bit of culpability for everybody. Yeah, I think Matt Eberflus could he could have been more adaptive. Obviously, I think this team was better suited to playing man, and we all saw what happened when we tried to put every square peg into a round hole. Or I think it's the inverse, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Matt Eberflus came up under Rod Marinelli, and those guys are particular to the way that they like to do things. So yeah, I do think you can lay plenty at Matt Eberflus's feet for being stubborn, for not being adaptive enough, for not suiting things to the talent of or to the skill sets of his players. I think that's totally fair. But at the end of the day, I come down more on the side of all but the very, very best coaches are beholden to the amount of talent that they have. And we can't sit here and lie and act like the talent was there on this Dallas defense from the beginning.
Are they making a mistake keeping Tyler Smith at left tackle?
It's funny. So I'm outside of the Cowboys world a little bit. I mean, I still keep a close eye on things, but I'm not living it every day like y'all do. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to grapple with that as it's happening in real time. I'm trying to decide how I feel about that. The classic case of, this guy's one of the best guards in football. Yeah. Do you want to move him and have a slightly less good left tackle, or do you want the guy who can do the job at the premium position? I mean, look, the Cowboys have spent so many resources on the offensive line at this point, right? Like Booker, Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton. You paid a boatload of money to Terrence Steele. We'll see what they do with that contract in the offseason. But at some point, you got to pay attention to the rest of your roster. I mean, you've got to spend draft picks and capital on this defense. You can't, Brian, it feels like time is a flat circle, because back in the day when Travis Frederick and Zach Martin and Tyron Smith, when they were all in their prime, I remember we used to have the argument where it was like, okay, you can't use a first-round pick on every position on your offensive line. No other team in the league does this, and there are plenty of great offensive lines that don't do that. So I guess my point would be you got to make it work without committing any more resources. And if that means, off the top of my head, let's say if they want to move on from Terrence Steele this year and try Tyler Guyton at right tackle, if that means that Tyler Smith needs to be your left tackle because it's easier to find a guard, I'd probably be in favor of that, because at the end of the day, you kind of got to make it work with the guys that are there, don't you? We don't have time to be ignoring cornerback and linebacker and edge rusher and all the other stuff the Cowboys need on that side of the ball. I think you got to find a way to make it work. So if that means Tyler Smith is a left tackle, I think I'm fine with that, I guess. And I'm kind of processing this in real time. But if that's the decision that they were to wind up making, I think I'd be fine with it.
David Hellman with us here in the G-Bag Nation. With George Pickens, and also now you're having a wide lens on the league, where are you on the Cowboys bringing him back next year to a long-term deal? And if they didn't, what would the market look like for George Pickens, in your opinion, around the league?
I mean, I think the market would be insane. If you look around the NFL right now, we look at the opening of the league year as Christmas for NFL fans, because all these crazy deals are getting done and all this money is getting spent. But over the last few years, the really A1 guys don't make it there anymore. Like teams want to keep what they have. And even this year, you've seen a surprising number. It used to be that contracts didn't get done during the season, but even that's not proving to be true anymore. Like when teams find out that they have a guy, they do everything they can to get him locked up. I mean, how much time and energy did we spend talking about T. Higgins last year only for him to get locked up by the Cincinnati Bengals? So I think the market would be insane. I think, if George Pickens were to hit the market, I think his next salary would start with a 3. Because guys he's going to be an all-pro probably. Yeah. He's a Pro Bowler right now. He's probably going to be an all-pro too. I think his next contract starts with a 3. I think there would be plenty of teams that would be willing to back the truck up for him. And to go back to the Cowboys side of this, I think if you want to tag him and do that, whatever. It does. I don't care how it gets done, but George Pickens has to be in place for 2026 for me to take the Cowboys seriously. I mean, Dak Prescott is 32 years old. I'm not saying he's about to retire, but we no longer have the luxury of time. We are entering into what's going to be, I think, the last few years of Dak's prime, or at least the last few years that you can reasonably expect Dak to play at this level. And if we're just trading guys off willy-nilly every year, the minute you discover something, you're moving on and, let's trade Micah Parsons. Maybe we'll find a guy that's as good as Micah Parsons. Let's let George Pickens walk. Maybe our first-round pick on receiver will be as good as George Pickens. That's not how you make progress and build toward the ultimate goal. So I think it's got to happen. If they want to tag him, fine. But he needs to be a piece of this team if the Cowboys are supposed to improve on this very disappointing season.
Dave, do you think that by him marching to, there's some whispers about some tardiness and things like that. Hell, if it was me, I'd start the meetings later till he got there is what I would do. If I was the receivers coach. But do you think there's things, do you think he's resuscitated his career in a way for the off the field stuff? And I don't mean that in he's being abusive or anything like that, but the things that we might have heard a little bit about in Pittsburgh?
Man, here's my take on this. Where's the superstar receiver who's not a pain in the ass?
It's a diva position, right?
I look around the NFL. I mean, we just saw Puka Nacua had the week from hell heading into that Seattle game last week. DK Metcalf just got suspended. The Steelers moved on from George for DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf just got suspended for mixing it up with a fan, whether, the fan clearly is a jerk, but still can't do that.
Right.
Jamar Chase got suspended this year for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. CeeDee Lamb has come with plenty of his own issues. I mean, CeeDee Lamb missed curfew along with George Pickens this year. He got benched on a Monday Night Football game. I mean, the list goes on and on.
You think teams are they're okay with that now? I mean, you're right. There's plenty of these names, but when you start to talk about $30 million investment, is it a one-year wonder? Is it like Tommy Two-Tone, or are we talking about a long-term hit here?
I don't want to speak too confidently. If there's, if there's some nefarious stuff in a guy's history, that's one thing. And it's the Cowboys' job to be on top of that. And if there's more going on there that I don't know, then that's worth taking into consideration. But I haven't heard anything like that about George Pickens.
I was just wondering about other teams. I think the Cowboys know what they got, I think they're willing to do it. But I just wonder if other teams are willing to stick their necks out there.
Maybe they're scared off.
Yeah.
I don't buy that. From what I've heard, again, I don't buy that it's out of the ordinary compared to all of these other guys.
Okay.
You're talking,
I mean, you're right.
Players come into the league younger than ever. All these guys have a lot of maturing to do, clearly. And like I just said, most of the best receivers in the league have given their teams a headache at one point or another this season. And if that's all it is, I think you deal with it. George Pickens is 24 years old, and we've seen the stuff that he can do. There aren't very many guys on the planet with go-go gadget arms like that who can just make your quarterback right. And I think he is so well suited to the way that Dak Prescott likes to play football. And I mean, if being kind of a knucklehead because he's 24 years old is the extent of it, I think you sign up for that every time.
Yeah.
How bummed are you and you think the league is looking at this Christmas Day schedule now?
Man, that's tough, dude. I mean, and you know what? I don't appreciate the league trying to take over Christmas. I like last year when they played the Wednesday games, I thought that was tacky, and I don't think it's necessary to force football onto Christmas Day. But it's Thursday this year. Christmas is on a normal football day, so I feel like they're well within their right to try to put some games on Christmas, and you talk about a bad beat because all three of these games looked great in August, and it's just a whole bunch of nothing right now. I mean,
still going to watch, Dave. Don't act like you're not.
Oh, I'm going to watch and I'm going to be happy about it. I'm a sicko, and it's my job. But but it ain't what it was supposed to be. I mean, think about even on Thanksgiving. I mean, Chiefs Cowboys delivered on all the hype, and Packers Lions was a fantastic game, and the Bengals and the Ravens aren't as good as they were supposed to be, but that was still a very interesting game because they were still alive at that point in time, and they had stuff to play for. Joe Burrow played. But this is, I mean, you're talking about multiple third-string quarterbacks playing, and Detroit has like a 5% chance to make the playoffs. Like Denver still has stuff to play for, but the Kansas City Chiefs sure as hell don't, as weird as that is to say. So, yeah, it's going to be kind of a gross watch, but you're right. I will be there.
Are you excited about maybe going to a playoff game at Soldier Field?
Yeah.
Oh man, I want to see the LSU.
I want to see the LSU toboggan if you do it. By the way, like you got to wear when you're multiple LSU hats, the stocking hats, the toboggan for this thing.
I ordered a new one to deal with the Chicago winners,
nice.
So I could probably take you up on that. But,
yeah, I want a picture from you standing there, you and Carm at Soldier Field. I want to see a pic.
This city, I mean, all NFL cities are more fun when their teams are good, but obviously it's been a minute since the Bears were in the
go
playoffs,
downtown and have some fun.
Yeah.
The energy is through the roof here right now. It's going to be a fun January.
Can't imagine. Dave, thank you so much, man. Always good to catch up with you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. We'll visit soon.
Anytime, fellas. Merry Christmas. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, man. Later. There he goes, David Hellman, co-host of the Athletic Football Show. Make sure you're checking him out on their fantastic stuff there on the Athletic. Absolutely fantastic.
They do a great job. Dave is one of the best.
He is. All right, let's do the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. We've got an update from Tyler Smith, and what did Jerry say? That's next in the nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey iHeart
the year's sales event, Truly. One of the best times to get your brand new ride. You can also start the process online. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler, Dodge Ram Jeep.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, let's do a little C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening segment brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Krusty's Corner coming up on the other side. We'll get into a fix at the top of the hour, but some notes coming out afterwards. Players talking after Cowboys practice. One of note, Tyler Smith and our buddy John Machota letting us know what Tyler said. Now, the big topic of conversation, he gets the start at left tackle. Is this now going to be permanent? Well, Tyler Smith saying he'll do whatever is best for the team in regards to possibly playing left tackle in the future, but it definitely seems like he'd prefer to stay at left guard, says Machota, quote, "I'm an all-pro guard, bro. That's the simple truth. We'll see what happens. We'll have those conversations. Got to see where everybody's head is at," said one Tyler Smith.
I totally agree with him. And I get it. You know, they're trying to look at things. Maybe if it's a situation they don't trust Guyton's health. They maybe don't think he's playing well enough when he has played. They don't really trust Nate Thomas. You know, they're going to look at one of these tackles maybe in the draft. I don't know. I mean, I don't know exactly. Maybe they feel like that, we're going to put – I mean, they've invested a lot of time in Tyler Guyton as a left tackle. I don't think Tyler Guyton has been terrible when he's played.
I don't either.
And I think that another year of him, working with Duke, with the strength program, he's never going to be a really strong guy, but he's so athletic. I worry about him. He's got that kind of that basketball body, I think.
He does.
Where all of a sudden he's lean
in a sense.
And then so the movement and the space and all that, and he gets hurt. It
looks very awkward.
And he gets hurt that way. I don't know. Maybe if he was heavier and stumpy, and he just looks like he's got a basketball body.
Yeah, he was a basketball player,
and it just kind of he's having some basketball injuries. It seems like.
Yeah,
but I just wouldn't give up. He's made as many, he's played as many games at left tackle as he has at right tackle in his career. If they're planning on moving him over, go ahead and give. Now, as long as Dak plays, I think you probably don't want to put Nate Thomas at right tackle and see what's going on with, as long as when Dak's playing, you don't want to maybe change up the lineup that much. But
these next two games.
Just to
see what Nate can do.
I like T.J. Bass a lot. I just worry if is it going to be a thing where you're talking about moving BB. And I don't know if you just want to go into next season with, a new left tackle, potentially a new left guard, potentially a new center, potentially a new right tackle. I don't know if you want to do that. Let me ask you this question, too, by the way. I'm going to go on record and say that Tyler Booker has been your best offensive lineman. And I know that Tyler Smith just made the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
And deservedly so. But if I look overall in how Tyler Booker, how he's come from a guy like early in the year, hurt in the Chicago game, missed some games, but you look at the way he's played and how him and BB have really done
the second half of the season.
Yeah,
I think he has been.
Yeah,
yeah. I think you're right. He's made tremendous strides.
I'm super, super happy with how that worked out, and maybe that's to the point of what we need to know now. When you're thinking about offensive linemen, if you're a Dallas Cowboy and you have a pick at 9, 10, 11, or 12. Then you need to think about drafting offensive linemen. If the pick comes later than that, now maybe somebody will say, well, wait, Broadus, Travis Frederick was picked at
31.
30.
Well, and Tyler Smith was, 24?
Yeah, and you wonder, though, had they had better success? Because if you think about some of the later picks, that maybe for the offensive line, maybe if you take a guy that's more maybe that ready-made guy.
I mean, that was I think a unique class because there was 7, 8 tackles that went in the first round. He was one of the later ones.
He was the back end of that.
He was one of the more raw players that really only started a year. I think there are a lot of people that are just anti-drafting another lineman.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we just talked about that with Dave. Like, how many first-round picks can you put towards the offensive line when you have so many other holes throughout your roster? I get that debate. Yeah. But I also will always stand on the table. You win at the line of scrimmage. And if you can build the most badass offensive line possible, you'll be okay. You're going to win a lot of football games. The problem is your defense right now has so many holes, I don't know if you can really afford to do that, would be the big question. But, yeah, I mean, Tyler, I agree with the notion that he should play guard, but I do get the sense if their plan is to move Tyler Guyton to right tackle, and maybe it's re-signing Bass to a more affordable deal. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they like what TJ Bass could do. Maybe it's signing one of these guards in free agency they've got their eye on. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny because I've been hearing some whispers about this moving thing, and I think this is really more about Guyton's injury. I mean, I've had some people that are really, really, locked in.
So if he's healthy, it's okay. He's going to play left tackle.
I think so. I think that's the case. I mean, the more I talk to folks over there, the more that I kind of get that understanding that this is really more about the injury, and maybe it's. And I was worried initially that it was about that they were worried about Guyton staying healthy.
Well, he hasn't been able to.
But he hasn't.
He had the scare in training camp.
But man, the kid is busting his ass.
I mean, he battles. I mean, in game he's battling.
Yeah,
you see it. I mean,
exactly.
It doesn't look pretty, which I think is why people write him off.
I just don't think I don't think this is a permanent thing. I can't believe that.
Okay, Jerry talked about this morning with Sean and RJ. Let's go to our replay brought to you by Window Nation here, and we'll do cut 7. Or, excuse me, cut 12 here. But have you guys lost confidence in Tyler Guyton at left tackle?
Well, we all know how critical the left tackle is. And but Tyler Guyton has really got a chance to be outstanding for a lot of years to come. And he's got the right makeup, contrary to any questions about him. But the real question is, can we afford to have Tyler out there, Tyler Smith at left tackle? Can we afford that? Larry Allen, we put him out there and made All-Pro, but we couldn't afford to keep him out there. He was too valuable to us inside. So that'll be the trade-off.
And Tyler Smith knows he's an All-Pro.
Yeah, as he just said.
Yeah.
Now, I think he can be a darn good left tackle.
There's
he
no
showed
question.
that his rookie season.
Yeah, he played that other day like a guard and just went into okay, I've got my technique's different.
He was in survival mode. He really was.
He was in survival.
He didn't have a bad game.
No, hell no.
He played pretty well, I thought.
No, man, but he's a really, really good player. Him, Booker.
I love the idea of the power in the middle.
Yeah.
I do also just, for Beebe, I do think he's best at it. It's not that he's been bad at center. He's fine. He's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think he's ever going to reach his true potential that I saw that he could be playing center versus if they moved him back to guard. Big picture.
Yeah.
But, hey, he's going to go into year 3 at center, playing the position. I hope that does improve. Now, when it comes to Guyton playing right tackle, here's cut 13 here from Jerry. Do you think you could move him over there?
You could do that for sure. Yeah. There's it is not we don't have it done or we haven't thought to that extent as long term, but certainly you can do that. Needless to say, the position flex that you have there with Smith that we have it's just really a big plus for us, a player of that caliber. And he's easily in the top 2 or 3 of the best players we got on the team.
Also, when you look at this draft, Brian, and I know you have, and we're going to do a lot of work on this, but the best tackles are right tackles, the top 2.
Yeah.
It's Fanu from Utah, and it's Moanawa from Miami. Those are the 2 best guys. So if one of them are sitting there at 13, you just need to spend money then filling out your defense. And then with that second pick, maybe you take your edge or you take your corner or your linebacker, whatever it is. But if you were able to feel better about your defense going into the draft because you actually did maybe sign a linebacker, maybe you signed a defensive end, maybe you brought in a safety.
That is key.
Then okay. Then it's like, all right, let's do this thing. Those two are plug-and-play right tackles to me.
By the way, I hate the word position flexibility. I used to that's kind of a badge of honor. I kind of feel like it killed Tyron Crawford.
Byron Jones, maybe.
Byron Jones got killed. Position flex. They never quite figure out the old position flex, do we?
No.
And we're playing guys, and was Nahshon Wright like a position flex guy? Was he a corner safety, or that was more the other guy that was here that was Izzy.
Oh, that was just Mukwama.
Mukwama was more of
they didn't really trust him as a corner, and he did. He did a little bit of both at South Carolina.
That's what I'm saying. There's I hate the word position flex because it's like, oh, well, we could do, but do they ever seem like they're really, really good at? It seems like they're good at one and they're just okay at the other.
Right.
I used to buy it, and I can't buy that anymore.
We can talk more with former All-Pro lineman Mark Schlereth at 440, what he thinks about some of that movement with the offensive line. But let's do some Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That's greystone-roofing.com. Where are we going, Krusty?
Yeah, let's talk about the Commanders' offense. It looks different than the first time you guys played. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Stars and Mavs.
Terms apply. Details available at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
Baseball is back. And so is Texas Rangers Fan Fest. Saturday, January 24th. You'll have a chance to get autographs from Rangers players and alumni. There'll be a baseball card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets are just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to Rangers.com/FanFest.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Got a big 4 p.m. hour coming up. Ian Eagle going to join us at 4:20, and we have our weekly with Mark Schlereth at 4:40. But right now, let's do a little Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. Here it is, Krusty.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucis. Appreciate you playing that one. Yeah, I mean, we signed up for 17 weeks, so here we go.
We did.
You know what I'm saying?
Did you do what you said you weren't going to do?
What's that?
You were going to just say, screw this Washington tape.
No, I ended up watching it.
You did.
I just wanted to make sure.
You can't help yourself.
No, I just wanted to make sure. That it was guys were lining up where they were supposed to line up, and just kind of, I went and watched the Philadelphia game just because I wanted to see if the thing that's different now about this team that from the first time around, of course, is the quarterback. That situation that's just kind of been bad about them and what's happened with Daniels. Unfortunately for them, I mean he's such a special player, and for them to have to deal with him and him not being available a lot. What's the story going to be about Marcus Mariota? He's not going to play in this game, right?
I don't believe so. Was it a hand injury, I think is what I saw yesterday. And with the short week, I just don't think – I haven't seen their practice report yet.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that too. I wanted just to see what Josh Johnson did. And so it's going to be a different looking team if Josh Johnson's quarterback. But the thing that kind of scares me a little bit is because now they got their receivers back, or they've had their receivers back, with Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, with Burks, Jalen Lane. I mean, they've got some guys that have some talent out there.
And that was the story in the first meeting.
Yeah,
right?
They didn't have any of those guys. None of those guys.
Okay, so Mariota, per Jeremy Fowler, did not practice today.
So he's probably not going to play.
Trending toward veteran Josh Johnson making his first start.
Josh Johnson, this is what you got to know about Josh Johnson, is he is going to take the snap, and I believe this just watching him throw the football, I think he's predetermined where he's going to throw the ball. Okay. I don't think there's a lot of reading going on with Josh, and it might be because he got thrown into a game that he wasn't ready. But he's about to get thrown into a game where he's not going to have a lot of prep time either because there's really no practice time here.
Well, the good thing is he won't have to be worried about pressure.
Yeah.
So he'll have some time to kind of make a decision.
The Commanders don't give up a lot of pressure, by the way.
That is surprising. They're not banged up on the line, haven't they?
Not a big sack. Yeah, Jeremy Tunsil's been banged up. But overall, though, they have not been a team that's given up a bunch of sacks. And I think a lot of it has to do with the quarterbacks that they have. I think when Daniels was playing, get rid of the ball, run.
Yeah, that's true.
Or Marcus Mariota, get rid of the ball, scramble.
Yeah.
These guys don't take a lot of sacks. I still don't think the last, say, 3-4 weeks that you played, this might be the best offensive line that you've played. But they are dealing with some problems with, like I say, we'll see what happens. Was Tunsil, what was his designation on? You had the commander report?
No, that was just specifically on Mariota. Okay. I'll look and see with Tunsil.
With Tunsil, but they if that's the case, then Brandon Coleman is going to be the starter there.
And Cosme's on IR. So he's not going to be playing.
Exactly. So they're in a situation where now they've got some banged up, compromised guys, but it's still, they've done a pretty good job of holding up when they have to. But this ball with Josh Johnson is going to come out quick, and this is where I would consider, and Eberflus, he's not going to do this. I don't even know why I would even think about this. If you're going to press these guys, press them. Get hands on receivers. Diggs, if you're going to put him up there 3-4 yards, don't let him. And maybe Diggs is still nervous about what happened to him in Chicago with that.
Because he slipped.
He slipped. But, man, if you're going to walk guys up on these receivers, get hands on them.
I got excited. They played man, and they did. The numbers showed it. You told us that, but it wasn't press man.
It wasn't press man.
It was just man.
Yeah, and to me, I am not letting Terry McLaurin run free because I guarantee you there's going to be a deep shot in this game.
Well, and he'll run by Rebel.
He'll run right by him.
He will.
He can run right by Diggs, though, too.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, they're capable of doing that. Samuels, they still try and do the stuff with all the mesh concepts underneath. So
is he still looking like the same guy?
Who, Debo?
Debo.
I tell you what, they throw him the ball and he tries to kind of run over people and stuff like that. He's not always successful, but Cliff has done a pretty good job when it comes to. I kind of get excited watching him call plays because I am a big believer in the underneath concepts and the
making people run through the trash. Now you're going to get a free wide receiver open.
Wide receiver, yeah. A lot of bunch formation, a lot of tight formation, a lot of scatter, a lot of underneath, a lot of drag, a lot of crossers, vertical game. I kind of like what he does. I will say this, though, maybe with Josh Johnson, they're going to try and run the ball, though. There's no reason for them not to try.
Well, they got a pretty good tandem there that's young with Bill Krosky-Merritt and then Chris Rodriguez.
Chris Rodriguez is, I think,
that dude's tough to tackle.
Pretty good. And so, to me, I'm expecting them to line up and really try and test Dallas with their running game. But if you're not going to get pressure on a guy,
why not throw it?
Why not throw it? And especially with these wide receivers. Why not throw it? So I think this is going to be one of those games where Dallas is probably going to be. If I would say this, if Jane Daniels was playing quarterback in this game, as bad as the Commanders, and I was watching their defense, as bad as their defense has been, I still might pick the Commanders.
Yeah, I probably would too. Tunsil did not practice today, by the way.
Yeah. Well, then expect Brandon Coleman to be the guy. He's a third-round pick from the 24th
But that's
draft.
how bad this has gotten. It's every week we're talking about, well, this team's down 2-3 linemen, and you're still getting 0 sacks. You're not getting any pressure.
If you would have told me last week that their game was going to be a 0 pressure or a 0 sack game,
and they'd lose their left tackle in the game,
I would say you're nuts. But I do. I expect the ball to get out quick. I expect a lot of crossing routes. I expect them to run your rookie through the trash. I see what happens with Diggs running through trash. There's been times where he's been, in history, he's been pretty good playing the undercutting some routes. Doesn't look like he can run as well as he once did.
I don't know that needs ever going to be
completely
back.
Good.
I think that they've probably done everything they can when he's been in the building to help. But I don't know. I mean, both knees. Yeah. That's a toughie.
Yeah. I just feel like, though, that to me that, like I say, this quarterback, he is going to predetermine where he needs to go with the football, and maybe you can get a read on that. Maybe you can find a way to get a read on that, but it's going to be that part of it's going to be, you're going to have to, I'd like to say, get pressure on this guy and rattle, but the ball was getting out so fast that really Philadelphia couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that plays. We'll see. I mean, it's when you start to talk about Is Terry McLaurin one of those guys that you worry about when you play him?
Absolutely. Now, I will, and the 2-on-4 is
he used
right.
To Diggs used to play pretty well against him.
He did. I think the first ever meeting, which might have been Diggs' rookie year, Terry McLaurin caught a deep ball on him for a touchdown, and ever since then, Diggs has really had his number, but this isn't the same Diggs.
It ain't the same Diggs. Is that what the text is saying?
Yeah.
Did Diggs had, well...
It's just not the same guy.
It's not the same guy.
We haven't seen him take away anybody.
Yeah.
It's that's the unfortunate part. But yeah, I think Terry McLaurin, for really most of his career, he's been one of the most underrated receivers in all football. That dude's a really, really good player. Really good.
But do you think that do you feel like, though, that Cliff, and I kind of feel like that he could throw the ball like we talked about. We've seen it before. But do you feel like that he's going to try and run the ball?
I think you're right.
I think that's kind of what he wants to do, but he has to find a way to protect his quarterback.
Yeah,
right?
and I think it's going to be...
I say protect his quarterback when there's no pass rush.
But you also, like, the guy that they're going to have backing up Johnson is Jeff Driscoll, also a mobile running type of quarterback. Right. I think it is going to be, maybe they mix in play action, take a deep shot, but I think you got to be ready for a heavy dose of the running game. I would, especially on a short week, short game plan. I think that's going to be the case.
I agree with you on that.
All right. Thank you very much, Krusty.
Thank you, man.
Krusty's Corner every day at 3:40 here. Let's get into a football fix, shall we? The latest on DK Metcalf, the Pro Bowl rosters, and the aftermath from Monday Night Football. But 2 days away from Christmas now. Tomorrow it is Christmas Eve, and if you're just scrambling right now, you're like, oh my gosh, where am I going to go? Well, do what my guy
an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
About to get that football fix, and we got Iron Eagle coming up in 20 minutes or so. Mark Schlereth at 4:40-ish. A loaded third hour of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, and you. Thank you so much for making us a part of your day here on a glorious TD Tuesday as we get closer and closer on a holiday week. Christmas Eve tomorrow, Christmas Day on Thursday. Cowboys Commanders kicking off at noon, pregame at 9 a.m. right here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football. But let's do it, shall we? Let's get our football fix.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side.
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
The Pro Bowl teams have been announced. 6 Ravens, Broncos, Niners, and Hawks were selected to the game. The defending champion Eagles, along with our Dallas Cowboys, Lions, and Chargers, are sending 5 players to the Pro Bowl this year.
Who had none?
Who had none? Who do you think had none?
Jets?
The Jets, Saints, and Vikings.
The Vikings
were the only teams without a representative.
Yeah.
Damn.
Holy jeez.
Yeah, the Vikings is surprising. I mean, you'd think
Vikings.
Justin Jefferson would have been a given, but hasn't been a good year.
Yeah. George Pickens.
George Pickens. He did. Pickens and Lamb didn't even get in, so Pickens said, hold my beer, boys. I'm going to do this. First time getting into the Pro Bowl. Shout out to Quinnen Williams as well, who is the Cowboys representative. That probably would have been the Jets' lone representative, but Quinnen gets in after getting traded to the Cowboys, and he'll be here for a long, long time and hopefully doing amazing things. Quinnen asked about that, being limited in practice and making the Pro Bowl. He said, quote, I feel very good. I'm just working, progressing, doing the things I need to do to be as healthy as I can be, just doing everything I can to get cleared and be able to go out there and dominate and play alongside with the team on the Pro Bowl nod. That's dope, but it's one of those things. I want the ultimate team accolades, and that's going to the playoffs, and that's winning the Super Bowl, said Quinnen Williams. He's going to join Tyler Smith, Dak Prescott, and Brandon Aubrey as the other Cowboys that will be in the Pro Bowl. And again, this year, it's a little different. I think it's on the Tuesday of Super Bowl week, if I'm not mistaken, and they're doing like
we'll
Pro
be
Bowl
there,
games.
right?
Yeah, we should be. I mean, we might be able to get some awesome audio. We could do some man on the street stuff.
Yeah.
Send Eric out there in some weird, crazy overall outfit, or who knows, maybe a jock strap, G-string.
Yeah,
he'd be into that.
We're in San Francisco, right?
Oh, you're onto something. I've never been to San Francisco, but I have heard things.
Nice city.
Very interesting things.
Nice city.
I think they got a lot of
great food,
a lot of work wives there in San Francisco, right? All right, moving on. Speaking of the Vikings, Mike McCarthy, he's out with a hairline fracture in the hand. So that's another Christmas Day game. Yeah. It is officially going to be Brosmer again, getting the start. And that was not good when he had to play a couple of weeks ago. So that's going to be an ugly second game.
Cowboys never can catch a break, can they?
When it comes to like these quarterbacks,
No.
I don't have they played against a backup quarterback this year? I mean, they will, I guess, this week. I suppose
this week,
we're saying this, and it's going to be Josh Johnson. But again, even if it was a backup quarterback, I'm feeling probably going to look really good.
That's a good question.
I don't think they have. I don't think they have played it, but I could be wrong. 877-881-1053. I'm sure the truckwreck.com text line will have our back on this. But Colts lose last night, and Phillip Rivers did look good for the first half, and then things just went sputtering out of control in the second as Brock Purdy, 5 TDs, looking real good. He was looking nicey. I'm sure he was nicey on John Gruden's list. Bills, Chargers, Jags, all clinch playoff berths thanks to the Colts lost right there. List loss. It's a lot of words, man. So pretty much we know the AFC field now. It'll be the Broncos, the Patriots, the Jags, the Chargers, and the Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. All we need is your AFC North winner, which is looking like the Steelers, but there's still an outside chance it could be Baltimore, and they'll play in the season finale. And then the final wild card spot, which I think it's going to be the Texans. I think they can clinch this weekend, that spot. They're 10-5 right now. The only other team in contention would be the Colts, and it doesn't look like anything good is happening there in Indy. I mean, they've totally fallen apart with the running game. Defensively, they're not playing really well. But the old quarterbacks, man, What a weekend it was for them. And Aaron Rodgers had a mic'd up moment. 42 years old. Rivers is getting it done at 44. Here was Rodgers as he was just running around all over the Lions.
Oh, you don't want me to help you pick you up? Why? Because you slower than a 42-year-old? Is that why? You're slower than a 42-year-old?
I love it. I mean, I hate Aaron Rodgers. He lives in my nightmares. He haunts me to this day.
Wow.
After what he did. But all of a sudden, the 40-plus-year-old QB really making a comeback. I mean, I'm just waiting for Brady to announce he's coming out of retirement. That's the next thing. Brady's going to say, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to do it, boys.
I don't think he will.
I don't think so either. There's too much money to be made. But you got to think watching Rivers go out there and do what he's doing with that bod. I mean, that's a grandpa bod right there. That ain't even a dad bod.
That's not even a dad bod.
That's grandpa's ever.
Yeah.
George Kittle gets banged up in the game. And George Kittle always good for some solid audio. But here was good old George Pickens post game. How is he feeling?
Pretty excited. We won Monday Night Football on the road. It is after 12 already. Can't wait to get on the plane and go home. My concern level, I don't think it's a high ankle sprain, so, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll go from there.
And we'll go from there.
Well, he did go on to say he thought it was a hip drop tackle that got him.
Yeah.
And it did. Going back and watching it, I think he did get the hip drop tackle. But he came back in and played some. Didn't look bad. They've got a massive game, Sunday Night Football with the Bears. Oh, yeah. This thing, and they're going to be wearing their throwback 90s jerseys.
The one that won the Shadows?
Yeah, they won the Super Bowl in.
Super Bowl wins, yeah.
And those look fantastic. They really do. So that's going to be a must-tune in. I mean, I know Christmas Day, we've been talking about that, and we'll have Ian Eagle on the other side who's going to be on the call, and his son Noah Eagle will have the second game, which I believe is Vikings-Lions. But, man, that Sunday nighter is going to be one for the season. 49ers, Brock Purdy, he's doing the Toyota cars again. Now, we found out last year he's got the relationship with Toyota.
He's got a dealership, huh?
Yeah, basically. He's got the Saban.
Yeah.
But he's giving cars to military vets and families in need during Christmas.
So not his own teammates.
No, he did the teammates thing last year. I don't know what he's gifting the teammates this year. I'm sure he'll pivot and do something else. But Purdy giving away several Toyota vehicles to the military veterans and families.
That's very nice.
Yeah, that's a good buy too.
Dude, they're good cars.
Let me get a 4Runner or something like that, fam.
Yes.
They last forever. The resale value is amazing, and they hardly ever break down.
Then they're expensive because I went to try and get one of the 4Runners, bro. Because you're right. I mean, they last forever. They're reliable. They're good family cars. Yep. But dude, the monthly payment on it.
Yeah.
Ooh, we pivoted. But I still want to get one.
It could be in the 90s and still going to cost you 4 or 5 figures.
They've got some. I mean, they do. Toyota's a great vehicle. We're going to work with each family for their specific need on vehicle make and model. So if they want the 4Runner, they're going to get it. The Sequoia, whatever it is, the Camry, Sienna, they'll hook them up. So
Camrys look nice too. Those new Camrys, my God.
Fans. It used to be like you're going to get made fun of. You're in the mom van.
Yeah.
Not anymore, man. These vans get, and with the kids, I've learned this now. There's something to be said about the sliding door.
Yeah.
Versus the one that just, you pull it, now you're dinging and hitting all kinds of things.
All the fingers lost in the 80s and 90s, bro. The Astro van Ford had? Come on.
Oh, God.
Now it's
the celebrity joint?
Now they all come with the sensors on there. You don't have to worry about it. It's awesome. But yeah, what they're doing with the vans, it's looking fantastic.
I miss the Good Times van. Back in the 70s, we used to have with the couches in the back and the area. They're like the captain's seats that spin around and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was our vacation van. Yeah. Dad had that one, but he got tired of driving after a while because we're in the back playing Super Nintendo, having a great time watching Jim Carrey movies, and he's, hey, all right.
Incredible.
Let me ask you a real quick question.
Yeah, please do.
Was your dad a stopper? And I mean a stopper.
Like on road trips?
Like something cool going on?
Yeah, somebody need to go to the restroom. Is your dad no, we don't have time for that.
He'll kind of get to it. He'll pull all over for you after a while. Yeah. He might roll his eyes. It might be another 45 minutes. You're like, man, I told Dad I got to pee. We're going to pass by 8 McDonald's.
Yeah.
No, we're still going.
Yeah.
Foot on the gas.
I know a spot, boy. I know a spot.
I have a friend, though, that when we come back from fishing trips, we'll do stuff like if we want to get something to eat, it has to be on the side we're traveling on.
Oh, yeah.
We're not doubling back, bro. No.
There's no crossover.
No, we're not doubling back.
It could be like a Sonic on the left or a Whataburger or whatever on the left, But no, we're going through. We're gonna pass by all these places. Like oh hey, bro, they're over there. Whoa, over there. Next thing you know, I'm like at a gas station, and nothing wrong with beef jerky or Slim Jims.
Right, maybe it's a keto.
But all you had to do was take a left, and we're over there.
We had the Dairy Queen right there, bro. We passed it.
Steak finger back. I've even
it's on the other side.
I've even offered to buy. Like, listen, bro, if you just pull it over there,
nope.
I'll buy.
Not happening.
Oh, no, man. We got to keep going.
Sorry about it, buddy.
God.
Deal with it.
Yeah.
So sorry if I did the Mike McCarthy for the J.J. McCarthy and the George Kittle, George Pickens. We got a lot of Georges. We got a lot of McCarthys.
I heard you do it, but I didn't want to say anything.
No, say it. Hold me accountable.
No, I don't want to do that.
Do it, man. Do it. This DK Metcalf story, it's not looking good for DK. Now, maybe the suspension gets reduced because there is a video out right now of the fan turning back and walking to his seat saying, like, that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to get that reaction. Mm-hmm. This fan was totally a jerk. But DK could be losing a lot of money. The 2-game suspension for what the NFL terms conduct detrimental to the league now voids at least $45 million in future guaranteed money from the Steelers. Metcalf would still be able to earn that money over the next 2 years, but it's not guaranteed.
Oh, no. So he lost because of conduct detrimental.
Yeah, if it's upheld.
Oh, no.
Yep.
This is huge.
Huge, absolutely huge. 2026, his salary of $25 million was previously fully guaranteed. Should he be suspended at least one game, that guarantee will void. What? Yeah. Nuts. The voided guarantees are more important in 27 when $20 million in salary has been injury protected. If Metcalf suffers a major injury in the 2026 season, they kept him from passing a physical in March of 27, he would be guaranteed $20 million for that upcoming season. If the suspension holds, that guarantee goes away, which would give the Steelers a potential financial out after 2 seasons should they wish to not need him. That's a lot of lost money.
That's appropriate music right there, Lucius.
That is an all-time mistake from DK Metcalf, and I don't know what was said. There's a lot of rumors out of what was said, and I understand him reacting that way if what was said was said. But again, man, I mean, you told us yesterday a lot of things that are yelled at sidelines. You got to just try and it doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right.
A lot of my NFL life's been on them sidelines. The closest I've ever thought, there was a fullback named Jim Otis that played for the St. Louis Cardinals. He came up the steps towards one of my buddies that was yelling at him. That's the closest I ever thought, like, we're about to get killed.
Uh-oh.
This guy is there. He is going to beat the crap out of us.
Yeah, because
my buddy was yelling. My buddy was yelling stuff, and I'm like, dude, shut up. Shut up. He walked up the steps to get to, like, there were this small ramp, and there's, the Cowboys at the time on the field had these guys that wore these silver jackets that were like security guys. And those guys grabbed him, but he was coming up the steps to come into the crowd.
Oh, wow.
To get us. And I'm like, dude, you're going to get it. You're going to get hurt. I never brought that guy back to the game again.
Probably a good call.
Never. I said, you're not coming any game.
We're not going to do this.
Yeah. Did he ever call you? Hey, Browners.
Yeah.
Many more games been playing Denver this Saturday, dude. Was good.
I'll tell you what. I had a buddy that, like, he was a friend. I wouldn't say he was one of my best friends, but he was a friend.
He was a friend.
So, like, he went to a game with me. Like, I had a ticket. And I'm like, I just invited him just to say, I'm really superstitious. And so, like, we won. Then he came the next.
Oh, okay.
He had a run of 6 games.
Oh, good for him.
And they lost. And he looked at me and he goes, well, I guess that's over.
It's been a good run.
And I go, it's damn right it's so right. I'm
so happy.
6 weeks of watching football with you, and I just did it to be nice, but I'm so superstitious.
I would have done the same thing.
I looked at him, I said, he looked at me and smiled. Well, I guess this is over.
Yep.
I'm like, yeah.
Yep, let's shake on hands. Yeah, that was a fun run, buddy.
Yeah, you had a good, you were 5-1. Congratulations.
Job well done. All right, let's chat with Ian Eagle. CBS Sports will be on the play-by-play call for Cowboys Commanders on Netflix. That's next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue
repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Welcome back, Nation. About to catch up with Ian Eagle, CBS Sports and play-by-play for Netflix. He'll be on the call for Cowboys and Commanders. We'll, of course, have G-Bag of the Day and the Expressway coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. But right now, let's go out to the phones and welcome in Ian Eagle. Ian, how are you, sir? Thank you for coming on with us today. A privilege to chat with you.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to talk to you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to you as well, sir. So, obviously, this season has not gone the way we had hoped for our Cowboys. I think the Commander fans are feeling the same. But what are your thoughts heading into this matchup when you reflect back on where the Cowboys are right now?
Yeah, my viewpoint on any of these games is you do the game, and if the game takes you to certain places, if it's highly competitive, then we stick with the game. If it becomes lopsided, then that probably opens up your playbook a bit more, where you have to get into the review and how these two teams got here. But the general plan is usually to cover the action in front of you. In this particular case, I know both teams are motivated to win. You have the rivalry angle. You've got the fact that it's a standalone game on Christmas. And I think there's a lot of pride. You have these connections with Dan Quinn, formerly of the Dallas Cowboys, now head coach at Washington. And then, obviously, Dallas did not have the kind of season that they expected. There's still a chance to get a couple of wins under their belt before wrapping things up. And, by the way, statistically, that means you would avoid a losing season. So these are all factors. I try to view these games through the same prism. Somebody out there cares. It matters to people. So do justice by it.
Ian, you've been a veteran in this for a long time, covered a lot of different sports, been outstanding at it. I just wonder, how is your pregame, like the meetings and opportunities, changed over the years for you? Is the athlete coach different today than it was, say, maybe 10, 15 years ago?
Yeah, I think so, a little bit, because obviously Zoom has become a part of these. Today, our meetings were on Zoom. That's just how we could do them, based on the holidays, based on Christmas. And I think the other part, which is a really interesting angle, athletes today are at an age where they're accustomed to being on camera and talking into their phone and communicating in that manner. So what you would think would be stilted or awkward in some way really isn't. And it's the mode of communication for so many young people. The in-person meetings to me are still the ones that elicit the most human connections, because you can look in someone's eye, you can tell by their gestures, and they can also see where you're coming from. And I do think the back and forths with athletes are really important in order to get a better sense of the team that you're dealing with, coaches. But I will say they're probably a little more free and easy with information, because they've done so many interviews leading up to your sit-downs. It used to be the sit-downs might be the only interview that a player or a coach does all week, and now the responsibilities, as we know, just based on what the teams need from them. I mean, these are production companies, basically, that every team employs, that they're making content every moment of every day. So you're just fighting now for a piece of the pie, and that was not the case when I started in 1998, meeting with players and coaches. So it's definitely evolved through the years.
What stood out to you from your meetings today?
Positivity, more than anything else. You never quite know what to expect, but everybody that we talked to in regards to both teams, to be perfectly honest, they were really good. They were forthcoming. There was a sense of, even though they're not making the playoffs, there's something to play for. You guys know with Dak, he's really sharp. He understands that part of the job maybe as well as anybody in the NFL. He's always been good. I remember doing a Cowboy game season one of Dak Prescott, and was blown away by how he handled himself with the media, how mature he was. And now all these years later, he's absolutely nailed that part of the job 10 years into it. So my sense is that these guys are going to play hard. They're going to play well. I do think that Dan Quinn, for him, it is personal. He understands it from both angles, the Dallas angle, the Washington angle. The question marks with Washington is just, what are you going to see on offense? Is this Josh Johnson? If he's ineffective, does Jeff Driscoll get an opportunity? I don't think Marcus Mariota is going to play, but they haven't ruled him out. They're definitely facing some deeper challenges compared to Dallas.
When you were sitting at Syracuse, did you ever think about, wow, I'm going to be on a streaming platform calling games?
If I had, I'd be very wealthy right now and would not be doing any of this stuff because I would have invested very early in the process and the idea of it. You're right.
Yeah, I just wonder because, Syracuse is such a great broadcasting school. A lot of very talented men and women have come through there. I believe it's the Newhouse School, if I'm correct about that. And so, and so I just wonder, are we training broadcasters? I'm sorry, I'm trying to be interested in the Cowboys Commanders, but I'm more interested in talking to you. But I wonder are we training broadcasters for this next modem or the way to broadcast? I mean, is it going to be any different from doing games? And you did radio and growing up listening to the radio and all that stuff. How are we training broadcasters to be on these things now?
I think it's all cyclical. I do believe that the previous generation helps teach the next generation, and things change a bit. I grew up at a time where it was Al Michaels and Pat Summerall and Dick Enberg as the main voices of the NFL on three different networks, and there was no avoiding the way in which they approached the game. And as a young broadcaster, certainly it resonated with me in how they did it. But I wasn't going to do an impression of what they did. I did my own version of it with maybe a little different take and injecting your own style and your own personality. I think ultimately, look, the job is still the job, to call play-by-play, whether it's TV or radio.
Right.
How you distinguish yourself and how you separate yourself is really based on how you approach it, how you approach the job. Are you straight-laced? Do you just call the plays? Do you add your own sensibility to it? Do you add humor? Do you add some kind of talk component where you're willing to go places that other announcers aren't willing to go? We've seen that, obviously, with the hot take shows now on morning television. And I did sports radio for years and loved it. I really enjoyed that part of the business and had an opportunity to move into the play-by-play side, which was a dream, but employed a lot of the philosophies that I had from talk radio in terms of chemistry. Even today, when I'm working with new partners, this year it's been J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
To me, that stems from what you guys do. It comes from having to find commonality. It doesn't mean that you agree on everything. It doesn't mean that your personalities are the same. But you do have to find common ground in order to make for good conversation and for people to be comfortable. Ultimately, it doesn't matter if it's streaming on Netflix, if it's on Amazon, if it's on CBS. You have to make the audience comfortable. They have to feel like they're part of it. They have to be informed. They have to be entertained. And ultimately, the goal is to provide an easy listen for people, that it's not jarring, that people tune in and feel at ease when they're watching or listening to the broadcast.
What makes the perfect broadcast partner to you?
Well, for me, it's usually someone that's willing to volley a little bit, that they're not just stuck in their lane. They're seeing the bigger picture. They understand that it is a combination. We're partners in this. And even it's interesting because I've worked with some analysts that were new to the position.
Yeah.
And JJ this year,
Yeah.
it's been new for him, and he took to it very quickly. He's really smart. He's really invested in the game. He loves football, and that comes across on the air. But the main aspect that I try to look at it through is I'm not there to just mentor him or coach him or teach him. That's part of it, but I'm there to be his partner. We have to be partners. So the dynamic, to me, has to be more along those lines of when we wrap up and take the headset off at the end of the game, we can look at each other and say, we did a good job together, not just, hey, I did my job. What about you? That's not how it works. You're judged as a combination, more so, I think, than ever before in broadcasting. I think people tune into a game, and they don't even know. They're forming opinions in real time, and sometimes not consciously. They're not even certain why they like a certain pair better than another pair, but they do have an opinion by the end of the game, which is, oh, I like these guys, or I don't like these guys.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's very visceral, as we know. So I think with analysts that I've worked with, if they're willing to have a little bit of fun, if they have some self-deprecation to them, that means we can go to places that maybe you can't go with someone that takes themselves or the job a little too seriously.
Okay, here's another question for you. Is the broadcast blazer as cool as I think it is?
I mean, I would send you one if you wore a 40 short, but I've got like 30 of them.
Maybe in fifth grade. Maybe in fifth grade I could have done that for you. Yeah.
Maybe you know a kid out there that really wants to go to Halloween next year as a CBS announcer that wears glasses. It's funny. The first time I got it, I did a game for CBS in 1998. It was one of those one-offs where all of their announcers were in Nagano, Japan, literally.
Japan,
Every one of their announcers was working the Olympics, the Winter Olympics. So I got a call to see if I was available, and it happened to be All-Star Weekend in the NBA, so I was available. It was February of 1998, and the game was Vanderbilt at Arkansas, college basketball game. And I remember getting the call, and I worked it out with my schedule, and my first thought, which is kind of scary when you think back on it now, was, am I going to get a blazer?
Heck yeah, you're going to get a blazer. Yeah.
This was not a long-term relationship. This was basically one game.
Yeah.
They said it like, hey, we need you for one game. And the blazer came in the mail, and I really thought at that point, I was like, if I do nothing else in this industry, I'm going to have this blazer for the rest of my life.
I made it. Yes.
You're right.
I thought you were going to tell us when you had the Olympic coverage that they gave you some really good cold weather gear. I bet you get good cold weather gear too, huh?
I've gotten decent cold weather gear. I wouldn't call it great. There were a few that I would not have worn out in my everyday life. So, like, that's what it comes down to. Like, would I wear this or would I not? And there were a few that I was like, no, I would not wear it.
All right.
Ian Eagle with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So another cool element of this, and we've talked a lot about, where you went to school and the young broadcasters, but your son Noah is going to do the game after you, who's also a phenomenal broadcaster with NBC right now. He's going to do Lions-Vikings. So how cool is it being a part of this Netflix Christmas Day special and seeing your son now also broadcasting in the game following you?
Yeah, that part has been amazing. And to be perfectly honest, it's been more gratifying than my own situation because you just want your kids to be happy. You want your kids to do something that they love. And the fact that I get to check those boxes, that my wife now has to watch 6.5 hours of football straight through. She has absolutely dedicated her life, the first part of her life being my wife and having to watch all these sporting events. I don't know if she thought she was signing up for another 30 years of watching sporting events now with our son Noah doing it. But no, it's been really amazing, and it's a very, very cool dynamic for our family. It's not lost on us at all.
Well, thank you so much for the time, sir. Have an incredible call. Happy holidays to you and your family. We can't wait to listen to you on the broadcast, and enjoy it, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Merry Christmas to you. Really excited. And you have my word that we're going to give it everything we got to make sure this thing is entertaining. Yep. And the fact that there's no playoffs on the line, that's out of our hands. But hopefully it's high-quality football, and we'll be right there with them.
Yeah, we're in good hands then if you're behind the mic. So thank you for that, sir.
Really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. There he goes, Ian Eagle, who's going to be on the call for the Netflix Cowboys-Commanders game. As I mentioned, his son Noah going to be working with Drew Brees, who's on our pregame show.
Yeah, Drew did a great job.
He was fantastic.
Talking with us, yeah.
So the second game will be Lions-Vikings, and then the primetime game, of course, will not be on Netflix, but it's going to be fun. I mean, Kay Adams is going to be hosting for them. They'll have Devin McCourty, Michael Irvin, the playmaker, Austin Eckler, Gene Steratore will be a part of this. So excited to see what they've got going here with this Netflix Christmas Day coverage. Of course, we'll be doing the pregame 9 a.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Postgame will go till 6 o'clock. But awesome to catch up with Ian Eagle there.
That guy's a legend, though, man.
Is, man.
And it's so these guys that we get to talk to, the Kevin Harlans and all that, they never take themselves too seriously, but they always. I was more interested in asking him broadcasting questions than I was
the blazer
about
thing. I thought was great.
I would love to have one of those. I want a bowl game blazer
with the CBS logo on it.
I want a CBS logo on a blazer, but I also want to be like an Orange Bowl rep guy with the orange jacket with the bowl patch on it. I want one of those.
That'd be cool.
That's what I wanted to get.
Yeah, and the swag that they get. I am a little bit jealous.
Yeah, I am too.
All right, let's catch up with Mark Schlereth for our weekly visit with him. We'll talk with Stink coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Dawson here from my friends at D&M Leasing. Would you like to be in a new set of wheels come 2026? D&M can make that happen for you right now. 972-817 or 214-35 lease. Call a friendly D&M Leasing agent. You're going to see why I've done over 10 of these over the years, and I love it. Especially around the holidays right now, maybe you want to put something under the tree for yourself in the stocking, just stuff the keys in there, look pretty sweet. You can even act surprised in front of the kids. Oh, look what Santa got me. It's a brand new truck, car, SUV, doesn't matter. D&M Leasing has access to anything and everything. Best part right now, you won't have anything down, anything due for 60 days. They're going to give you the highest trade-in value possible on the old one to make this as simple as possible. And when the payments do kick in, up to 50% less compared to buying. Yeah, the old way of purchasing vehicles, with vehicle prices being what they are these days, folks are having to go 7 years, 84 months of payments to get a payment low enough. You don't have to do that. The easy lease from D&M, you're going to see why I love it. Any local area code 35 lease, jump online, dmautoleasing.com. Salute.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books of BetMGM Network. Alabama takes on Indiana in the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. Bama head coach Kellen DeBoer is 20-5 in his career against the spread against ranked opponents and 10-4 as an underdog. I think this game is close and Bama could win. Give me the Crimson Tide +7 and on the money line at +200 as well. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today and please gamble responsibly.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Texas knows tradition, and this March a new one hits the streets. You've seen touchdowns and home runs, but nothing like IndyCar speed ripping through Arlington, Texas. Fearless drivers, crowds loud enough to match 700 horsepower. It's an action-packed weekend filled with concerts, entertainment, and racing. Kids 12 and under get in free, so bring the whole crew. The first ever Java House Grand Prix of Arlington is coming. This isn't our first rodeo, just our fastest. Get your tickets at gparlington.com.
Whether you're gifting, decorating, or treating yourself, Lowe's December deal drops are here to help you save more all month long. Get up to 75% off select holiday decor. Plus, get up to 45% off select tools and accessories. Shop new December deal drops every week this month and get so much more out of your holidays. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Guys, you're not alone. 85% of men deal with hair loss. Next Level Med Solutions offers Folix, the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive laser treatment to restore your hair's natural potential. Call 469-991-9292 or go to nextlevelmedsolutions.com. Mention the fan for an exclusive discount.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to purchasing your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I was going to pay the IRS eventually, but we had to have enough to live on. Now, the IRS threatens my paycheck and my bank accounts. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Jamie Flores at the law offices of Nick Namath, and these are things we commonly hear from our clients. If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, and unfiled returns, or even past due taxes, call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney at 972-484-0829 or go to myirsteam.com. We have offices in Dallas and Fort Worth.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi.
Make money predicting every bowl game, legally, nationwide, with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville, or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We've got the finest coming up at the top of the hour. Then we've got our Expressway, LA Live at 5:40 here on a glorious TD Tuesday in the G-Bag Nation. But let's welcome in our Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast, Mark Schlereth. Mark, how you doing, man?
I am doing good. How are you guys?
Doing well, man. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you. And we have a lineman question for you because we got a big topic going on here in Dallas, all right? Tyler Smith gets kicked out to left tackle. And now there's a topic of conversation. Is this going to end up being permanent where they're moving their all-pro left guard to left tackle? How challenging is that? And would you ever in your wildest dreams even mess with moving your all-pro guard to tackle?
Yeah, well, I don't know what his background is from a playing standpoint. I know that playing tackle is a lot more difficult than playing guard. I guarantee you that. But if you feel like he is a tackle and he can play that position, it's just a more valuable position and it's a tougher position to play. Now, I'm one of those guys that never could have bounced out and played tackle. There's just no chance of that happening. I mean, I was going to play in the concrete. So it just all depends upon how that guy is wired, how he, what he has done, what his skill set is. He's obviously a damn good player. So it's just a much more valuable position. It's a much harder position to fill. So if he can play it, then by all means, bounce him out there.
Stink, when you were playing guard and you were kind of a hold 'em, trip 'em, clip 'em guy in a good way, it's an admiration of that. But I was going to ask you about the difference, like with your hands and your feet. Did things happen to you inside a lot quicker than they do on the outside? Am I right about that?
Yeah, it's the space that gets you. It's the space that gets you, and frankly, it's the guys that play outside.
Yeah.
It's those defensive ends that all run 4-3, 4-5, whatever. And so it just becomes a much more challenging spot out there. We always joke around, you're just out there in the water. We're living live in the concrete in here. Yeah. So it's just a completely different deal. The other thing is with that space, oftentimes, you're to an open side. The guys have the ability to not only beat you with speed, but also turn and try to drive you into the pocket. And so there's just not as many bodies in there. As a guard, I was really conscientious and really understood the game from the standpoint of where can I funnel this particular player where I have either help or where I have body presence of other people. All that kind of stuff. You just don't have that out there at tackle. So it's just a much more challenging position to play.
Cowboys Commanders Christmas Day. Obviously, both these teams, unfortunately, nothing to play for in terms of playoffs, but you were part of this rivalry, and I think it's one of the all-time rivalries in the NFL, and it's great when both teams are good together. It just hasn't been that way, but what are your memories from Cowboys and at your time Redskins?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when I first got in the league, the Cowboys weren't very good. And then, of course, you had those 90s teams that were just some of the best teams in the history of this game. They were incredible. So, but I just, I just had a natural hate for the Cowboys. And that game, that stemmed from my childhood because I was a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan. And the reason I was a Steelers fan is because they won a lot, but I grew up in Alaska. Mm-hmm. And the first game in the morning was always the Steelers game. And so I'd watch the Steelers game in the morning, and then and the games kicked off at 7 a.m. in Alaska when I was a kid. So I'd watch the games in the morning, and then we would go to church, later on after those games were over. And so that was always the afternoon game, the Cowboys game. So I became a huge Steeler fan because those are the games I watched. And so I always hated the Cowboys, even when I came in to play for the Redskins. I have a lot of respect for them as an organization. I have a lot of respect for their history. And those, like I said, those mid-90s teams were unbelievable. The one thing I really remember, though, more than anything else, is when Jerry took over as the Cowboys owner in, I think, 89.
Right.
I remember going there in, 95. And I was with the Broncos at the time and was sitting on the bench. And all the kind of the advertising that was going on, because Jerry had stepped away from, the NFL, like, hey, we all do Coke and he does Pepsi or whatever it was. But I just remember sitting on the bench, as our offense was not on the field, and just hearing like every 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Stop by the concourse 200 level with TCBY yogurt, the official yogurt of the Dallas Cowboys. And I'd be like, "Would you guys shut up?" Like we're trying to have a meeting over here on the sideline, And it was just always kind of funny to me. But a lot of respect for those, like I said, those mid '90s teams. Those teams are great.
Hey, Stink, since you brought up Alaska, what's the one thing that we get wrong about Alaska that people always seem to get wrong about it as a state? Is there something that we just always and when somebody says, you just go, man, that is absolutely not true? Is there something that we just totally botch, get wrong that just pisses somebody off from Alaska?
Yeah, nothing. I mean, nothing really. It was always funny because I learned a very valuable lesson. When I got drafted to the Redskins, and I flew into Washington, Dulles, Northern Virginia there. Yeah. And the time it was, the airport was there, and then it was like a jungle. I mean, it was like so densely populated with trees and everything else. It's so much more, it's so much larger now than it was then. Right. But I remember driving up and down the East Coast and just kind of laughing to myself because, people used to ask you questions about, mushing dogs to school or living in an igloo and all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. And I'm like, I thought the East Coast, growing up in Alaska, was all New York City.
Yeah.
That's what my vision of the East Coast was. The whole East Coast was New York City. Yeah. And so I was like, man, as ridiculous as as people thought I grew up in an igloo, I had about as much, I was about as naive about what the East Coast actually was, growing up in Alaska. So it just is, it's just interesting, it was, Alaska is unbelievable. It's so gorgeous.
It is a gorgeous place.
Yeah, and in the summertime, man, there's nothing better.
No, it is.
Yeah, Steve, I had the problem when I went to school at LSU that all my teammates thought the episodes of Dallas, that's being from Dallas, that's what they thought I was.
Just ride a horse to school.
I rode a horse to school every day, that kind of thing. I lived on oil producing land and stuff like that. It was just crazy. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. It is funny. I remember Dallas, the show Dallas, and I used to watch it. Uh-huh. Like I would watch the beginning of it because it was like on those either Friday or Saturday nights where they had
Miami Vice. They had Miami Vice on too. Yeah, after that,
yeah, Dukes of Hazzard was on, and then and then the Love Boat in Dallas, and I would stay up and just watch the intro of Dallas just so I could see the stadium, and then I would turn it off. I never actually watched the show. I just wanted to see the stadium.
All right, Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth with us. Your Insider Call is brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. So you called Panthers Bucks, correct?
Yes.
So how was that? I mean, this battle for the NFC South, I know they're going to play again here, but do you think Carolina's going to win this thing?
Gosh, no, probably not. I don't know. They're the most mercurial team. They can play a pretty solid football game like they did on Sunday and turn around and, the week before lose to New Orleans and, then beat the Rams and then, lose to somebody else that's not very good. So they're really interesting. I think the one thing that really intrigued me about this game is that, I'm of the belief they've got to run the ball, that Rico Dowdle's got to be big. They've got to have that kind of production because I just don't think Bryce Young can beat you. Mm-hmm. And in this particular game, a couple of critical situations, at 12 seconds left at the end of the first half, and Todd Bowles calls zero blitz, and he gives up, Bryce Young beats him to Tedero McMillan for a touchdown. And then in the fourth quarter, they got to have a drive. It's 20-20 and another blitz. And Bryce Young hits Jalen Coker down the sideline one-on-one, both beautifully thrown balls, both, thrown in a milk carton essentially. And that was the first time where I really looked at it like, wow, Bryce Young, he doesn't have any problem diagnosing it. It's been the issue of getting the ball there. And he did it in a couple of different critical situations, also making some plays with his feet, keeping drives alive. I thought he played and I've done 6 Carolina games. That was the best I have seen him play, the most efficient I have seen him play over the course of the 6 games that I've done. So I was pretty impressed, but there's still something about Baker Mayfield and Tampa at home, healthy with a healthy wide receiving core that I still feel like eventually can win this division. You got to understand, Carolina plays Seattle in Carolina, and they've gone one since like week 3. They're win loss the whole way, and so I think that they'll lose to Seattle, then they have to go to Tampa to play, and Tampa's got Miami, so it should come down to week 18.
Stink, do you think with the thing with Bryce Young, he just doesn't fit our eye what a quarterback's supposed to look like? Do you think that's the reason why sometimes we feel the way we do about him?
Sure. Yeah, I think that has something to do with it. But then I think you see some of the plays that don't get made.
Right.
And the other thing you see all the time with Bryce is, every game he seems to win, he's 14 of 22
right.
for 141 yards. It just is. It never feels dominant, and he's a smaller cat. He's a smaller guy.
Yeah, smaller guy,
and all that stuff. So yeah, it does not look like we want it to look. So
right.
That certainly is part of it, but still, he feels like, and I could be completely wrong. He may light it up and keep growing, but this is the best season he's ever had, and he's still at 63% completion, and he still has very limited yards and touchdowns to interceptions. It's still statistically isn't what you would expect it to be, but that said, I don't think Carolina's the most talented team either.
Sting, thank you so much as always, man. Enjoy the holidays. We'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
There he goes, Mark Schlereth with us here. You can check him out on the Stinking Truth podcast, of course, and shout out to Nationwide as well. Coming up next, let's get our football fix in. Things to know about the Commanders and Dak Prescott's guarantee. That's next in the nation.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL season has been full of surprises, especially when it comes to teams missing the playoffs. The Ravens are a loss away from joining the Chiefs and Cowboys.
Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, this Bush's Boca Raton Bowl. I mean, we got the Pop-Tart Bowl. They're eating the Pop-Tarts afterwards. They have a giant bowl of Bush's baked beans. And they are all the players from Louisville that have just won this thing. As they award the trophy, are just they're spoon in the bowl and just sharing it together.
Oh, communal
bowl of beans.
Okay, that's crazy.
We are just,
like a bunch of cowboys on the range,
just passing the spoons around. We are just digging in here.
All right, let me tell you, this is maybe. Tell me what you think about this. We played Baylor in the Liberty Bowl one time, and everybody had to do a skit, like a little performing deal. Baylor did a deal where the first guy, they all had toothbrushes.
Okay.
Oh, God.
And a glass of water.
Oh, jeez.
And what they did was the first guy brushed his teeth, that said something about we're such a team, this, that, and the other, brushed his teeth, spit in the cup.
Oh.
They passed the cup all the way down to the final guy, and he drank after three other teammates had brushed their teeth.
Oh, that's so gross.
And he had this bit in there, and he drank it.
God, did y'all win?
No, we got beat. We got beat.
That makes it even worse.
We were like, when they did that, we were like, there's no way in hell we're beating these
That is just
guys.
Disgusting.
They were like, it was the last guy drank it. The show.
Oh, screw that.
The camaraderie and the brotherhood that they had.
He is a sick puppy.
Everybody in the stand, everybody's like, their side's cheering away.
No.
And we're all like standing up, like gagging, bending over.
That is just
I'm
disgusting.
Like, there's no way in hell we're going to beat these guys today.
No, and you lost. It happened. Oh, man.
And they destroyed our will to compete with that skit.
Well, congratulations to Louisville, winners of the Bush's
Baked Bean
Bowl.
Good for them.
Delicious. All right, Dak Prescott has one guarantee for 2026. This is courtesy of Todd Otches. We get into the finest here.
Todd knows Dak very well, so it's probably pretty good.
So here is the quote from one Dakota Rain Prescott. Quote, I feel like the last few times I've said that were playoff losses, and this is we won't be back here in this spot, he said today, as the Cowboys are 6-8-1, and they're preparing for their game against the Commanders. Each year has its own troubles. Each year has its own highs, lows, ebbs, and flows, and everything with it. The importance is controlling what you can. I'm doing my damnedest, controlling what I can. And as you get older, I think having more input, having more say-so, and being asked more questions from the front office. Maybe there's a little bit more that I can do, and it's not physically or me getting better at my game. Maybe it's speaking up and saying that this will help, or I think this can help. Whatever it takes, once again, I'm going to do my damnedest and make sure that I'm influencing and encouraging everyone else around me, not just the players, to do the same. So maybe more of a say in personnel.
I don't know.
And hey, we need to go get this guy. We need to make sure we're spending a little bit more here on the defensive side of the football. Help me out.
Well, does it? Yeah. Listen, you could do far worse than having Dak Prescott trying to kind of help you out on some things. I think he's a leader. I think people respect him. I think there's players at times that didn't respect Tony Romo. I think you have to have, as a quarterback, you have to have those guys go with you. Yeah. And I think Dak has the respect of the people in the front office. And if Dak wants to walk in and sit down and plop down and watch some tape of a guy playing, if it's a tackle or a defender, or you bring him in and you talk to somebody about, with a 30-visit thing, and you have him talk to a couple of guys that, hey, is this our kind of guy? Is this a guy that Dak Prescott would like to have as a teammate? I think that's really important. I think Dak, the wins and losses for Dak, let's be honest, he has a pretty impressive career record of wins and losses. It just hasn't been with playoff success. And that's unfortunately, if he was quarterbacking in Arizona and had this kind of record, or quarterbacking in Cincinnati or someplace like that, they'd have a damn statue of him up there.
Oh, 100%.
But you're part of an organization where championships are. And let me I tell you this. I think the 30-year drought, or the 30-year non-championship or championship game, I think it weighs on him more than it did Tony Romo. I think when Tony Romo said, if this is as bad as it gets, you know what? I believe Tony Romo saying that. I believe it. I think this really does bother Dak Prescott.
Oh, I think it does, absolutely.
Jerry and Steven and all, people could say, well, it doesn't, they don't give a damn and all that. But I think it does bother Dak. I think when he starts to see, look at his career, where he was drafted, where the number of wins, the big games, his first year, all these things, NFL Man of the Year, all these things, these accolades, Pro Bowls, comeback player, nobody's going to care about any of that stuff if he doesn't get him to an NFC championship game and then potentially a Super Bowl.
No, yeah, absolutely.
And unfortunately, his career is just as good as guys that have played before him, but just don't have the Super Bowl wins.
No, he doesn't.
And I think that's the unfortunate thing for him. I think there's going to be a time where we look back and we're going to say, wow, what a great career. But and it's unfortunate that it so far it hasn't materialized. But I think that weighs on him very heavily. And I think if he wants to get involved and help and do things to maybe help his cause a little more,
all for it.
I have no problem with him doing that.
Okay, let's hear from Jerry here. This was Jerry Cut 3. And Sean and RJ were asking him this morning about that 30-year drought, right?
Yeah.
And Shop followed up with, why should fans believe that change is coming for next season?
It has been. It has been different. And then sometimes it's worked better than others. But we've had different records over the last several years. We've had different personnels, and so it is. It's what it is. That's when you go hunting. There's a good chance that you won't get any game, or fishing. There's a good chance you might not catch some fish, but there's a chance that you can catch a fish. And we put it out there hard. We do things that can happen, that make things happen big time. I've done it. I've seen it happen. I know it works. And I've done it in a lot of things, not just football.
So that was Jerry in regards to, I don't know. I mean, how does that give you any hope as a fan things are going to be different? I mean, you say it has been. The personnel's been different. Sure, of course it has. The records have been different. Absolutely. Yeah. But with Dak here saying that, and Dak has also talked about maybe a different Jerry, maybe a little bit more of the gambler, if you will, maybe a little bit more of that guy coming back, because you've even talked about this as well. He doesn't have. Who knows when the end is here? Like
we don't know. We're not guaranteed tomorrow.
Nobody is.
This gig might be our last. But
if it's Dak stepping in, something's got to be different with how they're putting together the team. And a lot of texts are coming in, and of course, anytime you bring up Dak, it will. Well, then maybe
everybody hating him right now?
Maybe you shouldn't be. There's only so much money to go around. Maybe you shouldn't be the highest paid quarterback in football. Maybe you shouldn't have asked for $60 million. Fair, fine. But what the Cowboys have now conditioned you to think.
But he asked for $60 million, and who gave him?
They gave that to him.
They gave that to him. So. We all, let's be honest here, people who are texting in, if you go into your boss and ask for $100,000 and he says we can only pay you 70, you've asked him for 100. Your hope is you'll get 100 out of this. I don't blame Dak or any of these players for going in, Micah Parsons, any of these players for going in and asking for that money. I don't blame them at all.
Absolutely not.
Because somebody is going to be willing. The Green Bay Packers were willing to give Micah Parsons $47 million. Do you think there's questions in Green Bay that, well, maybe he should have taken less?
No.
Listen,
you're not going to get that.
Yeah.
The quarterback's going to get that. But I also think that some of this is the whole cap thing. The Cowboys, that's exactly how they want you to feel about Dak.
Yeah.
When in reality, it's not necessarily true that they can't build another team that is better roster construction-wise around Dak because of that cap hit. They can. They absolutely
can. You hit on Mozzie Smith, maybe Luke Schoonmaker, maybe some of these picks that all of a sudden, that you've made or you've traded away, maybe it makes your team a little bit different. My guy out there, Les Snead at the Rams. F them picks.
Yes.
F them picks.
That's what it is. Go.
F them picks go. F them picks pick really good players in the 3rd round.
Yep.
4th round, 5th round, they hit on guys. F them picks when they get a 1st round pick, they go hit on a guy like
We're
Verse.
really good. We got a chance. Let's go get Von Miller.
Yeah.
We're really good. We got a chance. Let's go get Odell Beckham Jr.
Right.
That's putting together the best roster for one season at least to go out and win a championship. And that's the one thing that I think that they have not done, right? They're always planning for, okay, there's a future thing. We got to pay this guy, that guy. No. The window's here if you believe in Dak. They clearly do. And Dak doesn't have, he's also looking at his future. How many more years does he have? They just wasted his best one.
Yeah.
They just wasted a tremendous year of offense because they have a terrible defense.
Yeah.
And some of that is also, they didn't get the ROI, the return on investment of guys that they've paid. Diggs, terrible re-sign. Injuries, a lot to do with that. Bland right now, not looking good.
Yeah.
Right? So guys that they've decided to pay, they also have not gotten the return on that. Terrence Steele right now, number 2 on the books, according to Over the Cap. Well, I mean, is he going to end up being a cap casualty? Yeah. So they put themselves in that position. But for Jerry to say, I mean, he didn't really answer the question. You've got to go out there and prove that something's going to be different. It's hard, and his answer kind of alluded to, I shouldn't expect them to be aggressive in free agency. Now, others would say, and I know Brad's mentioned on the postgame, he can't really believe everything that Jerry's going to say publicly.
Yeah.
But for him to say, I don't know, I can't tell you how much I'm going to spend in free agency, we'll spend something. But that's what's got to change. It's got to be everything. It's got to be the entirety of it.
How about better overall evaluations? Whether you spend,
it's a good step.
And this is the problem that I have with the Cowboys. This is the problem. And I mentioned it, and I know people out there don't like Will McClay. I respect the F out of Will McClay.
Sure.
I really do. Because Will McClay has a really difficult job. He has to answer to 3 groups.
Yeah.
And everybody's always pissed off at him because of, well, you siding with the Joneses here. You're siding with the scouts. You're siding with the coaches. If you had one guy making this, and if Jerry Jones wasn't 82 or 83 years old, maybe this would be different. Maybe it would be different, but they solicit all these opinions. And I don't know how you come to the player evaluation. I'll say this about the Rams. Again, Les Snead, F them picks. Those scouts bring them the information, and it's the general manager and the coach and the team president make the choices of what they're going to do with their players.
Yeah, you need a single-minded way of doing this.
And it might not just be, let's hire a football guy to be the guy.
Maybe it's just Will. Let Will McClay
That's
run
what I'm
it.
saying.
Just let Will do it.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
We'll see.
Yeah,
it might not work.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's different. That's changing something.
No, that would be absolutely different because to me, I've been in that organization and seen them. I saw Jerry Jones stand up at the podium one time after a draft when they took DeMarco Murray. And the first thing they said about taking DeMarco Murray was Barry Switzer.
Yeah.
Hey, old Switz. Old Switz. No, there's some scouts that busted their ass to go to Norman, Oklahoma and do the work. And, you're not, you're saying, Barry Switzer? That's the problem with this place. There's too many people that have too many opinions.
Yeah, you need to cut the opinions out.
Yeah, and you need to take that thing and squeeze it down to 3 or 4 guys sitting in a room there, and the scouts bring in the information. Okay, we talk about a player, But then there's always somebody mad at somebody in that organization because, well, God, they gave us this guy. And the problem is Will doesn't want to bring a player in that the coaches don't want to coach.
Yeah.
And then the coaches get mad because we're not good enough on pass rush because you brought these guys in for us, and we can't win with these guys.
Sure. And then they think way too highly of their own guys. That's absolutely what needs to change.
That's what needs to change.
Because for 30 years, you've done it with however their way is. They've got to win it their way, right? And it's listening to this person, that person, him, her, all of these different opinions.
Larry Lacewell, Jeff Ireland, Tom Siskowski, Will McClay. Those things haven't changed. Those things haven't changed. There's always somebody in the chair that has to stand in the middle of the room and coordinate everything, and maybe at the end of the day has to give something up to make sure that somebody else is not breathing down his neck.
Yeah, we don't need to be caring about feelings here. We're trying to put together an NFL team, and if you don't like it, then fine. Sorry about it.
I agree.
We got one vision. They don't. It stopped being reactionary. Actually, have a plan in place.
Yeah,
right. That's
they
a
have
huge
a plan.
problem.
They have a plan. The plan is though. We're going to solicit as many opinions as we can.
Yeah, that's too much. That's just listening to too many voices, and now you're clouded.
I think that if you want to know the biggest issue with the Dallas Cowboys, it's Jerry Jones. It's a blessing and a curse. He listens, but he listens too much.
Well, it's been a curse.
Yeah,
it's been a curse. It hasn't been a blessing. Maybe from a business side of things, it's been a blessing.
Yeah.
From a football standpoint, it has been a curse. And that's something that needs to change along those lines. I don't care. He can have the GM title. That's fine. But just let Will really be the one behind the scenes that handles all the football operations. Do something different. Because if it's going to be the same, then we're going to be sitting here next year, and we're going to be talking the same thing. And it's just on the hamster wheel, over and over and over again. Let's get into the Expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We got G-Bag of the Day. We got LA Live. That's next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Tolos, we're back on the road for a special edition of 105.3 The Fans Friday Football Feast on Tuesday. Come join me and Kevin broadcasting live from the official burrito of the Dallas.
If you shout, "How about them Cowboys?" you have that undeniable passion that's the heart of be even tastier. It's a pepper thing.
Well, the orange is real.
let's hit the expressway, baby. Brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Just moments away from the G-Bag of the day. We got LA Live coming up. We got TD Tuesday at the top of the hour.
You got to hand me my list.
Oh, you got it. I gave it to you.
Where is it?
I don't know where you put it. Maybe you've been doodling on it. Have you been doodling?
Is this? No, this is old. This is an old show sheet from yesterday.
I left it.
Oh, you didn't even give it to me.
I did. I left it there for you.
Oh, here. Let me see.
I promise you I did.
I got to study this thing because this could be chaos.
It could be chaos. If you need it, I can run and try and scramble to print out an extra one for you.
What could be chaos?
Me reading the TD Tuesday.
Oh, you're going to do TD Tuesday?
I'm going to do it. Okay. Let's go to Alabama.
Alabama.
Let's go to Alabama.
Oklahoma.
I hope it is chaos.
I hope so, too.
Get ready, Lucius. There's going to be some chaos.
Get ready.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of chaos, we all love a good clapback sham, don't we? Brad's at it again on social media.
Who's he going after now?
This happened early this morning. This is...
Is it Nick Eatman and then Bob Sturm?
So Bob put something out, and I think that Brad then clapped back at Bob, and I think Nick might be here to... I don't know if he's clapping back at both, or it's just I'm clearing the air here. And if you toe-load, then you heard Nick Harris give us this information in the post on Sunday, so you knew this, and I reiterated it yesterday, but... Bob said on the Tyler Smith move to left tackle, surely it is a pure coincidence they did his deal first before moving him to the more expensive real estate. I imagine there was no financial motivation whatsoever in the order of things. So Brad claps back. Or it wasn't the plan when they did the contract and they adjusted to what they saw, which everyone is complaining about the DC not doing. Honest to heaven, some of you are so blinded by Jones' hate that you look for conspiracies everywhere. Nick Eatman now replies to both.
Why does Nick jump in here?
Nick's going to add clarity. Maybe it's not hate, but serious snark. My thing is... just ask someone. Be the media guy you are and ask what happened, and someone would tell you they agreed in August. Guyton got hurt, and then Tyler's agent stopped the process because they knew they needed to keep negotiating with this possibility in place. My understanding is that they already have clauses in the deal for such a move, which... does go ahead and hammers home what Nick Harris told us, told Will, told CA on Sunday, that indeed the Cowboys and Tyler Smith's agent had conversations about this and potentially moving him to left tackle if necessary prior to the deal being done, which was why they paid him what they paid him and made him the highest paid guard in football. So, while I do agree with Bob on most of the Jerry criticism, this was not one of those, now we can get a cheap left tackle deal.
Yeah.
That's not what this situation is.
No, I don't think so either.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all. The other thing, we did get the full injury report posted, but I just love Brad getting involved in some of this stuff, and we love Brad.
I wish Brad would fix my Twitter account.
He needs to. If anybody could, it might be Brad. You need Brad to start clapping back at Elon Musk.
I think that Brad needs to reach out to Elon Musk, get my Twitter back. I haven't had it since December 8th. Please don't buy any crypto from me or anything else. I hope I just need to get my Twitter back.
Just get the Twitter back.
I just need
this poor
it back.
guy.
Please just let me. I'm a premium member.
He's trying. He's premium, baby.
I'm trying. I pay my $11. Give me an opportunity
Give
here.
It to him. Give him his stuff.
Yeah.
Flournoy, Guyton overshown all DNPs today. Otherwise, everybody was limited or full.
Okay.
DNPs on the Commander's side. Mariota with the hands. Yeah. Daron Payne with the back. Laramie Tunsil with the oblique. And then a linebacker.
So all those guys probably out for the Cowboys that DMP'd, right?
I think so, yeah.
Read me the names again, please.
It was Flournoy, Guyton, Overshown.
I would say those are all DMPs. Then.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess you'll have Tyler Smith play. And Tyler did say, I'm an all-pro guard. He didn't seem super thrilled to move it over to tackle. But I'm super thrilled. Let's send things into the Pim Cup. Lucius Alexander.
Yeah. Check two. There we go. All right, yeah, G-Bag the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. Y'all call him Clapback Brad or Clapback Sham?
Yeah, Clapback Sham.
Clapback Sham. Okay.
Or Brad.
Okay, or Brad.
Which one's better? Is Clapback Brad better or Clapback Sham?
I don't know. Just it caught my ear.
He's going to come walking through that door.
Yeah.
Busted up.
He's going to kick our ass.
Clapback. Drag queen. That's drag queen slang, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, that's drag queen.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it went mainstream. Shout out to RuPaul.
Is that
Drag queen slang.
Is clapback in the Webster's dictionary, you believe?
Maybe it's
I don't
in that
know,
other
but
dictionary.
there's definitely drag queen slang. Clapback, shade.
Shade.
Yeah, shading somebody, no shade to somebody, reading somebody. Yes, ooh, he read him.
Where
That's
did the glaze
drag queen.
thing come
T.
from?
Oh, that's the internet. That's the internet.
Because we got that
Now,
today,
the
right?
glaze, yeah, and I had heard of glazing as a different deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Entirely.
Those donuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are donuts.
Yeah, no shade. That's drag queen stuff. Slay. Yeah, all the stuff.
Oh, slay.
Yeah.
Slay queen.
Yep. Slay queen, you come girl. All right, my name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you see anything I should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Our winner and champ right here so far of G-Bag of the Day is a Chi-Town couple. Chi-Town. Caught a little road rage incident. They called the police, 911, and it's their commentary of the situation. That's why they get G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah, we're in Archer and Meade, and there's an accident here, and a guy's out of his car, one's in his car. There's a huge fight going on right now. Yes, that's the white one. Yeah, he just threw a hammer at him.
Oh, no, it's an axe. It's an axe.
He just threw an axe at him. Oh, he just hit his car.
Her.
Yeah. Archer and Meade, you got to get here in a hurry.
Oh, God, they're probably going to kill each other.
He just rear-ended the pickup truck, and his bags went off.
He's getting out.
Biggs.
Oh, no.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, no, don't hurry.
Oh, he's getting in his car now.
Oh, he's got his...
Holy
Ooh.
Everybody's ass is out. Wait, don't get out, Tom. Do not get out.
Carl got on out.
Yeah.
Carl's not protecting himself at all. Don't get out. They're hitting each other with hammers. Pants are falling down, Carl. What are you doing, bro? All right, let's see here. I got some stuff, some John Blaze for you boys. I wonder if I can get that mouse over here. All right. New Sacramento State head coach Alonzo Carter, I believe his name is.
Okay.
He wants to get that Google me phrase. You remember that coach said Google
Indiana.
me? Yeah. Well, he was like, that dude is stepping on my phrase. That's me. I came up with Google me. Back in the 90s, bro.
Might be new to me, and he was saying it. He says it now, and I'm mad because I should have copyrighted. I've been saying Google me. Any coach that know me, I was telling cats that back in the 90s.
Stop.
2000. Whenever Google came out, I was saying
Stop,
Google
bro.
me. So if you don't know me, Google me. Indiana coach, you Google me.
Indiana coach.
Stole my stuff, but that's all right.
What is he doing, a comedy routine?
It sounds like he's at the Improv.
He stole my bit.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I've been saying Google me.
Yeah.
Way back in the 90s.
Way
I
back
said
in the
that.
90s.
They don't know about your unk. They don't know about old
You owe
unk.
me royalties.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Arizona's quarterback. What's his name?
Kyler Murray?
No, Jacoby.
Oh, Jacoby
Brissett.
Brissett. Oh, I forgot. Yes,
Yeah.
Jacoby.
It's okay. It's okay. He's working with a new center this week.
Oh, we.
You know what he's focused on when working with a new center?
The balls.
Derek Hanna, what's that process like of seeing a new center?
Trying to feel his butt. Really, that's all it is,
Yep.
I'm just trying to feel his butt.
Just feeling it up,
Yep.
That the glutes.
Trying to feel his butt. Really, that's all it is,
Nah, I don't know, fam.
Yeah.
No, haven't been there.
I don't.
I can feel his butt.
I'm just trying to feel his butt.
You know what, though? How about this one? There's something bad they always say. This is what they always say. Like, the next thing he's probably asking is a question if you wanted to follow up. And he would answer then, you got to ride the center there.
Yeah.
You got to ride the center.
That's an awkward one.
And that's the, and what they're talking about is you got to stay with it when they're coming off the ball. You got to stay with it. You got to ride the
Keep
center.
those hands there.
Yeah, and so that's always one of those awkward things when you hear somebody talk about, I just got to ride the center there.
Yeah. Sir, what'd you say?
Excuse me?
Yeah. Yeah, you tap him right there under his,
Yeah.
right there on his butt. Let him know when I want to get that ball.
I'm here. Yep.
Foul. Let's go, boy.
Yep.
Let's go. Hit him right there. Now, this is not one, but shout out to the HEB in Burleson. Did you see them go viral for this?
Uh-oh.
Whole lot of people in line with their carts filled up for food and all the other good stuff for the holidays.
So. Those HEBs are slamming.
Yeah. These are facts. They got parking people outside.
Do they now?
Yeah. The one in Irving, this like one of the HEB spinoff or one of their little grocery stores.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had parking people out there the other day. I was like, good God.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, the computers were down. Listen what happened.
Oh, no.
All right, guys. HEB, we love you having you as our customers. Thank you for waiting with us. Unfortunately, the computers are not coming back up right now. So today, everything that you have, we are going to bag you up, and we hope every one of you have a very Merry Christmas and continue to shop with us.
Dude, that is
I'm
awesome.
turning back around, bro. I'm going back in there like it's supermarket sweeps.
So anything,
That was dangerous.
anything in the cart is yours.
It's
Move on.
yours.
Man.
You got to trust that all these people are good people, and
That's
we're not
what
about
I'm
to start
saying,
having
fam.
like a madhouse.
I'm sending people back.
Yeah.
Go get that ham, get that turkey.
But is it just people in line?
People in the lines.
Man.
You have some officers to police this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's ballsy. But
This is chaos.
I mean, I'd like to think we have good Samaritans.
I would just put one attendant at each line, right? Just have somebody watching that line.
Good luck.
Yeah, we're not going back for seconds.
That's what I'm saying. This supermarket sweeps for me. Telling lady, yo, you hold this spot right
guys,
here.
grocery games.
I'm going back to the meat section.
Oh man! Imagine the people that were buying like the holiday.
Yes.
The
What a blessing.
prime rib.
Boom, got you.
Yeah,
They get the honey baked hams.
Not, bro. I'm talking about the tomahawks.
Oh, you're going
I'm
to
talking
the
about
heavies.
I'm talking about the heavy.
Some crab legs.
We're having prime rib. Say we're having prime rib, and we went out and spin it because HEB's got the prime rib.
Ooh.
We just hit them for maybe a couple of $100 in that
Absolutely.
prime
That's
rib.
a big win. Good job with that holiday shopping.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, that's beautiful right
Shout
there.
out to HEB, though, by the way.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff.
That's better than Twitter.
Freeze! Nobody move!
Yeah. All right.
Let me
yeah.
see your hands.
Yeah.
Whatever you got, is whatever you gonna get you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Shoot. Should I play another one?
Yeah, you should play another
I got
one.
a little time. Everybody's out there shopping. Should I go to this young woman shopping or the Zoom court crash? I'll go to the Zoom court crash out. Zoom court crash out. This man right here was like, give me 80 years because I'm not going to cooperate.
Mr. Terry, do you speak English, sir?
What you think?
Oh.
Is it Giraffe? Yeah. Why would you ask some like that?
Whoa.
Do you want me to mute the booth? No, he's going to have to answer my questions. If not, I won't do it today, and he can sit for another day until I hear his case. Mr. Terry, do you speak English?
Yes.
Are you a citizen of the United States?
No, I'm a citizen of Mars.
Oh no.
I'm going to jail.
Are you a citizen of the United States, sir?
What the f*** you think?
Oh.
All right, we're going to hold this over tomorrow. I'm not going to stand for Mr. Terry's conduct.
Oh, Mr. Terry is going to miss Christmas.
Oh, Terry.
Mr.
Where's
Terry might
Uncle
not-
Terry?
Yeah, Mr. Terry might not want to leave.
You just got to play the game, Terry.
Yeah, my grandma said he must have a boyfriend there or something. Keep going back.
Yeah.
Hold my pocket.
Keep going back. All right, that's it, brother.
All right, is it the champ? Couple narrating the road rage accident. Is it the Sac State coach? Just Google me, Jacoby Brissett.
I created that phrase too, by the way. I'm the first one to say Google me.
He's the Google guy.
I promise.
Jacoby Brissett and the Butts. Is it the HEB in Burleson? Or is it the Zoom court crash out? Ooh, this is going to be tough, fellas. I think I'm going to rock with, give me the champ on this one, Brian. What say you?
I'm going to vote for Sac State.
Okay. 1-1, Lucius.
Yeah, me too, man.
Sac
State. Google me, bro. Woo! I came up with that first.
I like the energy. I might send some NIL money to Sac State now. I'm digging their energy.
He's done it by a vote of 2-1. Sac State coach. Just Google me, baby. I created that. That is our new G-Bag of the Day champion. Lucius will replay that every day at 2:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. But let's do a little LA Live.
All right, it is a Toxic Tuesday. It is Tuesday, right?
Yeah,
it's a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoked. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Brought us over to studying.
Everybody get high.
Oh, damn
what
it.
happened?
My mouse got lost. Here we go.
We were already told some of the names that were on this Epstein list. One of the names that we were told was Stephen Hawking.
Oh, no.
That's a real name. We were really told. Yeah, seriously. And I just want to stand here and say that, somebody took Stephen Hawking to the island. Like make it sound like he blew in the straw and drove himself there. Do we all remember what Stephen... Any of us could have taken him anywhere. What's he going to do? He was an air fryer with teeth, for God's sake. The 6 people, it would have taken 6 people to get that chair up onto a plane alone. Those 6 people, those are the criminals, you know? They didn't have to take him. They didn't have to listen to him when he's sitting there in his chair like, island. Like, no, Stephen. No, you're not going. Write another book about string theory, you mutant.
This is LA Live for Tuesday, December 23rd, 2025. It is a toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this station. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Yes, the Department of Justice has released thousands upon thousands of files related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. There's photos. Like Bill Clinton in the hot tub. You seen that photo?
No. Did see that one.
Bill Clinton in the hot tub.
The problem is now I just don't know what's real.
Facts, 100%. All of that, what you just said. And him and it was Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein wearing those Versace shirts. You seen that photo?
Yes.
That was really his friend. They out there with Versace shirts on. It was all like unbuttoned a little bit. Them boys like they had a time.
Oh, I bet they did.
Look like Puff Daddy and Mace. There's videos of parties that look like surveillance videos. Like either he had his own surveillance videos going on in there or somebody was watching them. I don't know, but surveillance, court records, emails, flight records. Man, Kevin Spacey pop up in the names.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you don't want Kevin Spacey to be popping up in your names right now to help you out. He's not going to help your case. He's not going to help you. Well, Kevin Spacey was there. Everything was okay.
Oh, okay.
That's not gonna help.
Great.
Michael Jackson popped up in a few photos. Now, you got the Michael Jackson's estate. They're mad. Like, hey, you're misrepresenting our guy. Mick Jagger popped up.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this Jeffrey Epstein dude likes celebrities. He's a big celebrity guy, apparently.
Yeah.
Walter Cronkite.
Get out of here.
Whoa.
Yeah, wow.
Walter Cronkite, but you never know, the nature of your visit.
Here's reporting the news.
True. It's journalistic.
Chris Tucker even popped up.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he explained himself, though. Chris Tucker was like, hold on, man.
You knew Jeffrey Epstein, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. We flew Bill Clinton and a lot of different that was a
Don't mention my name, bro.
Yeah.
humanitarian trip to Africa. And I met him on that trip because it was his plane. I didn't know who plane we was getting on, but it was a whole bunch of dignitary people. We was with a delegation, and I met him, and you don't know people what they do in their private lives, so yeah.
But tell me this, Chris. You was on this private plane, and you could tell that it was a private plane because they called it, Lolita Express?
Oh, yeah, it was a private plane. Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
But wait a minute. You didn't ever go to that island, did you?
No. I don't know where that thing got.
Laughing off, too. Chris Tucker explaining himself out here, man. Still waiting on that Friday. That money. What was he supposed to do? Didn't Trump say green light this movie? We need another one.
Oh, yes, he did. Was it Rush Hour?
Yeah.
It was Rush Hour. Yeah. He was a big Rush Hour fan.
Yeah. Come on, man. Don't take Rush Hour away from us. Yeah. Hold on. And I seen this morning. There was a letter allegedly from Epstein to Larry Nassar. You guys remember Larry Nassar?
Yes. He was the guy, was it the doctor at Michigan State?
Yes, bro.
Oh,
and the Olympic girls and Allie Raisman and everything.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So I went half my day saying, did Jeffrey Epstein really write Larry Nassar a letter while in prison? Wow, that's freaky. But then later, FBI said that's fake. It's a hoax.
Okay.
If you believe that. I don't know, man. But why would Epstein write that dude a letter? That's crazy to think that half of the day. All day I was thinking, my gosh, this dude wrote that man a letter. But the FBI said it's not real, so, hey, I got to go with what they say at this point. Because what do I know?
No, we really don't know anything anymore.
Wow. No, you don't know anything. You don't know what's real, really. I try to figure out what's real sometimes, but I don't even know. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the Toxic Tuesday. Got some toxic stories you couldn't tell by that Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
Oh, I'm ready.
2 more bodies were found in the Houston bayous yesterday. Bayous. Yeah, it's not a funny story. 2 more bodies were found in the Houston swamps yesterday.
So the Gators didn't eat them?
Apparently not. One body was found in the downtown area. The other was on the south side area. This makes 31 bodies this year have been found in those swamps out there in Houston. People in Houston think they got a serial killer on their hands. But apparently a whole lot of bodies always wind up in those swamps.
Yeah.
It always happens every year. I think last year was 20-some-odd people. Jeez. Yeah, now it's 31. Death ranges from drug-related drownings to blunt force trauma. That's an attack.
Yeah, that's an attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's a long list of cases just remain unsolved about these bodies that they're pulling out those bayous out there.
Ooh.
Yeah, so do you have a serial killer out there, Houston? What's going on? There's a San Antonio woman was arrested in Mississippi for allegedly placing razor blades and fishing hooks and bakery items at 2 different Walmarts.
Oh, come on.
She got arrested for causing mayhem.
No kidding.
Mayhem. Yeah, I don't know what she was thinking, man. She crashed on out. Putting razor blades and fishing hooks in different bakery items and just leaving. It's not like you want to see the victim bite it and you're like, no satisfaction, just leaving. Whole lot of people found their razor blades in there, but nobody was hurt. No one was hurt.
That's shocking.
100%.
Really shocking, yeah.
Bite into that thing, and next thing you know, you got a hook in your mouth.
Yeah. Shout out to San Antonio stand up. That's how y'all getting down. South Oak Cliff. That's my hood. Shout out to y'all, your championship. Mm-hmm. You guys definitely seen the story about the 18-year-old South Oak Cliff football player.
Yes.
Who allegedly accidentally shot his teammate in the neck while celebrating the championship just hours after the championship.
Yeah. I mean,
they were at Dallas home. Why do you have a rifle? If you're celebrating a win? Put something else in the air, but not a bullet. Buddy was holding the rifle and turned towards the victim. He thought the thing was on safety, apparently. Heard his name, and a discharge shot the guy in the neck. We, at this moment, don't know what condition he's in. But
I mean, you get shot in the neck. I mean, I'd think critical condition, but man.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a friend in junior high school named Brandon. Shot himself in the neck. Scared the hell out of us. 7th grade, man. Shout out to Brandon. That's my dude. I was looking for him the other day on Facebook. I found his brother, but couldn't find him. He's still alive, by the way, when I say he shot himself in the neck. Shot himself with a .22.
Wow.
Yeah. Talked to him about it. He said he just felt burned. He just burned.
Yeah.
Burned, bro. That's dad problems. That's boy problems if you're a boy dad.
Yeah.
This type of stuff. Accidentally shot my friend, dad. Damn.
Oops, sorry.
Boys get into some weird stuff,
Trying
man.
to have fun.
Yep. Boys get into some weird things, bro. Sometimes the things don't make no damn sense. Let me hear this one time. Clear my palate of some. I like this song. When things aren't making sense to me, I play this. Don't make no damn sense. This don't make no damn sense. All right. Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. I hope you... those families.
Absolutely.
Especially that kid. Even the kid who discharged the gun. Yeah, it's traumatizing for everybody there. Now, you think about your championship, you got to think about that guy.
Yeah, it leaves just a bad
think about that.
asterisk on that.
A bad night. Really, really bad night. And are you talking about stories that you don't know if they're real or fake?